-34. 301. That the progressive nature of the new economic policy, which encouraged agricultural production by allowing the peasants to enrich themselves, had largely run its course was becoming obvious by 1927 and 1928. Modernization, and the country's ability to successfully defend itself in the event of a further series of foreign interventions such as had occurred in the 1918-21 period, made the modernization of agriculture essential. Consequently, the decision was taken at the 15th Party Congress to encourage collectivization. The first five-year plan, approved at the end of 1928, envisaged 20% of the peasants in collective farms by the end of 1933. 35. A gradual process of persuasion, combined with economic incentives was planned, as the development of large-scale units was more or less to keep pace with the growth in output of modern agricultural machinery. The peasants were promised mechanized equipment and state credit if they joined the collectives that were to be set up. Everything will be supplied. Join the collective farms. 36. In autumn 1928, however, in the face of the increased food shortage, the pace of collectivization was radically accelerated. The party had extremely high hopes for the efficacy of collectivization. In 1929 the majority saw it as the mechanism whereby a highly efficient modern agriculture on which to base rapid industrialization could be constructed, as well as flooding the cities with food. The Soviets interpreted the rapid modernization of agriculture in the US as a proof of how agriculture could be rapidly transformed to the level of an extractive industry. It was also seen as a mechanism to develop socialist consciousness in the peasantry. To quote Davies, during the autumn of 1929, plans for mechanization were greatly expanded, enthusiasm for American achievements in agricultural technology mounted, and the Soviet leaders became confident that Soviet socialist agriculture could soon outstrip that of the capitalist West. A Pravda editorial proclaimed that the example of the United States had compelled bourgeois economists to admit that in 10 to 15 years agriculture will have reached the level of an extractive industry. 37. 302. Although the policy of immediate collectivization was a hasty improvisation in face of a serious crisis, it was not seen by the leaders or their supporters as a desperate remedy for a mortal sickness. On the contrary, this was for them a time of great hope. The substantial industrial progress of the past 3 years and the burgeoning capital construction industry in the summer of 1929 provided a basis for believing that the vast programs of the revised 5-year plans might be achieved. The successful development of industry would in turn make possible within a very few years the supply of agricultural machinery and fertilizers which would transform agricultural production. 38. The Second Revolution was begun. In the words of Isaac Deutscher, in its scope and immediate impact upon the life of some 160 million people, the Second Revolution was even more sweeping and radical than the first. It resulted in Russia's rapid industrialization. It compelled more than 100 million peasants to abandon their small, primitive holdings and to set up collective farms. It ruthlessly tore the primeval wooden plow from the hands of the muzhik and forced him to grasp the wheel of a modern tractor. It drove tens of millions of illiterate people to school and made them learn to read and write, and spiritually it detached European Russia from Europe and brought Asiatic Russia nearer to Europe. The rewards of that revolution were astounding, but so was its cost. It takes a great effort of the imagination to gauge the enormousness and the complexity of that upheaval for which hardly any historical precedent can be found. 39. -34. 303. Deutscher went on to argue that the collectivization and industrialization policies begun in 1928 were responsible for the defeat of the Nazis. The truth was that the war could not have been won without the intensive industrialization of Russia, and of her eastern provinces in particular. Nor could it have been won without the collectivization of large numbers of farms. The muzhik of 1930, who had never handled a tractor or any other machine, would have been of little use in modern war. Collectivized farming, with its machine tractor stations scattered all over the country, had been the peasants' preparatory school for mechanized warfare. The rapid raising of the average standard of education had also enabled the Red Army to draw on a considerable reserve of intelligent officers and men. We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this lag in 10 years. Either we do it, or they crush us, so Stalin had spoken exactly 10 years before Hitler set out to conquer Russia. His words, when they were recalled now, could not but impress people as a prophecy brilliantly fulfilled, as a most timely call to action. And, indeed, a few years' delay in the modernization of Russia might have made all the difference between victory and defeat. 40. In October 1928, a total of 200,000, or only 14.5% of party members were peasants or agricultural workers. There was only one peasant party member for every 125 peasant households, compared to 1 in 10 for urban workers, and only one party cell for every 4 village soviets. The typical village soviet included several rural settlements. There were, however, substantially more, about 1 million, members of the Young Communist League, the Komsomol, in the countryside. It was estimated that each rural settlement averaged around 2 people who were either full or candidate members of the party, or members of the Komsomol, 41, many of whom were veterans of the Red Army. 304. Thus, the density of active party cadre in the countryside was clearly inadequate to mobilize the poor and middle peasants for the collectivization movement. In order to generate enthusiasm for the collectivization campaign and to lead the organization of collectives, the party transferred large numbers of urban workers and party cadre to the countryside. The November 1929 plenum of the Central Committee decided to send 25,000 politically experienced industrial workers to the countryside permanently. Over 70,000 workers volunteered, and about 27,000 of these were sent, and were later followed by many more politically conscious workers. It was intended that these workers would win over the peasants to large-scale socialist production, and teach them the necessary technical and organization skills to make the collectives work. 42. In the Ukraine alone, 23,000 urban workers went to the countryside to supplement 23,500 administrators in helping organize the collectives. 43. Altogether, about 250,000 industrial workers and cadres were eventually sent to the countryside to supplement the cadre already there. 44. Those sent to the countryside organized educational programs for the peasants. In the Ukraine alone, in the early weeks of 1930, almost 300,000 peasants received short courses in the operation of collectives. Many of these courses were arranged by individual trade unions and factories which were sponsoring the new collective farms. The Red Army also played an active role by releasing 30,000 soldiers specially trained for agricultural work to the collectives in autumn 1929, and began training 100,000 more recruits for the same purpose. The Red Army played an especially important role in training tractor drivers and mechanics, as well as large numbers of lower and middle-level agricultural specialists. 45. In autumn 1929, the party decided that an acceleration in the pace of collectivization was essential in order to speed the process of agricultural modernization and increase food deliveries to the cities. By July 1, 1929, more than twice as many peasants had joined the new collectives as the original plan had called for, but this still represented only 4% of all peasants. By the end of 1929, 7.6% of peasant households had joined. That collectives encompassed only 3.6% of the cultivated land, less than half of the percentage of peasants in them, indicates that it was mostly poor peasants. Minus 34. 305. Who were joining? Relatively few middle, and almost no rich, peasants responded to the collectivization campaign. 46. At the November 1929 plenum of the Central Committee, a harsh line was taken towards the kulaks who, it was now decided, must be largely isolated rather than won over. The experience of the previous year with both grain collections to feed the cities and the initial steps towards collectivization had convinced the majority of the party leadership that this stratum was essentially hostile to collectivization. We cannot re-educate the kulak, and moreover no educational tasks at all in relation to the kulak, apart from educating him by methods of undeviating and decisive class struggle with him, can be the subject of our solicitude and experimentation. Economic isolation and, if it is needed in a particular case, the use also of administrative measures against the kulak, this is the line along which we will be able to find the specific forms of the most suitable solution to the problem of the kulak in a given place and conditions. 47. Rich peasants were now under official and unofficial pressure to abandon voluntarily and without compensation farm buildings and draft animals, and share their common product with poor, landless, and middle peasants, and perform the bulk of their labor cooperatively. On January 5, 1930, the party's Central Committee decided that stricter measures were necessary. Local party branches were instructed to give the highest priority to persuading the peasants to join. State tractor stations were organized mainly if not exclusively to service the collective farms. The dwarf peasants and landless laborers were mobilized to spearhead the collective movement. These peasants, comprising about 25 to 30% of the total rural population, were promised a significant improvement in their living standards in the new collectives, which would be endowed with some of the rich peasants' agricultural implements and chattels, as well as with machinery provided by the state. Many, with and without the zealous leadership of local party. 306. Officials, applied intimidation, the threat of force, and occasionally actual force to produce the spectacular results of the winter of 1930-48. The party adopted a policy of dekulakization, which meant the expropriation of the excess property of the kulaks and their forced reduction to the economic status of middle peasants. The party's general secretary declared, "This means that we have gone over from a policy of limiting the exploiting tendencies of the kulak to a policy of eliminating the kulak as a class." 49 Instructions to rural party units read: Kulaks shall not be admitted to kolkhozy. Kulak means of production shall be confiscated and transferred to the indivisible funds of kolkhozy in districts of comprehensive collectivization in accordance with the decisions of poor and middle peasants combining together in kolkhozy, and of local soviets. Kulaks shall be allocated distant land, and the worst land, malicious kulak elements shall be exiled from the districts. 50. Open class warfare broke out in the countryside. On February 5, 1930, a decree was issued which, after public hearings, empowered the assemblies of poor and landless peasants to order the deportation of non-cooperative rich peasants, as well as to expropriate all their property except a subsistence minimum of equipment and personal property. The decree, however, also provided that deportation orders would not be final until the local authorities affirmed the decisions and appropriate arrangements had been made for resettlement, usually on virgin land in the east. 51. In the winter of 1930, the mechanisms used to pressure those classified as middle peasants to join the collectives included assigning to those who resisted the worst, most remote land. The old Russian mere tradition of reallocation of the village land was assumed by the local Soviets. In some districts where over-enthusiastic officials declared that collectivization was 100% complete, peasants who elected to remain outside the collectives, in spite of official declarations, received no arable land. High end. -34. 307. Increasing taxes were imposed on middle peasants who did not join collectives. Collective farmers not only received the best land but were taxed at a low level. In many cases, actual physical abuse of reluctant middle peasants occurred. 52. That property expropriated from kulaks was assigned to the new collectives, together with the overzealousness of many party cadre led poor peasants to take aggressive action against the rich peasants, and treat many recalcitrant middle peasants as kulaks. In some areas 15 to 20% of peasants were treated as if they were kulaks, contrary both to party policy and common sense. 53. In Roy Medvedev's words, in some places groups of peasants explicitly decreed the expropriation of middle peasants, ordering the confiscation of such luxuries as sewing machines, mirrors, and beds. Investigations revealed that only 3 of 34 households subjected to dekulakization were actual kulak. There were thousands and thousands of such cases. As a result of such actions, greatly magnified by rumors and paranoia, large numbers of middle peasants ceased equivocating about the new collectivization policy, and whether or not they were successfully pressured to join, came to resist, or at best became hostile to the project. 54. Within 2 months approximately half of all peasants were pressured into joining the collectives. The result of the intense pressure and rural class struggle of January and February 1930 was disarray in the countryside, along with insurmountable organizational problems for the new collectives, flooded with largely unenthusiastic peasants lacking sufficient equipment or materials to begin the 1930 crop. Panic and terror swept the countryside. In Deutscher's words, many peasants decided to bring in as little as possible of their property to the collective farms which they imagined to be state-owned factories, in which they themselves would become mere factory. 308. Hands. In desperation they slaughtered their cattle, smashed implements, and burned crops. This was the Mujik's great Luddite-like rebellion. 55. Some rich peasants slaughtered their animals rather than contribute them to the collectives, more because the fodder to keep them alive was appropriated to feed the cities. Between spring 1929 and spring 1930 the number of farm animals in the USSR fell by 25%. 56. To have continued the hectic measures of January and February would have resulted in famine and possibly collapse of the regime. On March 2, 1930, summing up those measures, the Central Committee of the party issued a statement criticizing its local cadre and poor peasant supporters for becoming dizzy with success, ignoring the basic rule that peasants must join the collectives voluntarily, and alienating the majority of middle peasants who, until the winter of 1930, had been undecided about whether or not to join, thus pushing them into the arms of the kulaks. The party also emphasized that the collective form socialized only the land, draft animals, and larger machinery, leaving cows, sheep, chickens, pigs and other personal property in the hands of the individual peasants. The decree read in part: the kolkhoz must not be imposed by force. That would be stupid and reactionary. The kolkhoz movement must be based on the active support of the main mass of the peasantry. What can these distortions lead to? To the strengthening of our enemies and the complete discrediting of the idea of the kolkhoz movement. Success often intoxicates people, they begin to get dizzy with success, lose the ability to understand reality, a tendency appears to overestimate one's own strength and to underestimate the strength of one's opponent, and adventurous attempts are made to solve all the problems of socialist construction in 2-57. 34. 309. As a result of the March 1930 decree, the errors of the previous 2 months were largely corrected and pressure on the rich, and especially the middle peasants considerably relaxed. More than half the peasants who, in January and February, had been induced to join the collectives, left them within a few weeks. By September 1930, the percentage of peasants in collectives had dropped to 21% of the total, from a peak of about 58% in early March. 58. Subsequently, subtler incentive structures, and a balance between collective and individual interests, were employed to induce the middle peasants to join the collectives. Private plots, from which peasants could sell their produce on an individual basis, were institutionalized. Profit sharing, rather than set wage payments, became the norm. Most state farms were disbanded and their land and resources given free to the collectives. 59. This more moderate approach after 1930 resulted in a fairly rapid pace of collectivization. By 1933 about 60%, by 1934 about 75%, and by 1940, 97% of peasants were organized in collective or state farms. 60. This increased pace was, however, not matched by the ability to successfully organize and equip the new, large-scale agricultural units. The slaughter of farm animals by rich and middle peasants in the winter of 1930, together with the continuingly serious problems of organization of the collectives and motivation of the peasants, meant, in Isaac Deutscher's words, that rapid mechanization of agriculture now became a matter of life and death. The food crisis continued unabated. In 1929 the average Soviet urban dweller's annual consumption of meat, poultry, and fat was 48 pounds, in 1930 it was 33, falling to 27 in 1931, and less than 17 in the famine year of 1932. 61 The efficient organization of the collectives was impeded by the continued attempt to generate resources for rapid industrialization of the agricultural sector, as well as by the failure of industry to provide mechanized farm equipment with the promptness planned. To quote Davies, "The unrelenting drive for industrial expansion carried with it a determined effort to squeeze agriculture still further. In the autumn of 1930, the state collections were much larger and 310 covered a much wider range of products, and simultaneously taxes and other payments were substantially increased in the cases of both the kolkhoz and the individual peasants. Investment in agriculture was limited, both because state credits were restricted and because all kinds of building materials, diverted to the major industrial projects, disappeared from the countryside. All these measures further weakened economic incentives to agricultural production. Secondly, the lag in achieving industrial plans affected the planned expansion of the tractor, lorry, and agricultural engineering industries. Tractors were not provided in sufficient quantities in the early 1930s to compensate for the reduction in the number of horses. 62. The rich, and many abused, as well as paranoid, middle peasants in the winter of 1930 responded by fighting against the organized poor peasants and party Kader. Many communists and poor peasant leaders were assassinated. In the words of a leading anti-Soviet historian of the CPSU, there was open war in the villages and the desperate peasants did not hesitate to kill any communists, regarding them as natural enemies. 63 other acts of violence were committed against government and party buildings and personnel, and some riots and small-scale insurrections had to be suppressed by the army. In response to the massive economic sabotage which occurred over the course of a couple of years, as well as violence against the party and its supporters in the countryside, the party again adopted extraordinary measures, measures not seen since the Civil War period of 1918 to 20. Rich peasants were classified into three categories: 1. Active counter-revolutionaries who were subject to criminal proceedings, which sometimes resulted in execution; 2. Counter-revolutionary elements who were exiled and resettled after the confiscation of most of their productive property, and 3. Those who had to be drawn into socially useful labor and who were given the opportunity for re-education through socially useful production, a category which covered most of the rich peasants. 64 The total percentage of those classified as kulaks was not to exceed 3 to 5% in -34. 311 grain areas and 2 to 3% in non-grain areas. About 20% of kulaks were to be classified in categories 1 and 2. Party instructions exempted from expropriation or exile rich peasants who either had sons in the army or offspring who were teachers. In the Civil War atmosphere which, exacerbated by the growing food crisis, at time erupted in the countryside, the formal procedures and legal guarantees for the rich peasants were sometimes disregarded. In some regions, particularly in the Kuban, Don, and Ukraine, there were grain strikes by both individual and collective farm peasants, who cut back their acreage and refused to deliver grain to the state. In many areas thefts from the collective granaries became a serious problem. 65 Economic sabotage by the rich peasants continued. As a result of these serious problems, the great promise of collectivization, the development of a modern efficient agriculture with a rapidly expanding output, remained unfulfilled. By 1932 vast tracts of land were left untilled. Famine stalked the towns and the black steppe of the Ukraine. 66 In 1933 agricultural production was actually lower than in 1928. In response, the collectivization policy was further reformed. In January 1933 agricultural procurement was reorganized. Each collective was given a fixed delivery quota in advance of the harvest, that remaining could either be sold in the free market where prices were considerably higher than those paid by the government, or retained for the use of its members. This new system provided considerable incentives for the peasants to exceed their planned targets. 67 Although neither the measures taken by the party Cotter and poor peasants, nor the level of resistance of those peasants who opposed collectivization ever again reached the level of the winter of 1930, in order to deal with the continually deteriorating food supplies, increased pressure was once more applied to facilitate collectivization. In response, the level of resistance, mostly passive, lack of effort, and individual but widespread acts of theft, usually of grain, increased. Consequently, the measures taken against peasant opposition were again intensified. Collective farms that failed to fulfill their grain procurement quotas were largely denied manufactured goods from the towns which they requested. A decree, issued in 1932, made stealing collective property punishable by death or 10 years forced labor. 312. According to the circumstances. 68 Although never reaching the 1930-31 level, deportations of those that actively opposed collectivization continued into 1932 and 1933. Both the first and second revolutions, because they both were accompanied by, virtually, civil war, necessarily produced the response of any state measures to secure the predominant property relations, as well as its own authority. The extreme desperation and extent both of the Civil War emergencies and the great collectivization upheavals was manifested in that both periods, 1921 and 1932-3, ended with famine. In addition to invoking extraordinary measures against active opposition, it must be stressed that the result was also a significant moderation of state and party policy in order to provide peasants with sufficient positive incentives to increase food deliveries to the cities. The standard penalty for peasants accused of counter-revolutionary activity was confiscation of property and resettlement. Between 300,000 and 380,000 peasant families, 1,200,000 to 1,500,000 individuals, were exiled to distant locations during the 1930-33 collectivization drive, mostly in 1930 and 1931. At the beginning of 1935 there were approximately 1,100,000 exiles, about 650,000 in special settlements attached to industrial, construction or transportation projects and about 450,000 in special collective farms. 69 The majority of displaced peasants were deprived of their voting rights and sentenced to exile without confinement and allowed to keep an essential minimum of agricultural instruments to begin life anew as poor/middle peasants. The most active opponents, however, were sentenced to exile with forced labor. Most of these served sentences of 5 years, after which their voting rights were restored. Special settlements were organized for the resettled rich peasants in the virgin lands of the East, in Kazakhstan, Siberia, and the Urals. Given the extreme conditions consequent upon food shortages and the virtual civil war atmosphere, conditions during the forced transport of the rich peasants, and during the first years of their resettlement, were rarely generous. Thousands died of disease, starvation, and exposure during these years. 70 Some left the virgin lands after their period of forced exile was over, but the bulk of them were not allowed to return to their native regions. In late 1941 there were still approximately 930,000. -34. 313. Former Kulaks settled where they had been relocated in the early 1930s. 71 That the number of Kulaks still in their places of exile both in 1935 and 1941 was approximately the same as the number forcibly relocated in the 1930-33 period, indicates that most of them survived the often harsh conditions of transit and beginning a new life. In the famine of 1932-33 hundreds of thousands of peasants, especially infants, of all classes in the countryside died of starvation and illnesses aggravated by malnutrition. The Great Famine of 1932-33 primarily affected the southern part of the Ukraine and to a lesser degree the northern Caucasus, the Volga region, and Kazakhstan, as well as other parts of Central Asia. The number of peasants who died in these periods, including those who died during and immediately after their forced exile, and those executed for counter-revolutionary activity, has been wildly exaggerated. Based on rumor and unjustified assumptions about demographic trends, estimates have ranged as high as the tens of millions. Medvedev, discrediting such wild guesses, states, Western publications frequently give exaggerated figures for the number of people who died during the Stalin terror or the years of war. Referring to the gross exaggerations given credibility by Solzhenitsyn, Medvedev argues, the simplest demographic calculation shows this to be implausible. For if these figures were regarded as accurate, it would have to be the case that from 1918 to 1953 not one person died a natural death in the Soviet Union. 72 But Medvedev himself lends credence to the less wild estimates by citing an estimate, made on the basis of gaps in the age structure and demographic projections, of as many as 3 million infant deaths owing to the 1932-33 famine. 73 This estimate assumes, 1. That even in conditions of extreme famine, instability, and virtual civil war, peasants would conceive and give birth at the same rate as in less precarious periods. 2. That abortion or infanticide, intentional or not, did not significantly increase, and 3. That there were as many women of maximum reproductive age in 1932-33 as before or after. All of these assumptions are erroneous. All peasants have traditional techniques of birth control and are thus able to limit their reproduction to a significant degree. It is the economic benefit attendant upon having large families which is operative, a factor not applicable. 314. During famines, not ignorance of birth control. Legal abortion was so widely practiced in this period that, in 1936, the state banned it as part of the campaign to increase the population. Lastly, to quote Wheatcroft, as is well known, the First World War, Civil War and early years of the 1920s caused a great gap in births in these years. The age cohort born in 1914 would have been 16 in 1930 and so would have just been entering the period of major reproduction. Consequently, Lorimer and other scholars have concluded that the age structure of the population would have led to a decline in births throughout the early 1930s and until the missing populations born into the 1914 to 22 age cohorts had passed on well into the future. 74. Other exaggerated estimates of the number who died during these periods are based on apparent discrepancies between the 1926 and 1939, or 1959, census figures, and the number of people who should have been in these census categories assuming earlier rates of population growth or, alternatively, the actual rate of growth of other populations at the same time. Such estimates assume that a decline in the reported population, or its failure to grow at its normal rate, is largely a reflection of deaths from famine, abuse, or execution. Not only are fewer live births to be expected during times of famine and trouble, as well as disproportionately high infant mortality, many people emigrate from areas of famine in search of food, work, or refuge. In the Soviet Union in the 1930-33 period, millions of destitute peasants migrated to the cities to take up jobs in the industrializing urban economy, others left the regions of greatest destitution to settle elsewhere, some left the Soviet Union altogether, especially, it seems, some nomadic peoples of Central Asia, who had largely been required to settle during the collectivization period. In 1928 the policies of rapid industrialization, along with collectivization, resulted in increased levels of urban opposition, especially among engineers and other segments of the technical intelligentsia, and consequently a fair degree of political. 34. 315. Repression. In 1928 the first public trial of members of the technical intelligentsia was held. Shukti and a number of other Soviet and foreign engineers were tried for industrial sabotage in collaboration with foreign opponents of the USSR. In autumn 1930, 8 technical specialists were arrested and publicly tried for wrecking and counter-revolutionary activities, as members of the so-called Industrial Party. Their death sentences were, however, commuted, and within a few years they were restored to their jobs. 75 In September 1930 48 food distribution officials were tried for sabotaging food supplies, all 48 were shot. 76 In March 1931 a number of ex-Menshevik leaders were publicly tried and sentenced to prison for wrecking and being counter-revolutionaries. 77 By mid-1931, however, the degree of non-cooperation and active sabotage by the technical intelligentsia had lessened considerably, and, in response, the state's attitude was relaxed, insofar as the number of those arrested and tried for such activities decreased after spring 1931, while those convicted now received more lenient sentences. An element of paranoia may have actuated some of these arrests and trials. But without question the world's first socialist society's enemies, both outside and inside the USSR, did engage in actions designed to weaken it, and popular mobilization against saboteurs did reduce the level of both active sabotage and passive resistance to socialist construction. Similar phenomena occurred after the Chinese, Cuban, Angolan and Nicaraguan revolutions. In 1931–32 a general liberalization trend began, the Cultural Revolution was over. The proletarian guidelines in the social sciences and the arts were relaxed and writers who had been suppressed in 1929 as too bourgeois were allowed to return to their jobs. Educational policies reverted to more traditional practices. Egalitarian wage policies came under increasing attack. Deportation of rich peasants for actively resisting collectivization stopped in May 1933. The liberal trend peaked in 1934. In this year the Security Police, the State Political Directorate of the Commissariat of the Interior, the GPU, was abolished and its functions restructured as part of a reorganized People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, which reflected a curtailed role for the Security Police. In July, the Ministry of Justice ordered a halt in the campaign of seeking out and prosecuting engineers and enterprise directors for wrecking and sabotage. In the spring, 316. A partial amnesty was offered to rebellious kulaks, and in November the size of the private plots for collective farm peasants was increased. Leaders of oppositional tendencies in the party were once again allowed to address public meetings. Work began on drafting a new liberal constitution which, in fact, culminated in 1936. 78 This relative relaxation between 1929–31 and 1932–34 was a result of an improvement in both the industrial and the international situation of the Soviet Union. The technical intelligentsia's resistance to the new rapid industrialization policies decreased as, 1. The new policies proved to be effective in producing rapid rates of industrialization, and, 2. A rapidly rising proportion of the technical intelligentsia were recruited from the children of workers and peasants, and trained in socialist institutions. Most of the technical intelligentsia of the 1920s were from middle-class backgrounds, were trained in Tsarist institutions, and had little sympathy for the revolution. A further factor securing the increased loyalty of the technical intelligentsia was the abolition of the extreme egalitarianism of pay which prevailed in the 1920s. A system of wage differentials provided the highly trained experts considerable positive motivation both to perform and upgrade their skills. In fact, in order to motivate the stratum, as well as the children of the working class and peasantry to obtain technical education quickly, the party launched a public campaign against the egalitarian errors of the previous period. There was a significant relaxation in the international situation too. In the 1930–31 period the USSR feared invasion by the Japanese who were in the process of conquering Manchuria, and thus about to acquire a long border with Siberia. Additionally, there were fears that other Western powers, taking advantage of the disorganization in the countryside, would again intervene in an attempt to overthrow the revolutionary regime, as in 1918–20. Japan did not invade Siberia and the rural situation became sufficiently stable to ensure that such countries as Poland, Britain, or France were no longer tempted to intervene. In 1932 France and the USSR signed a non-aggression pact which pledged the two parties to assist each other in the case of an attack by a third power. In 1933, the new Roosevelt administration in the US recognized the USSR, and in 1934 the Soviet Union successfully. 34. 317. Applied for membership in the League of Nations. shortly after Nazi Germany had resigned. Generally, in the 1933–34 period, it seemed that the Soviet Union was no longer subject to strong international pressure. The Soviets did not yet consider the Hitler regime to be significantly different from that of the previous German government. Soviet criminological theory, as well as their Marxist analysis of dealing with their opponents according to their class position, led to the adoption of a progressive position, in focusing on the structural causes of crime and opposition to socialist construction, rather than on punishment of individuals. The famous slogan, "Liquidate the kulaks as a class," in spite of anti-Soviet portrayals in the Western press at the time, meant just that, the expropriation of the means of production that allowed the rich peasants to live by the exploitation of the labor power of rural proletarians and their re-education through physical labor accompanied by socialist education. Likewise, throughout 1936, except in extraordinary conditions, such as the Civil War of 1918–1920, and the rural conflict of 1930–31, very few opponents were executed. The standard remedy for active opponents of the regime, as it was for common criminals, was socialist re-education, in good part through productive labor. This represented a humane and largely effective strategy, adopted by most other socialist countries, including China, for example, the May 7 cadre schools, and Vietnam, its treatment of the cadre of the old regime after 1975. Until 1937, the conditions applying to those actually confined for active opposition to the regime were considerably better than those for ordinary criminals. Until 1937, torture was officially prohibited in the USSR, and, in fact, was rare. It was standard practice for those sentenced to a term in labor re-education camps in the remote region of the country to return to their old positions, as engineers, party leaders, etc. After a relatively short time, the operation of these camps was very similar to the Chinese system operated for wayward bureaucrats and intellectuals during the Cultural Revolution. Throughout 1937, ex-party leaders who had been demoted, expelled, or sent into exile, were routinely brought back into leadership positions. Once they criticized their past practices, they were released from banishment. For example, many of Trotsky's supporters, including numerous former supporters of the United 318 opposition of 1926–27, were released in 1928, after they had endorsed the new rapid industrialization line of the party, and restored to high-level positions in the party and state. 79 For example, Bukharin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Rykov, Tomsky, leaders of the various oppositional factions in the party in the 1924–29 period, were restored to leadership positions, although never to the powerful positions they once held. Bukharin, for example, lost his important posts in 1929, including membership on the Politburo, the editorship of Pravda, and the chairmanship of the Comintern for actively opposing the collectivization and rapid industrialization campaign. In the relatively tolerant climate during 1932–34, however, he was first made director of the research department of heavy industry and then given the responsible post of editor of Izvestia, which he held from 1934 to 1937. Tomsky, although he lost his position as leader of the trade unions and his seat on the Politburo, for the same reasons that Bukharin lost his position, remained on the Central Committee of the party, and was re-elected at the 16th Party Congress in 1930. At the 17th Party Congress in 1934, both Tomsky and Bukharin were elected as candidate members of the Central Committee, as were other prominent, past opponents of the prevailing party policies. For example, Rykov, and one of them, Pyatakov, was elected as a full member. Zinoviev and Kamina, who, together with Stalin, had represented the maximal leadership of the party in 1924–26, were removed from the Politburo and other leading positions, and in 1927 they were expelled from the party for active opposition, including organizing street demonstrations to oppose the party's continuing endorsement of the moderate new economic policy. In 1928, when most of their earlier critique was finally incorporated into the party's new program of rapid industrialization and collectivization, they were both readmitted and assigned relatively minor official posts. In 1932, they were once again expelled, and arrested, for oppositional activities, but again in the tolerant atmosphere prior to the Kirov assassination were readmitted and again assigned party work. 319. How history judges to the growing threat of invasion and the Great Purge. 1935-39. What is generally known in the West as the Great Purge, a term wrought with connotations of intensive terror, massive arrests, show trials, and widespread executions, was actually a convergence of three very different phenomena: 1. A period of general membership screening in the party, 2. An anti-bureaucracy campaign, and 3. A paranoia about spies, traitors, and wreckers attempting to overthrow the regime. In Soviet party history, a purge refers to a membership screening designed to rid the party of lackadaisical, theoretically backward, ill-disciplined, passive, opportunist, and so on, members. Purges were implemented either by a process of systematic expulsions organized by special purge commissions, or by local party leaders, in which charges were brought against unreliable members, or by a process of validation or exchange of party card in which members had to prove themselves. Such purges had been a regular part of party life since 1919. Interestingly, the party purges of 1935 and 1937 resulted in significantly fewer expulsions than the previous four purges that had taken place in 1919, 1921, 1929, and 1933. 81. All the purges mainly affected rank-and-file party members. 1937 saw a partial return to the radicalism of the 1928-31 Cultural Revolution, especially to the campaigns against bureaucracy, which focused on encouraging the rank and file to attack the middle and local level party leadership's bureaucratic methods, and on reinvigorating rank and file participation in party life. The so-called democracy campaign of 1937 resulted in the displacement of about half of the party's middle and lower level leadership from their positions, but not generally purged, that is, not expelled from the party, or accused of treason, spying or sabotage, largely as a result of rank-and-file activities. The 1936-38 period witnessed the arrests, and, in the case of the most prominent persons, public trials, and in many cases executions, of the majority of those in top leadership positions in 320. Soviet society, especially in the military, Central Committee and economy. Additionally, a fair number of other, older political activists, falsely accused of treason, that is, involvement in a conspiracy, with both the exiled Trotskyist opposition and the Japanese and German intelligence services, to overthrow the Soviet state, were similarly treated. Although significantly fewer people were affected than in the Purge and the Democracy campaign, the prominence of those affected rendered these events the most dramatic of the three. The three spectacular Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938 invoked intense controversy, continuing even to this day. The purges, democracy campaign, and the attacks on the top leadership must each be understood as separate phenomenon. Communist Party membership involved both special obligations and access to special benefits such as jobs, reserved for politically reliable people, as well as a certain prestige. As a result, many people secured and maintained membership in the party for other reasons than agreement with the party's goals and political activism. Many people even secured party cards illegally. Until the mid-1930s, the party was, in practice, a fairly loose organization which exerted relatively little real control over its membership. There were many passive or irresponsible members, who were not held to account. The periodic purges, 1919, 1921, 1929, 1933, 1935, 1937, were all designed to deal with this problem and, in the words of party instructions, were directed to ensure iron proletarian discipline in the party and to cleanse the party's ranks of all unreliable, unstable, and hanger-on elements. 82 In the 1919 re-registration, 10 to 15% of the party's total membership lost their party cards. In 1921 party purge, 25%, in the 1929 purge, 11%, 25% of whom were reinstated after appeals. In the 1933 Kistka, 17% were expelled, in the 1935 Priverka 9%, and in the famous 1937 Azovskaya again about 9%. The 1935 and 1937 purges were the smallest in terms of numbers affected. 83 The decree setting up the rules of the 1933 validation of party members specified that all party members must present themselves before open proceedings, attended by both party and non-party members, give an account of the facts of their lives, explain how they fulfilled party tasks, and discuss the efforts made to raise their ideological and theoretical level. Each member was -39. 321. Then questioned by the validation commissioners and by rank and file party and non-party members. 84 The laxness of party members before the mid-1930s is indicated by such facts as, before the 1933 purge, between 32% and 60%, depending on the organization surveyed, of party members did not even read the party press, that the names of 50,000 dead, fictitious, or missing persons were on the active party rolls at the beginning of 1934, in some districts over 10% of the membership, and that party units had lost contact with over 10% of members listed on their rolls. 85 The problem of inactive and irresponsible party members, as well as the loose system of controls over membership, was largely as a result of the emphasis, during the 1920s, on the recruitment of large numbers of working-class members, with little attention given to criteria other than class background. In the membership screening of 1929, 22% were expelled for defects in personal conduct, 17% for passivity, 12% for criminal offenses, mostly involvement in petty crimes, 10% for violations of party discipline, which includes those accused of factional activity, and 17% for being alien elements or having lied about class background. Similarly, in the 1933 Kistka, in which 15% were expelled for personal degeneracy, 14% for violating party discipline, 16% for political reasons, including concealing class background, and 18% for abuse of position. 86 According to Rigby's analysis of the 1933 membership screening, political considerations play a relatively small part in the sample of expulsions, however, and the great majority were removed either because they made unscrupulous use of their party membership to secure personal benefits, were immoral or undisciplined in their personal lives or at their job, or simply failed to participate in party activities. 87. Data for the 1935 purge, which occurred immediately after the Kirov assassination, reveals that the reasons for expulsions were similar to those in the pre-1934 membership screenings. More than 20% were expelled for petty crimes or moral turpitude, and 322. Most of the remainder for political passivity, degeneracy, or abuse of position. 88. The information on the incidence of the Priverka suggests that it was not a hysterical, political witch hunt, in which helpless rank and file party members fell in droves for the slightest infraction. Rather, it seems that the Priverka of 1935 was more careful, and less political, in that there is evidence of investigation and of a policy in which a consistent pattern of problems or violations was necessary for expulsion. 89. Results for one city in the Smolensk region showed that only 18% of the members against whom charges had been brought were actually expelled, and less than one-third of those formally criticized at meetings received any form of disciplinary treatment at all. 90. The records of the Smolensk City Party Committee reveal that 7% were expelled for passivity, 21% for being petty criminals or degenerates, or corrupt, 28% for untrustworthiness, 22% for being class alien persons who had hidden their class origins, and only 8% for political unreliability. 91 Undoubtedly there was a higher percentage of expulsions for political reasons in the 1937 purge owing to the hysteria engendered by the spy and wrecker mania current at the time. Nevertheless, given the results of previous purges, especially that of 1935, there is no doubt that the reasons for the majority of purges were not political. In 1937 the party again instituted a systematic purging process in order to improve the quality of its cadre. It appears that the bulk of the members who left the party for any reason in the 1937-38 period were separated on the basis of the screening process involved in validating party membership and were separated for reasons other than suspected political opposition. As in previous purges, all party members were required to prove that they were conducting themselves as good communists, and to submit to the criticism of other party members. Those who failed to meet the test were denied new party cards and as a result de facto expelled from the party. In short, the vast majority of those whose party cards were withdrawn both in the pre- and post-1934 membership screenings. -39. 323. Were expelled not for association with any political opposition, but rather for being careerists, opportunists, ill-disciplined, degenerates, politically passive, politically illiterate, weak-willed, and so on. 92 In the years between the ending of the Cultural Revolution and 1937 a rather ossified and non-responsive bureaucratic tone had taken possession of the CPSU. It seems that in the early years of collectivization and planning, considerable authority to get things done had to be given to local party leaders. Further, given the shortage of politically loyal administrators, engineers, and technicians, detailed economic and administrative decision-making had to be handled, or at least closely supervised, by local party leaders. The incredibly rapid expansion of economic activities for which the party was responsible in the early years of planning, as well as the immense problems inherent in collectivization, led to the hasty and often haphazard construction of a massive decision-making apparatus. On a day-to-day basis bureaucracy was largely unresponsive towards both the center and the rank and file. 93 The tremendous increase in the party's economic responsibilities, the massive shifts in population, the class warfare with the rich peasants, and the obsession with fulfilling the new economic plans all resulted in the party's political role beginning to atrophy. Political education, mass political campaigns, and ideology in general, were increasingly neglected as economic administration became progressively important. With the party leaders' metamorphosis into economic administrators, local party administration often tended to manifest inertia, incompetence, clumsiness, and sometimes arrogance. Whatever may have been the case after 1937, during the first decade of planning, the party apparatus was far from a well-oiled, efficient, coordinated machine closely controlled and directed from the top. In response to the dual problem of an ossifying bureaucracy, the so-called democracy/anti-bureaucracy campaign was launched by the Central Committee in February 1937. This campaign marked a partial return to the anti-bureaucratic mass radicalism of the Cultural Revolution of 1928-31. 94 Its goal was to mobilize the party's rank and file against bureaucracy in order both to reduce the autonomy of local and middle leadership and make them more responsible to the day-to-day concerns of the rank and file, and the directives of the center. Combined with this 324 thrust was the attempt to reduce party leaders' role in the details of economic and political administration and to turn such matters over to the newly educated working-class intelligentsia, and to restore the political leadership role to party leaders, that is, leading mass campaigns, organizing, political education. 95 At this time, too, questions of expertise and competence provoked tensions between the older, non-technically educated party leaders, who had achieved their positions on the basis of politics, and the young, red intelligentsia, mostly from working class and peasant backgrounds who had recently completed their technical education. 96 The democracy/anti-bureaucracy campaign of February 1937 had many parallels with the Bombard the Headquarters campaign initiated in China by Mao Zedong during 1966-67. Quite probably, Together with the 1928-31 Soviet Cultural Revolution, this campaign was the precedent upon which the Chinese Party based itself. The events which took place in the Soviet Union in the 1930s had a profound influence on young communists throughout the world at the time. That both the Chinese bombard the headquarters campaign of 1966-67, which took place 17 years after the seizure of power and 11 years after the revolution entered its explicitly socialist phase, and the democracy/anti-bureaucracy campaign of the Bolshevik Revolution, which took place 20 years after the seizure of power and 9 years after the beginning of the second phase of the revolution, occurred at the same point in the development of the two revolutions, provides strong evidence that both were in response to similar situations and were thus qualitatively similar phenomena. The results in both cases were the reduction in the autonomy of local regional officials and an increased responsiveness to day-to-day concerns of the people by the local party. The notion of putting politics in command was central to both campaigns. A large percentage of the party's local officials, from above and below, were removed and many were rehabilitated in both campaigns. In the words of G. Getty speaking of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, while this movement was not as violent, and fatal, as the events in the USSR in the 1930s, the -39. 325 parallels are very strong. In both cases, the center unleashed the rank and file against the established bureaucracy in the name of political purity, democracy, and the rights of the party rank and file. 97. Getty himself, concluding his carefully documented and closely argued study, goes even further, arguing that the primary aspect of the totality of the events of the 1937-38 period was the undermining of the bureaucracy. The Azovshchina was not the result of a petrified bureaucracy stamping out dissent and annihilating the old radical revolutionaries. In fact, it may have been just the opposite. It is not inconsistent with the evidence to argue that the Azovshchina was rather a radical, even hysterical reaction to bureaucracy. The entrenched bureaucracy was destroyed from above and below in a wave of voluntarism, chaos, and even a kind of perverse revolutionary puritanism. 98. The February 1937 plenum of the Central Committee, as part of the party's anti-bureaucracy campaign, announced that there were to be secret ballot elections in the local party organizations. There was considerable opposition both in the Central Committee and, not surprising, among local party leaders, to such a departure from the traditional party practice of open selection of leaders. 99. These elections were held in the spring of 1937, before the fabricated letters implicating the Soviet military leaders in a conspiracy to overthrow the government had been received, see below, and before the spies and wreckers' hysteria among the top leadership of the party had peaked. As a result of these secret ballot elections, about 50% of party unit and regional first secretaries, as well as leadership committees, lost their positions. They were adjudged by the rank and file to be unsatisfactory in their work. These secret ballots usually took place after long criticism meetings, at which the local leaders often suffered insulting criticism. 100. 326. Not until June-July did the democracy/anti-bureaucracy campaign, as well as the process of purging the party, converge with the rising spy and wrecker fears, which began immediately after the Soviets received forged documents from the Nazi Gestapo, via the Czech secret police, implicating the Soviet military general staff in an alleged conspiracy to carry out a coup d'état. In the hysterical atmosphere that followed, in the summer of 1937, not only were the majority of the top military leaders tried and executed, but many other former oppositional figures, and those associated with them, were also arrested. Also at this time, the security police were, for the first time, given the authority to arrest party members. Those moderates in party leadership who had been resisting the anti-bureaucracy campaign, by stressing the importance of economic leadership, and complaining that the campaign was causing disruption, came under the suspicion of involvement in the alleged conspiracy to overthrow the government, especially by wrecking. Many of these moderates were or had been close to Bukharin and shared his skepticism about the mass campaigns and the Stakhanovites, as well as towards the need for the purges and arrests of key economic administrators. They favored, instead, more gradual and established paths towards industrialization. In the latter half of 1937 the purges and arrests, heavily concentrated among the top leadership, but also occurring within the party's middle and lower level leadership, were extended to those on the right of the party, including former associates of right opposition factions. 101 In the summer of 1937 the moderate-leaning majority in the Central Committee was broken by large-scale expulsion, arrests and executions, covered by sensationalist announcements of implication in plots with Trotsky and German and Japanese intelligence to overthrow the government, allegedly through spying, conspiring, and above all wrecking. 327. Traitor Mania and the Moscow Trials of 1936–38. The period of increasing tolerance in Soviet history ended abruptly on December 1, 1934 when S.M. Kirov, the head of the Leningrad Party organization, and probably the second most influential party leader in the country, was assassinated at the Leningrad Party headquarters by a discontented young party member. The assassin, Nikolaev, had belonged to a circle of young left-wing communists who had been studying the literature of revolutionary terrorism. Unhappy with the course of events in the Soviet Union, this left opposition circle looked for inspiration to Zinoviev, the former head of the Leningrad Party organization, and for many years a prominent spokesman for the left in the party, although they had neither any direct nor indirect contact with Zinoviev. 102 The top party leadership, including Stalin, Molotov, Voroshiklov, and Kaganovich, personally directed and participated in the interrogation of Nikolaev, since it was suspected that his organization was part of a much wider conspiracy. Nikolaev, along with a number of his political associates, was tried and sentenced to death. Zinoviev, together with his long-term close associate, Kamenev, was arrested and charged with moral complicity in the assassination. In the hysterical atmosphere that was beginning to develop, Zinoviev was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment and Kamenev to 5. 103 other extraordinary measures were immediately undertaken to guard against further assassinations. There was an attempt on Molotov, and other acts of violent disruption. Cases of counter-revolutionary crimes were transferred to military courts. The death sentence for terrorist acts was to be liberally utilized and immediately put into effect, as a deterrent to further such actions. Appeals against sentences for counter-revolutionary offenses were no longer permitted. 104 In summer 1936, the Central Committee voted the political police, the NKVD, extraordinary powers for 1 year, to enable them to more effectively contain the enemies of the people. This, in effect, suspended all judicial rights for those suspected of counter-revolutionary activities. The NKVD 328 now had authorization to arrest and sentence, without trial or right of appeal, all non-party members suspected of such activities. In the following year, the June plenum of the Central Committee extended these extraordinary powers indefinitely. 105 Until 1937, the regime in the labor re-education camps was, usually, relatively liberal and humane. Political prisoners had a privileged status with many special rights denied to ordinary criminals. The workday during the winter was from 4 to 6 hours, and in summer 10. Generous pay was provided which allowed prisoners to send money to their families and to return home with money. Food and clothing was adequate and serious attempts were made to re-educate the prisoners. In 1937 this privileged status ended. For the next few years the regime for political prisoners was harsher than that for common criminals. The corrective labor camps were transformed into hard labor camps, with the primary function of punishing suspected counter-revolutionaries while forcing them to aid the socialist transition by physical construction work, with little or no serious attempt at rehabilitation. Labor camp inmates were now treated as hardened enemies of the people who deserved little mercy. Hard labor for 10, and sometime more, hours a day became the rule. Inadequate food, shelter, and clothing, and often tyrannical authority, now became common. Death from causes associated with overwork, exposure, malnourishment, disease, etc. now became a factor. 106 For the first 20 years of the revolution, in the words of Anna Louise Strong, the Soviet people had prided themselves on the absence in the jails, not only of the torture used by the Nazis, but of even the third degree as practiced in the United States. 107 The year 1937 also saw the introduction of torture as a permissible police technique. An instruction from the party's General Secretary issued in January 1939 read: The General Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, explains that the application of methods of physical pressure in NKVD practice is permissible from 1937 on in accordance with permission of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. It is known that all bourgeois -38. 329. Intelligence services use methods of physical influence against the representatives of the socialist proletariat and that they use them in their most scandalous form. The question arises as to why the Socialist Intelligence Service should be more humanitarian against the mad agents of the bourgeoisie, against the deadly enemies of the working class and the kolkhoz workers. The Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, considers that physical pressure should still be used obligatorily, as an exception applicable to known and obstinate enemies of the people, as a method both justifiable and appropriate. 108. Accelerating slowly over the latter half of 1936 and the first half of 1937, largely because of the increasingly tense international situation, the spy scare became hysterical and uncontrolled in June and July 1937, following the arrest and execution of the top military staff who had been implicated in the Gestapo's forged documents. 109 In Getty's words, the increased tension of the spy scare/war scare/vigilance campaign was in vivid contrast to the preceding events, which constituted a lull of nearly 2 years since the death of Kirov. 110 Concerning the period 1935 to 36, Getty argues that it would be ridiculous to regard this period as one of rising hysteria or vigilance. With the exchange of party documents, in fact, the vigilance theme had receded into the background. In late 1937 and early 1938, the NKVD acquired the power to arrest party members who had not been subject to action by their party units, that is, had not been expelled or denied their party cards. Before this, party members were immune from the summary actions of the NKVD. To quote Brzezinski, the secret police, known then as the NKVD, had overreached itself, and was endangering the hitherto undisputed supremacy of the party. The purge of the party organizations, until then a function of the party purging commissions and the control commissions, had passed into the 330 hands of the police, which alone decided, frequently on the basis of sources of doubtful reliability, the scope and the timing of the arrests. The arrests of local party leaders by the secret police, without prior expulsion from the party, became commonplace. Release of arrested relatives or friends through the intercession of the party organization became more and more difficult. 111. This situation lasted only a few months, however, as there was a strong reaction from the rank and file of the party. 112. This soon resulted in the reassertion of the party's exclusive control over its own members, and a significant reduction in the authority of the security police. Intimidation reached such a point that effective power was slipping from the hands of the party officials into the hands of the police. The party, including the top leadership, became seriously concerned about the situation, and by early 1938 was determined to apply remedial measures of no mean consequence. By early 1938 some efforts to tone down the purge could be discerned. Trials and accusations began to fade into the background, as did efforts to glorify the secret police and Yezhov. 113. In 1938 the combined forces of the party, relying on public resentment against the secret police, thwarted any disruptive developments emanating from the latter. Indeed, Eyewitnesses tell of numerous arrests among the NKVD personnel. 114. It appears that the numbers of those arrested by the NKVD who had not been expelled from the party did not represent a large proportion of those separated from the party. Expulsions remained commonplace even while the overall scope of the purge diminished. To quote Szymanski, -38. 331. Published statistics on expulsions and changes in leadership showed that, while the tempo of the purge diminished, it still took its toll among the party cadres. A good many of the expulsions, however, took place during the latter half of 1937 and early months of 1938. 115. The most detailed and direct evidence, the records of the Smolensk Party organization which were seized by the invading Nazi armies in 1941 and captured from them by the US at the end of the war, indicates that the standard procedure was to formally expel party members accused of counter-revolutionary activities. There is little support for the thesis that any significant number of party members were executed who had not been expelled. 116. The extraordinary measures of the 1936-38 period primarily affected party and ex-party members, especially leading party figures, as well as former leading figures in other political organizations. In the words of Brzezinski, the major effort of the purge was directed at the Communist Party itself. 117. That the extraordinary measures mainly affected the higher levels of the party is confirmed by the analysis of Th. Rigby. While the Kistka of 1933-34 struck mostly at the rank and file, leaving the apparatus virtually untouched, and the verification and exchange of party documents in 1935 affected particularly the lower functionaries, the Azovshchina was aimed primarily at the directing cadres and the intelligentsia, with the rank and file figuring now much more as accusers and informers than as victims. 118. While the traitor mania began against the traditional leftist factions in the party, including the tendency with which Nikolaev's group was associated, in 1937 it came to include both the traditional right and the moderate economic leadership. The arrests and executions, most of which occurred without public trials or even public announcements, of mostly expelled leading party members focused mainly on older members who, at one point or another in their lives, had been associated with 332 oppositional factions in the party, former activists in the now defunct Menshevik, Social Revolutionary, Bundist, Anarchist, and Cadet organizations, as well as those in leadership positions who had been advanced in their careers by the various leading Bolsheviks tried in the three Great Purge trials. Refugee communists from Germany, Poland, Hungary, and elsewhere in the capitalist world, who at some point had ties to these figures, were also swept up in the process. Many foreign communists, of course, were linked at one point or another with Zinoviev or Bukharin, both of whom had been chairman of the Communist International. 119. Throughout 1936, thousands of communists who had at one time or another been associated with various left factions in the party, were expelled and arrested. Former activists of other parties were also arrested on suspicion of supporting counter-revolutionary activities. The wave of spy and wrecker mania that swept the country had millions enthusiastically participating in the search for counter-revolutionaries and supporting their trials. In 1937, especially the 8 months from May, saw the greatest intensity of arrests and executions. About 10 times more people, almost all of whom were innocent, were arrested in 1937 than there had been in 1936. 120. The events of these years were focused on 3 well-publicized trials, known collectively in the West as the Moscow Trials or the Great Purge Trials. The first, held in August 1936, was the trial of Zinoviev and Kamina and 14 others, the principal leaders of the old left opposition who were falsely charged with planning and instigating the Kirov assassination, no longer with just moral complicity, and with planning the assassination of other Bolshevik leaders including Stalin, Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov, and Zdanov, in collaboration, it was alleged, with Leon Trotsky, then exiled in Mexico. The second, in January 1937, involved Radek Pyatakov and 15 others, second-level leaders of the old left opposition, who were publicly tried for wrecking and economic sabotage in collaboration, it was alleged, with the German and Japanese intelligence agencies. Again, Trotsky was implicated and charges made that these ex-Bolshevik leaders were also involved in the conspiracy to assassinate the current leadership. -38. 333. In spring and summer 1937, the false charges of counter-revolutionary activities and treason were extended beyond those who had long been associated with the left opposition, for example, associates of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamina, Radek, et.al., to those formerly associated with the right opposition. Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky and many of their former followers and associates were now arrested, and in March 1938, Bukharin, Rykov and 19 others along with Henryk Yagoda, the former head of the NKVD, who had prepared the evidence for the first purge trial, figured in the third of these well-publicized trials. Yagoda was charged with collaboration with German and Japanese intelligence agencies, and, in conspiracy with the others, of falsely accusing many honest revolutionaries of counter-revolutionary activities and thus being responsible for their wrongful execution. In addition to being charged with complicity in the same general conspiracy as the defendants of the two previous trials, Bukharin, Rykov et.al. were also falsely accused of being involved in planning a coup d'état, also allegedly coordinated with German intelligence, with Marshal Tukhachevsky, the leading Soviet general who had been tried and shot in June 1937. Almost all of those tried in these three public trials were executed. 121. In January 1938, the Central Committee criticized local party organizations for exaggerated vigilance and excessive expulsions. The intensity of the purge then diminished. After the last of the Great Purge trials, expulsions and arrests markedly decreased. Abuses were, in part, attributed to careerists trying to gain merit by throwing people out of the party, trying to gain security for themselves through mass repressions against the rank-and-file members. 122. In December 1938, the campaign came to a complete halt. Most pending investigations for counter-revolutionary activities were dropped and the suspects released. Yezhov was dismissed as the head of the NKVD and replaced by L.P. Beria. A number of leading NKVD officers were arrested and some executed for having extracted false confessions. Most regional heads of the security police were purged, and many were subject to criminal actions. Past abuses were widely criticized. Both Yagoda and Yezhov were denounced as enemies of the people. Numerous cases were reinvestigated and quite a few of the sentenced released. Conditions in the labor camps were ameliorated. 123. 334. At the 18th Party Congress in March 1939, the events of the previous 3 years were criticized by Stalin, Molotov, and Zdanov as having been accompanied by grave mistakes and pathological suspicion that had most adversely affected the party's work. Zdanov, who gave one of the main political reports at the Congress, reprimanded the local party organizations for stupid excess of zeal, citing instance after instance of faked evidence and presumption of guilt by association. The resolution voted by the Congress summed up the purges as both unjust and ineffective. Party rules adopted at this Congress made new provisions for members' rights of appeal against expulsion, as well as banning the practice of mass purges of membership. 124. A new rule passed at the 18th Congress read: when the question of the expulsion of a party member or the reinstatement of an expelled member is discussed, the maximum caution and comradely consideration must be exercised and the grounds for the accusations brought against the party member thoroughly investigated. 125. There was much talk at the Congress of rehabilitating the unjustly condemned. Indeed, thousands were rehabilitated in 1939 and 1940, including many military commanders. Many future military heroes of World War II were restored to their positions during these 2 years. To quote Brzezinski, the party organizations were exhorted to remember that admission of past mistakes does not diminish authority but, on the contrary, actually raises it, and were urged to give full and prompt consideration to appeals of expelled party members. The reaction was indeed prompt, even if not entirely satisfactory. Reports from various party organizations began again to pour in, giving detailed accounts of the process of readmission into the party, and incidentally, again bearing witness to the scale of the purge. In Georgia, for instance, 485 or 840 appeals had already been considered, but some 1,700 still remained on the 335 books. In Kazakhstan 524 members were taken back out of 1,021 appealing, but 3,724 were yet to be processed. The Kiev region had 2,452 appeals still pending. One of the major preoccupations of the party conferences held that year was discussion of what measures would expedite the processing of the thousands of appeals from gradually more emboldened ex-party workers. The Politburo, through the Central Committee, was forced repeatedly to urge the party organizations to accelerate the handling of appeals, and charges of inefficiency and laggardness became frequent. 126. The numbers of those affected. Between December 1935 and December 1938, and November 1936 and March 1939, including 1937, when the Great Purge was at its most intense, roughly 160,000 to 180,000 people left the CPSU, for any reason. This represented about 8% of total party members, far fewer than those who were expelled in the Purge of 1933. 127. To quote Th. Rigby, the leading Western expert on the membership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. During 1937, when the bulk of the arrests appear to have occurred, the party membership declined by only 60,000. Since new recruits totaled less than 40,000, the number of current party members who were purged during 1937 must have been under 100,000. Taking the whole period between the renewal of recruitment in November 1936 and the 18th Congress in March 1939, the growth in total party membership fell short of the number of candidates admitted by only about 180,000, and this appears to be the maximum number who 336 could have been purged during this period, not allowing for deaths of members from natural causes. 128. In 1937, at the height of the Great Purge in Moscow, 33,000, 13.4% of the total Moscow Oblast Party organization, left the party. This compares with 133,000 in 1933 and 45,500 in 1935. These data are especially significant indicators of the effect of the Great Purge, since the 1936-38 purge primarily affected older Bolsheviks and higher-level cadres who were disproportionately located in the Moscow region. 129. In general, the higher the position in the party organization, and the greater the seniority in the party, the more likely one was to be expelled, arrested, or executed. 130. For example, between 1937 and 1940 there was a 25% decline in the membership of the Leningrad Party organization of those who had joined the party before the revolution, but only an 11% decline in those who had joined between 1917 and 1932. 131. The Great Purge reached ferocious proportions at the very top levels of Soviet society. With the exception of Stalin, all of Lenin's Politburo were executed, including Trotsky, who was assassinated in Mexico in 1940. By the beginning of 1939, 110 of the 139 members and candidate members of the Central Committee of the party elected at the 1934 Congress had been arrested, and 98 of them shot, and of the 1,966 delegates to the 1934 Party Congress, 1,108 had been arrested. 132. The officer corps, especially top military leaders, were also hard hit by the purges, arrests, and executions. In June 1937, the top military commander, General Tukhachevsky, and other leading military officials were tried secretly for allegedly plotting a coup d'état against the party leadership. in collaboration with the other oppositional figures, Trotsky and the Germans. These innocent generals, in common with almost all the leading civilian oppositional figures, were shot. About 90% of all generals, including 3 of the 5 marshals, 80% of all colonels, 136 of the 199 division commanders, and all 8 first-rank admirals were arrested. Between 25% and 50% of all officers were arrested and several thousands were shot. 133 The standard sentence for most of those arrested for counter-revolutionary activities in the 1936–38 period, however, was 5 to 10 years hard labor. 134 on the basis of information about their 337 relatives provided by 2,725 defectors who left the Soviet Union during World War II. Brzezinski analyzed the sentences received by those arrested for political reasons throughout the 1930s. He found that death sentences represented about 10% of all sentences in both the 1930–35 and the 1936–40 period. The rate of death sentences, insofar as the sample was concerned, remained approximately constant between the years 1930 and 1940. The first 5 years resulted in 47 death sentences out of 445 arrests, while in the second half-decade 52 were said to have been sentenced to death out of 471 arrests. 135 eyewitnesses to the events of 1937 tended to confirm Brzezinski's analysis. For example, Beck and Godin reported, when the Yezhov period was at its height, sentences of less than 5 years forced labor were very rare. Normally they were for 8 to 10 years forced labor, but sentences of 25 years forced labor or imprisonment were not uncommon. Death sentences were said to be frequent, but our impression is that they did not exceed 10 per cent. 136. Even if it is assumed that all those who ceased to be party members between the end of 1935 and the end of 1938 were arrested for counter-revolutionary activities, a most unreasonable assumption given the wide range of motives for leaving the party, 10% gives a maximum of about 18,000 for purged party members who could have been executed in this period. It is clear, however, that of those who left the party for any reason in the 1936–38 period not all were arrested. Taking into account natural attrition, resignations, in 1933–34 1/3 of the separations from the party were resignations, expulsions for irresponsibility, the bulk of pre-1936 expulsions were for this reason, and expulsions on minor political charges, most probably less than half of the 180,000 were ever arrested. Thus, an approximate estimate of 10,000, or less, executions of party members for counter. 338. Revolutionary activities is almost certainly nearer the truth than 18,000. If we assume that the number of non-party members, including those expelled before November 1936, former cadres of other left parties such as the SRS, anarchists and Mensheviks, and prominent refugees from other countries, arrested for counter-revolutionary activities was roughly equal to those party members expelled and/or arrested after November 1936, then the figure for those executed in the 1936–38 period would be about 20,000. That a significant proportion of non-party people were not killed during the Great Purge period is borne witness to by a published analysis of all those born in 1906, which showed that the 1937 and 1938 Soviet death rate was not significantly higher than that for 1934 or 1935. 137 It is reasonable to assume that party members accused of counter-revolutionary activities were more likely to be sentenced to death than others, insofar as they would probably be considered as traitors. However, after January 1938, as the Great Purge wound down and rehabilitation of party members began, the fact that the number of those who applied for readmission was of the same order as those expelled over the 1936–38 period indicates that few party members had been shot. As the figures reported by Brzezinski make clear, 2,500 appeals from Georgia, about 3,000 from Kiev, 4,800 from Kazakhstan, the total number of appeals during 1939 to 40 approximate to the number expelled from November 1936 to March 1939, Georgia had about 2% of the population of the country, Kazakhstan about 3%. Thus, those who had been shot or who had died in labor camps, could be only a small fraction of the total expelled. 138 * apparently it was the very top leaders of the party and army who were executed, and, relatively rarely, the rank and file. It should also be noted that the substantial majority of those expelled from the party who applied for readmission, were readmitted. For example, in the year 1938, 85% of those in Moscow who appealed against their expulsion were reinstated, 57% of those in Kiev, and 60% of those in Belorussia. 140. 339. The true number of those falsely accused of counter-revolutionary activities who were executed in the 1936-38 period, is probably between 20,000 and 100,000. The most commonly cited figures in the unsympathetic scholarly literature for those separated from the party, with or without formal expulsion hearings, during the Great Purge of 1936-38 is about 850,000. 141. Those who cite this estimate usually go on to guess that about half were executed. 142. Thus the figure of about 500,000 killed during the Great Purge of the late 1930s has gained considerable credibility even in the more scholarly and somewhat less hysterical Western circles. A careful examination of party membership figures, as well as statistics on the probability of different penalties for those sentenced for counter-revolutionary activities in the 1936-38 period, however, reveals a very different picture. Both Rigby's and Unger's 143 more careful analysis reveals that the number of separations during the Great Purge was only a fraction of the 850,000 figure claimed by Brzezinski. To quote Unger, the estimate of approximately 850,000 purged party members given by Brzezinski for the 3 years 1936-38 is based on an inaccurate reading of the party membership figures. The membership figures cited by Brzezinski as relating to the end of 1935, 2,358,714, and the end of 1938, 1,920,000, relate in fact to the beginning of 1935 and 1938 respectively, and are therefore irrelevant to an estimate of the Great Purge. The true figures at the end of 1935 and 1938 were respectively 2,076,842 and 2,306,973, showing not a loss, but an increase of 230,131 members. Thus if Brzezinski's estimate of 410,000 admissions, from the resumption of recruitment at the end of 1936 until the end of 1938, is correct, the total of purged party members in the 3 years 1936-38 would be not approximately 850,000 but 410,000 less 230,131, or approximately 180,000 members. Expulsions during the 2 years 1937-38 could not have exceeded 85,000. 144. Even if the 850,000 figure were valid, applying the 10% execution to arrest ratio to the half or so of those separated. 340. From the party for any reason, gives a figure of about 50,000 executions, 1/10 of the figure suggested by many sources. Rigby suggests that many of those purged in the early 1930s were perhaps victims of the extraordinary measures of the 1936-38 period, although there is no evidence that this was the case. Of course, vast numbers of people who were not members of the party also fell victim to the Azovshchina, including a large, but unknown, proportion of the 1.5 million communists who had been expelled from the party before the mass arrests began. That it is unlikely that very many of the ex-party members were executed for counter-revolutionary activities, or even that very many were even investigated or arrested, is strongly suggested by Rigby himself when he cites the reasons for the expulsions of the early 1930s. These earlier expulsions were mostly of newly recruited young workers and peasants who turned out to be non-activists, irresponsible, drunkards, etc., large numbers of whom were carelessly recruited principally on the basis of their class position. To quote Rigby, most of the victims in 1933-34 were simply apolitical men and women accused of exploiting their party membership for personal ends. 145 The Kastka of 1933-34 took its main toll among workers and peasants who entered the party during the mass recruitment drive of the collectivization and first five-year plan era and scarcely touched those older party members from which most of the party's cadres were drawn. 146. Both George Kennan and Jerry Hoff 139 concur that the likely number of executions was closer to the former rather than the latter figure. During the French Revolution about 17,000 people were executed for counter-revolutionary activity in the 1793-94 period of Jacobin terror, 147 representing about 0.065% of the French population at the time. If the figure of 20,000 for the 1936-38 Red Terror is accurate, this represents 0.01% of the Soviet population. If the 100,000 figure is correct, this represents 0.05%. Any reasonable estimate of executions in the 1936-38 period of the Great Purge indicates that, in relative terms, at most they did not exceed those of the Jacobin terror, and were probably fewer. Clearly, the popular conception of the bloodiness of the Great Purge is a gross exaggeration cultivated by those concerned to discredit developments in the Soviet Union in the 1930s and since, as well as the contemporary revolutionary process in other countries. 341. The proportion of the population killed in these two Red Terrors, the Jacobin and the Great Purge of the Bolsheviks, pales in comparison with the White Terrors perpetrated by the propertied class either to prevent social revolutions or to take vengeance on those who tried and failed, for example, El Salvador, Guatemala, Indonesia, Germany, Argentina. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s numerous people were arrested and sent to the labor re-education camps which, after their transformation in 1937, became penal colonies, functioning to aid the construction of the Virgin Regions. The number of people so confined has been subject to wild speculation in the extensive anti-Soviet literature that developed with the onset of the Cold War. Estimates in these sources for those interned in 1938 range from 2 to 12 million. Many such estimates are based on the self-interested speculation and rumors of those once assigned to the camps. Others are based on such factors as alleged discrepancies in Soviet census data, where it is assumed that apparent discrepancies between different grand totals are equal to the number of people in, or on the payroll of, the labor camps, discrepancies between projections of populations assuming a particular normal birth and death rate and the number of people actually reported in a census, the number of newspaper subscriptions, multiplied by the alleged number of people who read a paper, etc. These highly speculative estimates have been subject to a careful review and criticism by British Soviet expert, S.G. Wheatcroft, 1981. After examining the statistical discrepancies, population projections, etc. on which many estimates in the Western literature are based, Wheatcroft argues as follows about the logical maximum of the number that could have been in the labor camps in 1939. The employment and census data have indicated the impossibility of fitting more than 3 or 4 million forced concentration camp laborers into the labor force without a large number of them being included in other registered categories. But it has generally been accepted that only a small number of forced laborers could be included within the standard registered categories because the information 342 available about employment within these categories would not allow a large number to be fitted in. This points to the conclusion that some 4 to 5 million is the maximum number of concentration camp laborers who could have existed in 1939. This order of magnitude is quite compatible with data on disenfranchised populations. It is however considerably lower than the order of magnitude proposed by most former camp inmates and many former officials who must be assumed to be offering exaggerated figures. The one former camp inmate who has access to local archival data also appears to indicate a relatively low figure. The available quantitative data on party membership turnover and the turnover amongst senior state officials also indicate that the quantitative significance of the 1937-38 purge has also generally been exaggerated. 148. Wheatcroft affords most credibility to estimated numbers in the labor camps during 1937-39 based on the number of those disenfranchised for counter-revolutionary activities, as well as the number of camp administrations, a public statistic, multiplied by the average number of those confined in a single camp. In 1938 one of the 38 labor camp clusters, Vorkuta, was known to have 15,000 people under detention. To quote Wheatcroft, Vorkuta was certainly one of the better known camps, and there is no indication that it was smaller than average. Assuming the Vorkuta population to be typical gives an estimate of less than 600,000 for the total of those confined in 1938. 149 estimates of those confined in 1937-38 based on the number of people officially disenfranchised for counter-revolutionary activities usually assume, unreasonably, that most of these were sent to labor camps and often that some who were sent to labor camps did not receive the formality of disenfranchisement, not such a reasonable assumption. 150 This latter assumption allows them to augment the number of expulsions to guess the number in labor camps. Wheatcroft, however, points out, p. 289, that checking voting registers against the number of people who 343 actually voted reveals too minimal a discrepancy to account for any great number having been assigned to labor camps without disenfranchisement. In 1937 there were about 3.3 million disenfranchised persons in the Soviet Union. Throughout most of their history the Soviets have practiced a wide range of measures against opponents, from public criticism, disenfranchisement, and compulsory labor at one's normal workplace supervised by fellow workers, together with required study, to exile without confinement, assignment to labor re-education centers, imprisonment, and execution. According to Wheatcroft, the category of forced labor without confinement had existed from the 1920s. By the mid-1930s about half of all those sentenced to forced labor served the sentence without confinement, generally at their normal place of work. These sentences were normally for periods of up to 6 months or in some cases a year. Up to 25% of the normal pay was deducted from wages. 151. Exile without confinement was a standard sentence for peasants arrested in connection with the collectivization campaigns. They were also disenfranchised for the duration of their exile, thus, it can be assumed that they account for many of those disenfranchised in the latter half of the 1930s. 152 Therefore, assuming that a significant number of the disenfranchised were neither subject to forced labor nor exile indicates the maximum proportion of those disenfranchised that could have been in labor camps in 1937-38 is probably around 25%, or less than a million. The coincidence of the figures based on known information about the Vorkuta administration and the number of camp administrations, together with a reasonable ratio applied to the disenfranchisement data gives great credibility to an estimate of roughly 1 million people working in the labor camps in 1937-38, or about 0.5% of the Soviet population. For a sense of the significance of this figure it can be pointed out that in 1978, out of a total U.S. black population of 23 million, about 200,000, roughly 1%, were incarcerated. 344. Brzezinski's analysis of the sample of the 2,725 Soviet émigrés relatives who were sentenced to labor camps over the course of the 1930s revealed that about 25% of them died in the labor camps. Assuming an average sentence of about 8 years in the latter 1930s, this suggests an annual mortality rate of 3%. 153 In order to comprehend the significance of this latter figure it must be compared with the mortality rate in U.S. prisons. In fact, 3% was approximately the mortality rate in southern state penitentiaries in the U.S., at least throughout the early 1970s. One of the most thorough studies of health and mortality in a U.S. Southern prison found that, in 1972, the death rate in the Tennessee State Penitentiary was 2.0 per 100, and in the fiscal year 1972-73, 2.2 per 100. 154. The mortality rate of 3 per 100 in the Soviet labor camps of the late 1930s and throughout the 1940s should also be compared to the mortality rate for the Soviet population as a whole. Leaving aside the high mortality rate for Soviet soldiers during the 1941-45 period, it is noted that the death rate in the labor camps was the same as the mortality rate in the Tsarist Empire before World War I. While in 1913 the Russian mortality rate was 2.9 per 100, in 1940 it was 1.8 per 100, and in 1950 1.0 per 100. 155. Thus, while conditions neither in U.S. penitentiaries, in the Tsarist Empire or Siberian labor camps were comfortable, it must be concluded that the 3% mortality rate in Soviet labor camps amounted to far less than a death sentence, as is often assumed by anti-communists in the West. Discussions in the West of the events of the 1930s in the USSR are very much a product of the Cold War. Even though dealing with events of a half-century ago, they serve to discredit future possibilities of socialist revolution in other countries, which is why the issue continues to receive such attention. If millions died as a result of brutal Bolshevik methods in the 1930s, then however exceptional the conditions of that decade, or that no executions for political reasons have occurred for a generation in the USSR, or that in many other socialist revolutions far fewer people died, it is still considered justifiable to oppose socialist revolution, and instead to support military dictatorships that systematically massacre their own people in, for example, Indonesia, El Salvador, Chile, Guatemala or Uruguay. 345. Not only wild exaggeration, but failure to apply a materialist analysis is characteristic of the NATO intellectuals, who are rewarded with grants, publications, high positions, and personal support in proportion to the outrageousness of the figures they generate. It is true that the rural civil war and famine in the USSR in the early 1930s caused much misery, and that thousands of innocent people were executed or otherwise abused in the 1936-38 period. But Western analysis of these events is rarely presented in other than self-serving anti-communist terms of Stalin's power hunger, the impossibility of the socialist project, or even simple sadism. Such standards of scholarship would not be acceptable for the study of the history of repression in the U.S., where the need to win the Revolutionary or Civil War is argued and the consequent suspension of the Bill of Rights, and the forcible relocation of loyalists excused if not justified. Similarly, the need to mobilize during World Wars I and II is seen as a mitigating factor in overreactions, such as the internment of the Japanese. The dual standards of scholarship conveniently ignore the serious world crisis within which the Soviet leadership was acting in the 1930s, together with the threat of domestic, rural upheavals, and the absolute imperative of industrializing and feeding the people, aside from the fact that they were attempting to pursue an historically unprecedented course. The Politics of the Executions, 1936-38. A study of 109 prominent old Bolsheviks, that is, who had joined the party before 1917, found that 50%, 38, of the 76 alive in the mid-1930s were executed for counter-revolutionary activities. In the 1936-38 period, 156 in 1939. About 5,000 members who had joined the party before 1917, when there were about 20,000 to 25,000 members, still remained. Such old Bolsheviks, in fact, represented 20% of the delegates to the 1939 Party Congress, and about 30% of the Central Committee elected in 1939 were old Bolsheviks. 157 81% of the 1934 Central Committee who were executed for treason were old Bolsheviks. 85% of all members of the 1934 Central Committee were 346 executed. 158 in summary. although the executions took a heavy toll of old Bolsheviks during the traitor mania period between May 1937 and March 1938, this group by no means was totally decimated, neither did the decimation of top leadership ranks fall upon them disproportionately. So many old Bolsheviks were executed because so many of them comprised the top leadership. The study of the 76 prominent old Bolsheviks found no significant correlation between age, sex, time in the party, social origin, pre-Bolshevik party membership, nationality and education and the probability of execution for treason in 1937-38. Apart from being slightly younger, by 2 years, and a little better educated, the 38 who were executed closely resembled the 38 who survived in all these characteristics. There were, however, strong correlations between career patterns associated with leading opposition figures and the probability of execution for treason. Of the 76 old Bolsheviks still living in 1936, 21 had been leaders of various past factions: the Left Communists of 1918, the Democratic Centralists of 1921, the Workers' Opposition of 1921, the Trotskyists of 1923-27, or the United Opposition of 1926-27, and 19 of these, 50% of the total 38, were executed. 160, 10% of the victims, 4, had a personal connection with Trotsky in the 1920s, while 71%, 27, had personally associated with Bukharin, Rykov or Tomsky in the 1930s. Only 18% of the 38 old Bolsheviks who survived the 1937-38 period had either personal connections with any of these four persons, or any connection with the opposition factions of the 1918-1927 period. 161. It might also be noted that Soviet ambassadors to fascist and fascist-associated countries ran a high risk of execution, while those to other countries very often survived. Soviet ambassadors to Germany, Latvia, Finland, Hungary, Poland, Spain, and Romania were executed for treason, while ambassadors to France, the UK, the US, Sweden and Czechoslovakia were not. 162. These strong statistical associations, combined with the lack of significant correlations for other background factors, substantially support the notion that executions for treason were, in fact, executed on false charges. 163. Of economic sabotage, wrecking, as were, that is, those whose past or present aroused suspicion tended to be falsely accused of treason. Involvement in the military or economic administration was another major factor for potential arrest and execution for treason. -38. 347. In 1936-38. Of the 76 old Bolsheviks studied, it was found that all of those whose occupations were primarily connected with economics were executed for treason, while most of the educators, lawyers, doctors, scientists, and other non-economic professionals survived. Officials in the Commissariat of Heavy Industry, Gosplan, and the State Bank especially, were likely to be arrested and executed on false charges. 163. Of economic sabotage, wrecking, as were the moderate Central Committee majority. Their arrests seemed to be the outcome of their opposition to, or lack of enthusiasm for, the fairly leftist economic policies being implemented, as well as to the anti-bureaucratic/democracy campaign. The Azovshchina, or Red Terror, of 1937, in fact, eliminated most of those who had been the targets of radical activists over the previous decade. It seems that the broadening of the charges of treason away from the traditional Trotsky-Zinoviev left opposition, totally discredited and removed from any position of influence since 1928, towards the right opposition, Bukharin, et.al., which, until 1937, retained some influence, with a position close to a very substantial section of party leaders, manifested a defeat of the moderates and a victory for the left. As the statistics on old Bolshevik victims show, the vast majority of those executed were associated with Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, et.al., rather than with Trotsky or Zinoviev. 164. In support of the thesis that, however brutal and paranoid the executions of the 1937–38 period, they manifested a victory of the left over the right, is the fact that all the 1934 Central Committee members re-elected to the 1939 Central Committee were from the left of the party, and none were from the right. It should, however, be noted that a number of prominent radicals and former activists in the 1928–31 Cultural Revolution campaign also perished in the hysteria of 1937–38. 165 The September 1936 replacement of Jagoda by Yezhov, a career party apparatus man associated with the more radical party activists sympathetic to the policies of the Cultural Revolution of 1928–31, as head of state security indicated a definite move to the left in party policy in the second half of 1936. In autumn 1936, the leadership of the state security police had been thoroughly purged of moderate career security apparatus personnel and replaced by more radical career party apparatus people. The new Yezhov leadership of the security police proceeded to actively 348. Investigate the party's moderate leaders, for example, Bukharin, Rykov, who had been vindicated of any involvement in plots against the party's leadership in the summer of 1936, and the top leadership, mostly moderates, of the economic ministries and planning agencies. In January 1937, Yezhov successfully brought Pyatakov, the commissar for heavy industry, to trial for wrecking and sabotage, as well as having Bukharin and Rykov relieved of their posts and arrested on charges of treason. While the first Great Purge trial, of August 1936, focused on attempts on the life of Soviet leaders, the two trials held when Yezhov was head of the security police stressed wrecking and sabotage in a refocused attack on the moderate economic leadership and the party's right wing. Among other things, Yagoda himself was charged with the equivalent of wrecking for having sabotaged investigations of the party's economic leadership and the right wing in the name of stability and moderation, in fact, the policy of the moderate majority of the Central Committee. Causes and effects. The 1936–38 arrests, imprisonments and executions of party, military and other leaders of Soviet society, in contrast to the purge and the demolition of leaders, appear to have been a manifestation of collective paranoia, reinforced by opportunists and agents provocateurs, and with little or no basis in any real conspiracies, sabotage, or collaboration with foreign agents. The cadres expelled, imprisoned, and shot during this period were mostly good communists, essentially loyal to Soviet institutions. During 1955–56, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union conducted an investigation of the actions taken against party leaders in the late 1930s. To quote the Secretary General of the CPSU's report to the 20th Party Congress, the Commission has become acquainted with a large quantity of materials in the NKVD archives and with other documents and has 349. Established many facts pertaining to the fabrication of cases against communists, to false accusations, to glaring abuses of socialist legality, which resulted in the death of innocent people. It became apparent that many party, Soviet and economic activists who were branded in 1937–38 as enemies were actually never enemies, spies, wreckers, etc., but were always honest communists. They were only so stigmatized, and often, no longer able to bear barbaric tortures, they charged themselves, at the order of the investigative judges, falsifiers, with all kinds of grave and unlikely crimes. Stalin put the party and the NKVD up to the use of mass terror when the exploiting classes had been liquidated in our country and when there were no serious reasons for the use of extraordinary mass terror. This terror was actually directed not at the remnants of the defeated exploiting classes but against the honest workers of the party and of the Soviet state. Against them were made lying, slanderous and absurd accusations concerning two-facedness, espionage, sabotage, preparation of fictitious plots, etc. 166. The charges against those purged and executed in the late 1930s were largely without foundation. Nevertheless, the events of this period are eminently understandable in terms of the social forces operating on Soviet socialism at the time. The imminent threat of a coordinated Nazi-Japanese invasion of the USSR, which was without allies, either socialist or reliable capitalist, in the 1937-38 period was determinant. This overwhelming factor, given the assassination and attempted assassination of Soviet leaders, the overseas activities of émigrés, including members of the left opposition of the Bolsheviks themselves, such as Trotsky, the recent strains of collectivization, famine, rapid industrialization, and the provocative role of German and 350 Japanese intelligence, together produced the paranoia of the late 1930s. In January 1933 Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. This did not at first alarm the Soviets, as they then regarded him simply as a transparent instrument of capital, who would facilitate the imminent German Revolution. In May 1933 the new Nazi government dissolved the powerful German trade unions and working-class political parties without resistance. Outside the USSR the German Communist Party was the biggest in the world. In August 1934, after the death of von Hindenburg, Hitler assumed the office of president, and the armed services were now sworn to a personal oath of loyalty to him. In 1934 a non-aggression pact, signed between Poland and Germany, was followed by a general reconciliation between the two countries, manifested in a number of cultural and economic agreements. In 1935, Poland refused to join in a mutual defense treaty with Czechoslovakia, France, and the USSR against potential German aggression. After 1935 the Polish military dictatorship became increasingly fascist-oriented and vehemently anti-communist, a policy rewarded by the Germans who granted Poland a piece of Czechoslovakia after they had conquered it in October 1938. In March 1935 Germany introduced general military conscription. The reassertion of German military might, the German left's failure to resist Hitler, and Germany's strident anti-communism and anti-Slavic racism now aroused considerable concern in the USSR. In 1935 the Seventh Congress of the Communist International radically modified its analysis and strategy to target fascism as the greatest danger in the world. In March 1936, the German army occupied the Rhineland, which the Versailles Treaty in 1919 had declared as a demilitarized zone. In May 1936, the Italians completed their conquest of Ethiopia, an aggressive action that, in spite of much public condemnation, evoked no effective response from the Western powers. In July 1936 the Spanish army, in collaboration with the local fascists, rebelled against the center-left Republican government and was recognized by Italy and Germany, who soon sent troops, in addition to military supplies, to aid Franco. Also in summer 1936 the NKVD was granted extraordinary powers. The first purge trial was held in August. Although the Soviets went to aid the embattled Spanish Republic, the Western capitalist 351 powers declared their neutrality. After a bitter 3-year civil war the communist-aided Spanish Republic was destroyed. In November 1936 the Anti-Comintern Pact, signed by Nazi Germany and Japan, pledged the two countries, which flanked the western and eastern borders of the USSR, to cooperate against their mutual opponent. This raised the imminent threat of a coordinated attack on the USSR by the world's two most aggressive powers. The pact was joined by Italy in January 1937 and by Spain in 1939. In July 1937 Japanese troops invaded the northern provinces of China, adjacent to the Soviet Protectorate of Mongolia, and continued to expand the territory under their control until 1945. In 1939, massive border battles were, in fact, fought between the Japanese and Soviet armies along the Manchurian border. In November 1937, the month of the Second Purge Trial, the Nazis declared their intention to conquer additional living space for German settlement, Lebensraum, beyond that already occupied by German-speaking peoples. Clearly, that Lebensraum was to be found in the East, Poland and the USSR. In March 1938, the month that saw the last of the three purge trials, Austria was annexed to the Reich. In April 1938, after months of instability, the French Popular Front government collapsed, to be replaced by a rightist government. By early 1938 it was clear that the Spanish Republic was losing the Civil War. In September 1938 the French and English signed a non-aggression pact, the notorious Munich Pact, with Germany, that recognized the Nazis' right to annex much of Czechoslovakia. In October 1938 Czechoslovakia was occupied by the Germans. On June 22, 1941 the German army invaded the Soviet Union and was in the suburbs of Moscow by November 1941. It should be remembered that the charges against top party leaders and Soviet generals who were tried and executed in the August 1936 to March 1938 period were linked by the false accusation of involvement with Japanese and German intelligence services in order to secure the destruction of the socialist system in the USSR by preparing the ground for a coordinated Japanese-German invasion. Given the USSR's 1918-20 experience of foreign invasions, including those of Germany and Japan, the seriously threatening anti-Comintern pact between Japan and Germany in 1936, and the increased collusion of Britain, Poland, 352. And France in the aggressive policies of Germany and Italy, and in the 1935-38 period, not surprisingly an atmosphere of paranoia, focusing on spy and sabotage mania, was generated in the USSR during 1936-38. Exacerbating the great paranoia, as well as targeting many specific victims, were the disruptive actions of German and Japanese intelligence services who planted false stories that leading Soviets were working for them, much as the CIA did later in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Hungary in the 1948-53 period. 167 The most notorious instance of the operation of German intelligence was their clever forgery and leaking of documents allegedly indicating that General Tukhachevsky, the top Soviet military commander, shot in June 1937 accused of plotting a military coup in collaboration with Germany, was working for them. Hitler himself wrote a note on the forged Tukhachevsky letter and it was arranged for it to be stolen by Czech intelligence agents during a fire, deliberately set for the purpose, and then passed on to the Soviets. Czech leaders passed on stories to the Soviets that had been planted by Germany, alleging negotiations between Hitler and a number of Soviet leaders, including Rykov and Tukhachevsky, to set up a pro-German government in the USSR. This fabrication had a degree of credibility since many top German and Soviet generals knew each other personally from the 1920s when the Soviets allowed the German army to train secretly in the USSR in return for German industrial and military goods. 168 These disruptive actions, as had been intended, succeeded in devastating the top levels of the Soviet officer corps. One major effect of the events of the 1936-38 period was the loss of many good, and creative, cadres. Thus, in the short term, weakening Soviet society, manifested, for example, in the embarrassment of the Finnish War in winter 1940, and the rapid promotion of a new generation of Red intelligentsia, largely drawn from the working class, to the leading positions of Soviet society. To quote the report to the 20th Party Congress of the General Secretary of the CPSU, there is however, no doubt that our march forward towards socialism and towards the preparation of the country's defense would have been much more successful were it not for the tremendous loss of cadres suffered as a result of the baseless and false mass repressions in 1937-38 169. But as Roy Medvedev has argued, 353. Hundreds of thousands of officials had to be pushed up from below. Tens of thousands of Stakhanovite workers became factory directors. Ordinary soldiers became platoon and company commanders. Company commanders were placed in charge of battalions and regiments. Battalion and regimental commanders rose to command divisions and entire armies. Many rank-and-file scientists took over laboratories and big institutes. 168. The records of the Smolensk Party organization captured by the German army and then seized by the U.S. Army at the end of the Second World War illustrate this phenomena in the Smolensk region. 170 *. In winter 1937 the party's general secretary argued that the party needed more simple people, and fewer people who had mastered Marxism-Leninism. Arguing against those that maintained that the party should recruit only people with a high level of theoretical understanding, he stated, "Were we to take this road, we would leave in the party only intellectuals and learned people. Who needs such a party?" 171. To quote Shapiro, "Since the purges of the 30s made such considerable inroads upon the older Bolsheviks, among whom the greater proportion of members of middle-class origin were to be found, it may safely be asserted the predominance among the elite of those who came from the working class, or to a lesser extent the peasants, continued to grow after 1938. 172. The victory of Stalin over his opponents in the party leadership had resulted in the elimination of almost all those of middle-class origin who had once formed the great majority of party leaders. All the old Stalinists, with the exception of Molotov, were of working-class or peasant origin. This humble origin was less evident among the neo-Stalinists, both Malenkov and 354. Zdanov, for example, were of middle-class background, and so probably was Beria. But if the top leadership of the party alone be looked at, it was true to say that Stalin's victory had been ensured by men of those social classes in the name of which the revolution had been made. 173. To quote Isaac Deutscher, "In the 5 years from 1933 to 1938 about 1 million administrators, technicians, economists, and men of other professions had graduated from the high schools, an enormous number for a country whose educated classes had previously formed a very thin layer of society. This was the new intelligentsia whose ranks filled the purged and emptied offices. Its members were either hostile to the men of the old guard or indifferent to their fate. They threw themselves into their work with a zeal and enthusiasm undimmed by recent events." 174. The purging of innocent Soviet leaders, and the execution of so many greatly weakened Soviet leadership, nevertheless, some observers, such as Roy Medvedev, have pointed out that the paranoid hysteria of these years had the inadvertent consequence of facilitating the development of a high level of national solidarity, a solidarity, Medvedev argues, symbolized in the cult of personality around Stalin. In the 30s, Stalin's cult was strongest among workers, especially in the party stratum of the working class, and also among the new young intelligentsia, particularly those of worker and peasant origin. It was also strong in the party and state apparat, especially in the apparat that took shape after the repression of 1936–38. 17s. Throughout the period of his one-man rule, Stalin was popular. The longer this tyrant ruled. 355. The USSR, the greater seems to have been the dedication to him, even the love, of the majority of people. These sentiments reached their peak in the last years of his life. When he died in March 1953, the grief of hundreds of millions, both in the Soviet Union and around the world, was quite sincere. 176. Just as periods of repression in other societies and at other times have radically increased national unity and generated national enthusiasm, so, apparently, this was the case in the USSR in the 1936–38 period. In U.S. history, the measures against loyalists during the Revolutionary War, Confederate sympathizers during the Civil War, and socialists and anarchists during and immediately after World War I, the internment of the Japanese Americans, the suppression of American Nazis during World War II and of the Communist Party in the late 1940s and early 1950s, were each accompanied by a unifying of the national will and the generation of popular enthusiasm behind the country's leadership. The projection of hostility against internal enemies, real or illusory, commonly has the effect of unifying a people. The paranoid campaign waged in the Soviet Union against spies and saboteurs appears to have generated a higher level of enthusiasm and support for the party's leadership than had existed previously. It must be noted that the strength of the cult of personality by no means indicated that no major differences of opinion existed at the center of Soviet society, or that Stalin had absolute personal power. The cult of personality served the vital social function of symbolizing the unity and solidarity of Soviet society, a unity and solidarity essential in the 1930s and 1940s, and that could best be quickly created by personalizing it in the form of the celebration of a single individual father figure who was portrayed in a Christ-like fashion as omniscient and benevolent. The cult of Stalin, in fact, took on many of the characteristics of the Russian Orthodox religion. That was the easiest route for the party to follow in order to secure legitimacy among peasants and ex-peasants. Beneath the facade of monolithic unity and wisdom, however, major debates and factional disputes continued. Whichever idea or faction won was then presented to the people. 356. As the personal decision of the all-wise Stalin, in order more effectively to mobilize the people behind it. To quote Getty, the cult of personality which developed around Stalin after 1929, and around Mao in the 1960s, had many purposes. It served as a kind of rallying point for much of a population which was used to a system in which one man ruled for life. More importantly, however, the tendency to attribute all things to the wise leadership of Comrade Stalin served to hide inter-party disputes from the public eye. The oppositional struggles of 1921 to 1929 had been public disagreements which had nearly torn the party apart several times. That was not to be allowed in the 1930s. Even though radicals hated moderates and there were serious disagreements about everything from MTS political departments to economic planning, Stalin's cult of personality managed to hide, but not resolve, the splits until 1937. 177. Policy disputes and disagreements were hidden behind the iron unity facade of Stalin's leadership. All policy initiatives were customarily attributed to the great teacher. It would be naive to assume, as many have done, that Stalin controlled and initiated everything and that his lieutenants simply mechanically carried out his directives on everything from hog breeding to transport. Left and right were still there, and, of course, always would be, but were simply not to be allowed to divide the party as they did in the 1920s. 178. To paraphrase a wise philosopher, if Stalin had not existed, he would have had to be invented. The Stalin cult of personality was invented to fulfill the need for an apparently monolithic leadership and charismatic inspiration in a period of crisis and rapid transformation of institutions and values. A similar process is common. 357. To all societies under similar conditions. The more acute the crisis, the more rapid the transformation, the more intense is the cult of the leader. For example, Lincoln, Roosevelt, Churchill, Cromwell, Napoleon, Castro, Mao Zedong, Khomeini, Ataturk, Hitler, Mussolini, and so on. The personality cults that developed around these top leaders never meant that the struggles of different interests and the conflicting social forces operating behind the scenes were suspended in favor of the arbitrary will of an omnipotent individual. A number of highly critical Marxists have summed up the overall results of the politically repressive 1928-39 period of Soviet history as positive. To quote Isaac Deutscher, the nation has, nevertheless, advanced far in most fields of its existence. Its material apparatus of production, which in about 1930 was still inferior to that of any medium-sized European nation, has so greatly and so rapidly expanded that Russia is now the first industrial power in Europe and the second in the world. Within little more than 1 decade the number of her cities and towns doubled, and her urban population grew by 30 millions. The number of schools of all grades has very impressively multiplied. The whole nation has been sent to school. Its mind has been so awakened that it can hardly be put back to sleep again. Its avidity for knowledge, for the sciences and the arts, has been stimulated by Stalin's government to the point where it has become insatiable and embarrassing. It should be remarked that, although Stalin has kept Russia isolated from the contemporary influences of the West, he has encouraged and fostered every interest in what he calls the cultural heritage of the West. Perhaps in no country have the young been imbued with so great a respect and love for the classical literature and art of other nations as in Russia. This is one of the important differences between the educational methods of Nazism and Stalinism. Another is that Stalin has 358. Not, like Hitler, forbidden the new generation to read and study the classics of their own literature whose ideological outlook does not accord with his. While tyrannizing the living poets, novelists, historians, painters, and even composers, he has displayed, on the whole, a strange pietism for the dead ones. The whole structure of Russian society has undergone a change so profound and so many-sided that it cannot really be reversed. It is possible to imagine a violent reaction of the Russian people itself against the state of siege in which it has been living so long. It is even possible to imagine something like a political restoration. But it is certain that even such a restoration would touch merely the surface of Russian society and that it would demonstrate its impotence vis-à-vis the work done by the revolution even more thoroughly than the Stuart and the Bourbon restorations had done. For of Stalinist Russia it is even truer than of any other revolutionary nation that 20 years have done the work of 20 generations. The better part of Stalin's work is as certain to outlast Stalin himself as the better parts of the work of Cromwell and Napoleon have outlasted them. 179. According to Medvedev, it is these accomplishments that must, in good part, account for the high level of popularity of the party's general secretary, especially among the working people of the USSR. 180. Medvedev concludes. It was known that party and state leaders were being arrested as enemies of the people, but at the same time new schools, factories, and palaces of culture were rising everywhere. Military leaders were being arrested as spies, but the party was building a strong, modern army. Scientists 359 were being arrested as wreckers, but Soviet science had developed rapidly with the party's support. Writers were being arrested as Trotskyists and counter-revolutionaries, but some literary works appeared that were real masterpieces. Leaders in the Union republics were arrested as nationalists, but the formerly oppressed nationalities were improving their lot, and friendship among the peoples of the USSR was growing. And this obvious progress filled Soviet hearts with pride, engendering confidence in the party that was organizing it and in the man who stood at the head of the party. 181. Invasion, Reconstruction, and the renewed threat of invasion, 1941–54. The period of World War II was relatively liberal in Soviet history, at least for all those that supported the Great Patriotic War. Nationalism and religion alike were given considerably wider currency than at any time since the Revolution, while positive attitudes to the West and the possibilities of cooperation with capitalist powers had never been so acceptable, either before or since. Harsh measures were, however, taken against those who collaborated or were falsely suspected of collaborating, and some who were thought to be potential collaborators with the Nazi invaders. The Volga Germans, whose position was similar to that of the Japanese Americans, became suspect owing to their particular language and culture, and were largely relocated to non-strategic areas but, unlike Japanese Americans, without confinement. At the end of World War II a number of small, mostly traditionally Islamic nationalities, including the Crimean Tatars, were relocated in Central Asia, because of alleged mass collaboration with the Nazis. In the mid-1950s, however, all accusations of mass collaboration were withdrawn, and almost all the people were allowed to return en masse to their previous areas. 360. And in general allowed to reconstitute themselves as autonomous units. The prominent exception has been the Crimean Tatars, and although some individuals have returned to the Crimea, their return en masse has been officially discouraged and they have not been allowed to re-establish an autonomous political unit, as far as can be determined on the grounds of the strategic location of the Crimea. The other important group allowed to return to its old areas in the mid-1950s, but not reconstituted as an autonomous political entity, was the Volga Germans. The immediate post-war period in the Soviet Union for the most part continued to be one of relative tolerance. In Roy Medvedev's words, right after the war the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet decreed an end to the death penalty, even for the most serious crimes. The spy mania and universal suspicion that prevailed before the war tended to disappear, especially in view of the drastic change in the international situation. The Soviet Union was no longer isolated. 182. With the onset of the Cold War in 1947-48, another wave of paranoia swept the party, largely centering on the possible effect of millions of Soviet citizens, including many former prisoners of war, who had spent the war years in the cosmopolitan West, and as a result had, perhaps, been recruited by foreign intelligence agencies. This paranoia was carefully cultivated by U.S. intelligence agencies. 183. A national campaign against Western imperialist influences, the Anti-Cosmopolitan Campaign, was launched and, in the 1948-50 period, resulted in the arrests of numerous intellectuals, of whom many were sent to the labor camps for re-education. During this campaign, intellectuals were accused of praising American technology, praising American democracy, worshipping the West, etc. 184. Possibly a few thousand party officials were arrested and sentenced to labor camps on suspicion of disloyalty, a few were executed. The most famous case at this time was the so-called Leningrad affair, in which many leaders of the local party organization were accused of cosmopolitanism, Titoism, and conspiring with, or at least, 54. 361. Serving Western imperialism by attempting to destroy the unity of the socialist camp. 185. Some of those released from labor camps at the end of the war were again detained, as were some ex-prisoners of war, often without concrete charges, but simply on the grounds of preventive confinement. A number of former émigrés, who had returned to the USSR in the liberal 1945-46 period, were also arrested in 1949-50 on charges of espionage or anti-Soviet activity abroad. 186. According to Szymanski, it would seem that the immediate post-war years were ones of reintegration and consolidation, of gradual reassertion of the controls which had grown lax during the war. It was the period of increasing emphasis on political and ideological uniformity and of a return to the orthodox party line. It was marked by the growing stiffness of the Soviet Union in the international arena, and by increasing application of its coercive powers at home. Initially under Zhdanov's leadership, this period, frequently referred to as the Zdanovshchina, became characterized by a general tightening up not only in the areas discussed previously but also in the arts, letters, and sciences. Conformity, uniformity, orthodoxy, these were demanded. 187. But as Brzezinski went on, but none of this could compare either in intensity, scope, or nature of consequences with the pre-war Holocaust of the Yezhov era. The purge was comparatively restrained, and conducted with greater caution. The consequences of dismissal or expulsion were not necessarily arrest and forced labor but more frequently transfer or demotion or both. The charges against those purged, which previously emphasized. 362. Socioeconomic origins, especially during the years 1930-35, or political subversion, 1935-40, changed to accusations of inefficiency or corruption. 188. Clearly the reason for the tightening of control in Soviet society at this time was primarily the tense international situation. In 1947, for the first time in history, the U.S. instituted a peacetime draft. The communist parties were expelled from the governments of France and Italy, and the British, French and Americans decided to unite their zones of occupation in Germany. The implementation of the economic integration of the three Western zones in June 1948 led to the Soviet attempt to obtain the return of the western part of Berlin to their administration, the Berlin blockade and airlift. This marked the beginning of all-out Cold War. In September 1948, the Parliamentary Council for Western Germany was convened and the anti-Marxist Konrad Adenauer became president, and the Federal Republic of Germany was proclaimed in May 1949. Western Germany was then gradually rearmed and, against the strong protest of the Soviets, phased into the Western Alliance system. In 1949 the Western European powers and the US established the NATO alliance against further socialist revolutions in Europe. The Korean Civil War broke out in June 1950, after 2 years of growing hostility between the two regimes, both of which claimed to be the legitimate government of the entire country. In September 1950, the US intervened and within 2 months had driven the communist forces to the Chinese and Soviet borders, and threatened to carry their offensive into Manchuria as part of a worldwide strategy of rolling back communism. The US monopoly of the atomic bomb throughout 1949, the devastated state of the Soviet economy, reconstruction from war damage was not completed until 1950, and the strident anti-communist polemics of the Americans and British, greatly intensified Soviet fears in the 1948-50 period. After reaching its peak in 1949 the anti-Western and anti-Tightwast campaigns began to subside, and by the end of 1950 arrests of party leaders and cosmopolitan intellectuals had virtually ended. The level of diversity permitted and encouraged in the media now expanded. The Soviets too, now had the atomic 54. 363 bomb. The reconstruction of the country from Nazi devastation was completed, the Chinese Revolution had triumphed and consolidated itself, the extreme crisis, manifested in the Berlin Crisis of 1948-49 and the split with Tito in 1948, had subsided. The 1951-52 period, however, again saw a reversal of the liberalization policies as the international situation became threatening. In spring 1951, General Douglas MacArthur called for an all-out war against communism, including the atom bombing of Manchuria. In September 1951 the Western powers announced the formation of a unified military command in Western Europe, that would include a rearmed Germany. In May 1952, the Federal Republic of Germany formally signed a military treaty with the European Defense Community. Negotiations for a truce in the Korean War broke down in November 1952. The mood in the US became increasingly ugly as McCarthyism intensified and feelings grew that Truman was being too soft on international communism. Two generals, MacArthur and Eisenhower, were increasingly mentioned as Republican candidates for the presidency in the November 1952 elections. The rhetoric of getting tough on communism became ever more prevalent. In November 1952 General Eisenhower was elected U.S. President. Taking office in January 1953 he appointed a number of hard-line anti-communist officials to handle foreign policy. The Dulles brothers, who became Secretary of State and CIA Director respectively, threatened a rollback of communism. They soon organized active interventions to overthrow regimes insufficiently supportive of U.S. imperialist interests, for example, the CIA restoration of the Shah of Iran in 1953 and the overthrow of the democratic government of Guatemala in 1954. In response, the political atmosphere within the USSR heated up. In January 1953, immediately after General Eisenhower took office, Pravda revived the theory that the more we progress, the more intense will be the struggle of enemies of the people. Pravda went on. Fragments of the shattered exploiting classes, masked epigones of defeated anti-Soviet groups, Mensheviks, SRs, Trotskyites, Bukharinites, bourgeois nationalists. All sorts of 364 degenerated elements, people who kowtow to all things foreign, pilferers of socialist property. The Anglo-American imperialists are now placing their bets on such people. 189. There were a few arrests, specifically of a group of allegedly Zionist doctors accused of attempting to assassinate Stalin, and a number of officials and state security agents in Soviet Georgia. Little came of this campaign. For about a year after Stalin's death in March 1953 a number of people, including the head of state security Beria, were shot. But both the domestic and international situation soon stabilized, and as a result a level of tolerance unknown in Soviet society since the late 1920s soon developed. In July 1953, an armistice was finally signed in the Korean War. In 1954 the Geneva Agreements ending the war in Indochina were signed. In 1955, the first summit meeting since 1945 was held between the top leaders of the USSR and the Western powers, and the treaty permanently neutralizing Austria and providing for the withdrawal of Western and Soviet troops was signed. Peaceful coexistence was in the air and the pressure on the Soviet Union was relaxed. No more under a state of external siege as intense as that in the 1928-53 period, the level of political repression in Soviet society never again approached the level of those years. Further, with socialist reconstruction and collectivization complete, and a high level of legitimacy of the Soviet system achieved, never again was there the extraordinary need for domestic mobilization or for deliberate creation of unifying symbols such as had existed over the previous 25 years of almost permanent crisis. In March 1954, the security police were divided into a Ministry of Internal Affairs and a Committee of State Security, and their powers considerably weakened. There was a purge of its leading officials and a number of military men and party officials were put in charge of cleaning house. Labor camps were radically reduced in size and almost all political prisoners released. Conditions for political detainees in the few remaining camps were largely restored to the pre-1937 norm of re-education through work and study. The abuses of the 1936-38 period, as well as the deportation of some minor nationalities for allegedly collaborating with the Nazis, were denounced and rehabilitation. 54. 365. Instituted. Considerable intellectual diversity was now permitted. For example, even Alexander Solzhenitsyn's One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich was officially published. In summary, the historical variations in the degree of tolerance of public advocacy, as well as in due process guarantees, in the Soviet Union can be fully explained as a result of the variance in the same kinds of forces that operate on all states to produce similar results. Thus, just as is the case with explaining the considerable historical variation among states and over time in the right to emigrate from one's country, there is no need for further hypotheses. As will be seen in the next chapter, the rather high level of tolerance of public advocacy and due process rights in the Soviet Union in the 1955-78 period, high by almost any historical standards, was a result of the high level of legitimacy and domestic stability the regime had attained, as well as of the now relatively relaxed international situation. The decrease in the level of tolerance of dissident activities in the 1978-83 period, in turn, was a result of the renewed Cold War atmosphere of these years. 8. Tolerance and repression in the Soviet Union, 1965-82. The level of repression, and tolerance of public advocacy, in the Soviet Union from 1965 to 1982 is systematically examined in this chapter. Dissidence is defined, the role of the dissident movement explored, and the range of permitted and prohibited debate elaborated. The actual number and class nature of the dissidents are discussed, along with the degree of support for them within the Soviet Union. The methods and strategy of the dissident movement are examined, as are government policies for dealing with them. The wide range of sanctions, from informational warnings to corrective labor camps and categorization as mentally ill, are discussed along with the trends over time in government policy towards them. The various political currents among dissidents are discussed, showing that there are three currents: the traditional authoritarian right, pro-Western liberals, and a smaller, Marxist current, which tends to converge with the liberals. Trends in contemporary Soviet policy and the dissident movement. When, in 1964, Khrushchev was replaced as party secretary, it at first seemed that further liberalization was about to take place. But in 1965 the new leadership began pressuring the dissident. 374. Movement that, in the wake of Khrushchev's removal, was becoming vociferous. 1. In response to the tightening of government policy relating to dissidents in 1965, the oppositional movement became more politicized. The period 1966–68 saw a high level of overt political dissidence in the USSR, largely focused against the government restrictions on liberalization in general and around the trial of Andrei Sinyavsky and Yuli Daniel in particular. 300 of petitions and public letters, self-published journals, and newsletters began to appear. Until 1968, the Soviet government was relatively tolerant of this oppositional movement. In March 1968, however, the government began to take a harder line, numerous dissidents were interrogated and a few professional leaders were dismissed from their privileged positions. From 1971 to 1976 the Soviet government pursued a fairly moderate and consistent policy towards the dissidents. Occasionally, a few of the most prominent and provocative were arrested and sentenced. From time to time a particularly prominent activist was expelled. Warnings, police questioning and pressure were generally maintained, but neither especially harsh penalties, mass arrests or deportations, or other forms of heavy crackdowns on political dissidents were in evidence. The government's policy seems to have contained dissidents fairly effectively. It avoided creating martyrs and kept Soviet society reasonably open for the expression of a wide range of opinions, while deterring criticism of the underlying assumptions of Soviet society and thus enhancing the legitimacy of its basic institutions. In these years the state was relatively tolerant towards dissidents. In 1977, however, the state began to take a harder line. Prominent dissidents such as Alexander Ginsburg, Anatoly Sharansky, and Yuri Orlov were arrested and tried. During 1979–80, the breakdown of détente and the revival of the Cold War resulted in harsher measures against pro-Western voices whose public statements were picked up by and used by anti-Soviet forces in the West. Through a combination of exile, confinement and, increasingly, expulsion from the country, the post-1978 Soviet campaign to contain pro-Western public dissidents has been effective in largely suppressing such public opposition. Even Sakharov, who for so long was immune from sanctions, was exiled, but not confined. 375. The increase in arrests, combined with the policies of forcing many dissidents to emigrate, and the lack of popular support for their ideas, depleted the ranks of active dissidents virtually to nil. Roy Medvedev argued in 1980. The weakening and decline of the dissident movement in recent years is an undeniable fact. The pressure of the authorities, emigration from the country, natural weariness, the lack of any clear-cut accomplishments, and gradual but by no means progressive shifts of public mood, all this has largely shaped the dissident movement. Here we have only a few dozen dissidents left. Today there are more of them in Paris and New York than there are in Moscow. The leaders are now all in prison, in internal exile, or abroad. The outlook is very dark indeed. The petition in behalf of Sakharov was signed by barely 20 persons. For the trials of the 60s there were thousands of signatures. 6. Roy Medvedev's brother, Jares, argued in 1981. The competition and the disputes between the USSR and the USA, while sharpening political and diplomatic confrontation, weakening détente, and inducing some revival of the Cold War, has increased repressive measures within the USSR against political dissidents with a Western orientation and also intensified Western publicity for these groups. 7. 376. Definition of dissident activity in the USSR. The Soviet constitution and legal codes guarantee the right to express an opinion publicly, through speaking, publishing and other peaceful means. These legally guaranteed rights are, in fact, widely practiced. An extensive range of diverse opinion on a wide range of issues is manifest in the mass media, as well as in specialized journals and conferences within the Soviet Union. The press, too, is full of debates on a great variety of important issues. 8. There is virtual consensus among those in the West who study the Soviet media that the extent of public debate in the USSR has been growing, and that in recent years, essentially all proposals for gradual change in the policy of the Soviet government or Communist Party have been aired in the mass media. Even in the sensitive areas of foreign and nationality policy, where advocacy of basic changes is permitted only in veiled form, inferences emerge out of lively public debate of actual facts. 9. In the post-Khrushchev era there have been few party policies and few aspects of Soviet society that have been immune from attack if the attack is carefully phrased. There has been almost no proposal for incremental change in party policy that has not been published in some form or another. Even on foreign policy and nationalities policy, where actual advocacy of policy change is permitted only in the most veiled terms, scholars have been able to debate the facts of the situation and thereby imply contrasting views of the policy that is required. 10. Merely by reading a broad selection of Soviet materials, we can easily see that the post-Stalin leadership has been willing to permit a wide-ranging expression of views in a number of public forums, in general newspapers, in 377 magazines, in scholarly journals, in books, and, even more, of course, in more restricted conferences and meetings. By the mid and late 1960s, the typical situation had become that found in a survey of Soviet social policies. Every policy discussed in this study has been debated vigorously by specialists and middle-level administrators not only in professional journals, but in the daily press as well. 11. Some specific issues around which considerable public debate has occurred in recent years have included, Khrushchev's attempt, from the late 1950s to 1964, to proletarianize higher education, the ongoing, sharp debates about the greater access to higher education of children of the intelligentsia, and the consequences of this for the creation of a privileged stratum, and, between 1958 and 1962, the role of the Communist Party in the military. Discussions continue on the role of writers and artists, the relative role of artistic freedom and social responsibility to contribute to constructing socialism, on centralization or decentralization of decision-making, environmental protection issues, the most famous example being the debate on the pollution of Lake Baikal, if the birth rate can best be increased by paying mothers a wage to stay at home, or by improving daycare service, and whether enterprise managers should be elected by workers in the plants. 12 observers, otherwise quite hostile to the Soviet Union, claim that the public debates, struggles, and criticisms become increasingly penetrating as policy making in the Soviet Union becomes more decentralized and the number of participants constantly increases. 13 basic policies are increasingly formulated, discussed, and challenged in public forums and editorial statements in periodicals. 14 different Soviet papers and journals more or less openly take sides on public issues. This is especially so with proposed new welfare policies, each of which is vigorously debated, both by specialists and ordinary citizens in professional journals and the popular press. Public debate on proposed legislation has become a central political institution. A law is proposed, a period of wide-ranging public debate follows, and a 378 revised version of the law is finally promulgated incorporating the results of the public criticism. 15 Generally, both in the West and within dissident circles, observers admit that the range of political tolerance has continually increased since the mid-1950s. For example, Jares Medvedev argues, political control has not disappeared but it has become more flexible and provides more freedoms in private life, individual activity and attempts to criticize internal and international Soviet policy from clearly Marxist and socialist positions are more or less tolerated, which is, I believe, a reflection of the new diversity of socialist and communist movements in the world, the appearance of Euro-communist ideology and its more active influence upon developments within the USSR. 16. Letters to the editor in the Soviet press, which often amount to guest editorials or articles, serve as a major forum for the Soviet people to present their opinions and participate directly in the confrontation of often sharply conflicting ideas. Letters to government agencies, party organs, etc., also play a significant role in initiating public discussion and influencing the decision-making process. 17. The press serves the function of ombudsman for the Soviet people. In 1970, Pravda received 360,000 letters and Izvestia 500,000. Obviously, All these letters cannot be published, but, by law, all must be processed and referred to the agencies concerned, and, by law too, a grievance must be responded to within 15 days. 18 legal reforms have been publicly debated in universities, legal research institutes, jurists' associations, factories, and the public press and journals, for example, in 1961 around the reform of the Civil Law Code. Professional intelligentsia, especially economists and jurists, in their specialized papers, journals, and at conferences, engage in especially wide debate, and set out various public policy options, seeking to convince their colleagues and the public through debates at meetings and their publications. 19. 379. The range of opinions that can be publicly expressed in the Soviet Union does, however, have its limitations. While the Soviet Constitution of 1977 stipulates, in common with the previous constitution, a wide and impressive range of freedoms, these are explicitly delimited by the obligation not to employ them to undermine the basic institutions of the society*. This, of course, is merely a formal expression of the general rule operative in all societies, including, see Chapter 6, the United States. Article 39 of the new Constitution states that citizens may not exercise their rights to the detriment of the interests of society or the state, and Article 50, which guarantees freedom of expression in various forms, is prefaced by the statement that such rights are guaranteed in accordance with the interests of the people and in order to strengthen and develop the socialist system. The fundamental issues, which are considered as settled and as the basis of the socialist institutions of Soviet society, and thus not matters to be publicly challenged, since this would hinder the construction of socialism, are, 1. Socialism as a system and communism as an ideal, although not criticisms of specific practices and policies. 2. Challenges to the idea of the leading role of the Communist Party in Soviet society or to its fundamental integrity, but not criticisms of either. Concrete abuses by party officials or specific policies of the party. 3. The existence of the military as necessary to defend Soviet society, though not military strategy, and the political role of the military. In addition, public criticism of the persons of the top leaders is not permitted, but lower and intermediate leaders, and the policies and programs of the top leaders, may be criticized. 10. With these exceptions, statements critical of every other aspect of Soviet reality appear in the mass media. The Soviet press contains critical statements, often extremely critical in nature, about almost every aspect of the Soviet political system, society, and ideology, but the context in which they are raised, the way in which they are phrased, is all important. 21. 380. The range of tolerated opinion varies according to the audience. The widest range is found in the specialized press and informal situations, and the narrowest in the mass press and, above all, in opinions expressed to foreign enemies of the Soviet Union. The theory here is that when threatened by foreign enemies, a more or less monolithic image should be conveyed in order to maximize the appearance of strength and thus minimize any external dangers. The Soviet leadership exercises a kind of selective censorship by restricting the more radical advocacy of policy change or the more comprehensive criticisms of the status quo to specialized journals and papers. Debate on Soviet military strategy is, for example, limited almost exclusively to the military press. Any Soviet citizen is perfectly free to read specialized journals, but since, in practice, few besides the relevant specialists do so, the transmission of some types of information or policy ideas is basically limited to the particular group working in the particular policy area. Thus, to say that vigorous policy debates now take place in virtually every policy area in the Soviet Union and that these debates have involved carefully phrased criticism of the fundamentals of the system is not to say that policy debates are freely conducted in all Soviet arenas. 22. At one extreme, the greatest freedom of expression seems to be permitted in more or less private gatherings, at a party, with a group of colleagues at work, in a bar. Certainly it would be absolutely wrong to think that the restrictions on publication of ideas also necessarily apply to oral expression. Within certain limits, discussions in scholarly sessions are rather free-swinging, often, in fact, more impolite and unrestrained on a personal level than those in the West. The regime also does. 381. Not usually seem to impose severe punishment on the transmission of quite radical views directly to the authorities, and it often has even been semi-tolerant of highly illegitimate communications that are confined to the Samis. Network with its individual reproductions of documents either by hand or by typewriter. At the other extreme, the type of activity that has provoked the quickest and most repressive governmental action has been the attempt to reach a larger audience in a more organized, more formal manner, gathering signatures on a petition, distributing leaflets, making a speech in a public square, staging a demonstration, transmitting documents to the West. 23. It should be stressed that somewhat basic criticisms are generally tolerated even if technically illegal, unless such criticisms are transmitted to the West and used there as propaganda against the Soviet Union, or actual organizations are formed which engage in subversive activities, i.e. more than simply circulating critical documents within the Soviet Union through interpersonal networks. 24. Two articles in the Criminal Code of the Russian Republic deal with the violation of the basic assumptions of Soviet society. Article 70, the more serious, specifies as illegal activity carried out with the purpose of subverting or weakening Soviet authority. Agitation or propaganda carried out with the purpose of subverting or weakening Soviet authority or in order to commit particular, especially dangerous, crimes against the state, or the oral dissemination for the same purpose of deliberate fabrications which defame the Soviet political and social system, or the dissemination or manufacture or keeping for the same purpose, of literature of such content, shall be punishable by deprivation of freedom for a period of from 6 months to 7 years. With or without. 382. Additional exile for a term of 2 to 5 years, or by exile for a term of 2 to 5 years. 25. The less severe Articles 190 to 1 define as illegal activities which deliberately spread anti-Soviet falsehoods. The systematic dissemination in oral form of deliberate fabrications which discredit the Soviet political and social system, or the manufacture or dissemination in written, printed, or other form of works of such content, shall be punished by deprivation of freedom for a period of up to 3 years, or by corrective tasks for a period of up to 1 year, or by a fine of up to 100 rubles. 26. Dissidents are most frequently charged and tried under these two articles, usually after the material they write or the activities they engage in have been used in the West against the Soviet Union. Much dissident activity is directed towards eliminating such articles from Soviet law, and to the defense of those who have clearly violated them. These, together with their public challenges to the assumptions of Soviet society, already noted, and their propensity to release information to the West, in the full knowledge that it will be used to discredit the Soviet system, defines that group of people to whom we will refer as political dissidents. Political dissidents, then, are distinct from those with reservations about the Soviet system or who make specific criticisms of Soviet socialism, but do not publicly attack the system per se, and from national and religious groups such as Ukrainian nationalists or Zionist Jews, who simply desire national independence or emigration to the West. 383. The extent of the dissident movement. Those engaged in any form of organized political dissidence in the USSR have been an extremely small minority with little support from any sector of the Soviet population. Estimates of the total number of activists made by people sympathetic to the dissident movement have ranged from a few dozen to 10,000. The definition of an active dissident is one who is active in the production and distribution of the underground periodicals, the writing and dissemination of political samis. Or the signing and circulation of petitions for formal civil liberties. Estimates of the aggregate total number of signatures on petitions in the 1965 to 73 period vary between 1,000 and 2,000. 27. Roy Medvedev, one of the most prominent of contemporary Soviet dissidents, estimates that the number of active dissidents varies from time to time, in 1967 to 68 a few thousand, at the beginning of the 60s a few hundred, now, the late 1970s, a few dozen. Of course, if you include those in confinement, again they would count in the hundreds or 2 to 4,000. 28. The very small number of active dissidents against the Soviet system has reflected their lack of support in the general population. All active dissidents have generally acknowledged that their ideas and activities are unpopular and elicit no responsive chords in the Soviet population. The Soviet system has a high degree of legitimacy among almost all of its citizens, as is readily admitted by virtually all of its critics both inside and outside the USSR. The legitimacy of the regime was greatly enhanced by the trauma of World War II and the heroic, and very bloody, victory over the Nazi invaders, which not only generated great feelings of solidarity and sacrifice, but also confirmed the national fear of foreign intervention which has lasted until today. The Communist Party's successful industrialization and modernization program has also generated massive support for the Soviet system, as has the high rate of upward mobility and the 384 considerable Soviet achievements in science, education, public health, and other welfare services. 29 Western Sovietologists, most of whom are not sympathizers of the Soviet system, essentially concede that there is widespread support for Soviet institutions among the Soviet people as a whole. 30 The Medvedev brothers maintain that if we refer not to a well-defined government but rather to socialism as a social system, then certainly today it claims the consensus of practically the entire population. Therefore it's no use hoping for a change, that would be about as unrealistic as the idea of turning present-day Europe back to the 18th century. If by the term system we mean not socialism but domination by the party, then I will say that beyond all doubt the vast majority of the population endorses the Soviet Communist Party. So you see, our present form of government possesses such tremendous reserves that neither external pressures nor dissident agitation could, by themselves, bring about fundamental changes. 31. The utopian dreams of some former dissidents, A. Amalrik for instance, predicting the collapse of the Soviet Union by 1984, have proven completely unfounded. Most of these dissidents now live abroad, and the regime which they criticized is now more stable and confident than ever. 32. The absence of receptivity to dissidents' ideas among the masses of the Soviet people has been reflected both in the failure of attempts to recruit supporters among them and in their general sense of the futility of such an attempt. Leading dissidents frequently bemoan the lack of common values between themselves and the working people. Any attempts to reach out to them often result in working people denouncing them to the police. Amalrik, a leading dissident, claimed to the majority of 385. The people, the very word freedom is synonymous with disorder. As for respecting the rights of an individual as such, the idea simply arouses bewilderment. Other dissidents even reject the idea of popular support as a matter of principle. One commented, "It is high time we were freed from the foolishness of populism. The most important thing is the individual and his rights." The tiny protest demonstrations organized by dissidents from time to time are harassed by passers-by. One dissident who took part in a protest outside the courthouse during the trial of Alexander Ginsburg noted that, although the majority of those harassing the demonstration were workers from a Moscow auto plant who mobilized for the purpose, passers-by spontaneously joined in denouncing the protesters. Witnesses to the 1968 demonstration against the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia reported similar, spontaneous activity. 33 Another dissident reports. An average Soviet man cannot understand that 5 people went out on Red Square to protest against the invasion of Czechoslovakia. What are they, schizophrenics? Probably the West paid them a lot. They wanted glory. But the fact that these people simply could not refrain from expressing themselves, this idea, for an average Soviet man, is a crazy idea. He can't believe in it, and to speak of democracy in such a psychological climate is useless. That is why I think that if we are to speak of changes in the Soviet Union we must choose a less effective but more realistic road, gradually teaching the people to get accustomed to these concepts. To accomplish this in Soviet circumstances is extremely difficult and will be an extremely slow process. 34. Roy Medvedev admits, there are practically no links between the dissidents and the masses. 35. Unlike most popular movements in their early stages, the dissident movement has little support among students. The little student oppositional activity there has been in recent years seems 386. Mostly to have taken the form of a few, small local groups oriented to Maoism, Neo-Marxism or Che Guevara, and to be short-lived, engaging only in sporadic activity, which typically ends on graduation. 36. The general lack of student interest in the democratic movement suggests little potential mass appeal for the future. The distance maintained from the political dissident movement by somewhat larger, right-wing separatist, nationalist and Zionist immigration movements is further evidence of its unpopularity. 37. Virtually all those involved in dissident activities are of the intelligentsia. 38. One study found that from 1967 and 1970, 80% and 90% of the signatories of petitions and protest letters were members of the technical and cultural intelligentsia. 39. Another analysis of signatories to petitions found that only 6% were workers. 40. Strategy and tactics of the dissident movement. In descending order of importance, there have been three basic tactics employed by the dissident movement. 1. Direct appeals to the Western press and other Western institutions, governments, and public opinion in the form of press conferences, statements, books published in the West, participation in foreign conferences, etc. 2. Domestic circulation of criticisms. Sometimes formally addressed to leaders and leading bodies in the Soviet Union, periodicals, and sometimes lengthy manuscripts, circulated in typewritten or photographic form among dissident and sympathetic circles, a great many of which reach the hands of Westerners, and are then published in the West, and 3. Public protests, such as on the old Soviet Constitution Day December 5 or on specific occasions, such as after the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia. Dissidents frequently engage in actions with the expectation of being detained and perhaps sentenced in order to create martyrs whom they know will be celebrated in the West, thus bringing external pressure on the Soviet regime. 387. Periodically, dissidents engage in small demonstrations in public squares on certain public holidays, or at key buildings such as foreign embassies around Moscow. Such demonstrations typically consist of perhaps a half dozen to a dozen and a half people, are peaceful, and often merely take the form of standing in silence. While the right of public demonstration is constitutionally guaranteed in the Soviet Union, this right, like all others, is qualified as to be exercised in the interest of the Soviet people. Foreign reporters, who normally are notified of such protests in advance, are their primary audience. Consequently, such minor protests are reported in the Western press and the demands involved are broadcast back to the Soviet Union. The West celebrates these occasions as signs of the lack of freedom and the existence of domestic discontent, that is, of weaknesses in Soviet socialism. As a result, such demonstrations are frequently stopped by the police and the leaders often charged with disturbing the peace. A Soviet tradition that differences should not be resolved publicly is widely accepted by the Soviet people. Public demonstrations, however small and peaceful, violate that norm, especially when, as is typically the case, Western reporters are present. Again, the principle of presenting a monolithic front to foreign enemies is operative. Thus, insofar as any direct influence on the Soviet people or government is concerned, public demonstrations are regarded as counterproductive. They reinforce in most Soviet citizens the feeling that the human rights movement is disloyal. It undermines the image that the liberal wing of the dissident movement tries to create of itself as a non-insurrectionary loyal movement. 41 Samis.R publications, either one-time critical manuscripts, literary or not, or somewhat irregular periodicals, generally reproduced on typewriters with carbon copies, or sometimes by photography, and circulated through a network of personal contacts. Manuscripts and news items reach the editor of a periodical through the distribution network in the reverse direction. A person receiving a copy of a Samis. Normally types up a few copies and passes them on to sympathetic acquaintances. Usually each person keeps one copy and returns the original to the person from whom it was received. In this manner hundreds or sometimes thousands of copies of a manuscript can be 388 produced and circulated through the dissident network, with some copies given to foreigners for publication in the West. 42 studies of the Samis. Materials that reach the West, and are collected by Radio Liberty in Munich, and available at several places in the US and Europe, show that the vast majority are directly concerned with civil liberties, and the remainder relate to such topics as Czechoslovakia or critiques or Marxism or Leninism. 43. A major form of criticism circulated through the Samis. Network has been the public protest letter, normally addressed to a leading official or government body, also, lengthier programmatic essays or briefs, which combine the protest language of the letter with a more detailed and documented argument. 44. A number of somewhat irregular published dissident periodicals that gather together material from a number of authors also circulate, but typically, after relatively few issues they are suppressed or abandoned, sometimes to reappear after a hiatus of a few years, perhaps under different editorship. The best known of such journals have included Syntax, edited by Ginsberg, 1958-60, Phoenix, edited by Galanskov, 1961-66, and Sphinxes, edited by Tarsus, 1965. Generally, periodicals focus mainly on political essays and poetry. 45. The most important tactic of the Soviet dissident movement is to release information to the West which, in various forms, is then broadcast back to the Soviet Union by anti-Soviet radio stations such as Radio Liberty and the Voice of America, thus, potentially, reaching a much wider audience than they are able to reach directly and, more importantly, used by anti-Soviet forces in the West to mobilize pressure against the Soviet Union. This tactic includes holding press conferences for foreign journalists, giving television interviews, releasing Samis. Material to Western reporters, making direct appeals to the UN, the US Congress, for example, Sakharov's appeal to the US Senate in support of the Jackson Amendment restricting US trade with the USSR, or heads of Western governments, working with international organizations such as Amnesty International, the World Council of Churches, the International PEN and the Nobel Prize Committee, and participation in international conferences such as the European Security Conference. 46. Some dissidents probably overestimate the effect their statements to the Western press have on the Soviet people, others. 389. Know well that their primary impact lies in providing ammunition to anti-Soviet forces in the West which then lean all the harder on the Soviet Union. Roy Medvedev argues. Without any doubt, foreign news reports provide an important source of information for the Soviet people. Experts calculate that about 1/4 of the adults in the cities listen to them, but I think this estimate is exaggerated. Those who listen regularly, not just from time to time, are many fewer. 47. The lack of popularity and resonance among the Soviet people, especially the workers, has, as we have seen, made dissidents aware of the impossibility of mobilizing and recruiting the Soviet people to their cause. Almost universally, dissidents are convinced of the futility of attempting to mobilize the Soviet people in whom popular support of the regime is rooted. Therefore, conscious of the considerable interest of the Western capitalist countries in the Soviet Union, an interest based on hostility to its social, political, and economic organization and the threat that growing Soviet influence represents to Western capitalism, especially in the less developed countries, the dissidents attempt to mobilize them in support of their goals. The traditionalist right, such as Solzhenitsyn explicitly endeavors to undermine the legitimacy of socialism, strengthen its enemies, hinder its spread, and strengthen the military might of the US and NATO. The liberals, by encouraging Western governments, especially the US, to restrict trade, cultural and scientific contacts, nuclear disarmament, etc., attempt to pressure the Soviets into conceding their dissident demands for liberalization. While the left, by appealing to foreign communists and progressive intellectuals to exert pressure through their contacts and media, hope to harness the Soviet desire for smooth relations with leftist forces around the world to their cause. This latter course has proved to be effective only in respect to the reformist-oriented Euro-communist, and, to a lesser extent, the Albanian and Chinese-oriented parties, and similarly oriented leftist intellectuals who are equally likely to support the appeals of such liberals as Sakharov, as they have been of Marxists such as Grigorenko. 390. According to Roy Medvedev, many dissidents, aware of the limited effect they themselves have had and the absence of any mass movement favoring reform, place their hopes on outside pressure, by which we mean not only the pressure of Western public opinion but also pressure from various government institutions, for example, the U.S. Congress and the White House. 48. Knowing that there is considerable anti-communist sentiment in the West, the dissidents have, for the most part, elected to feed to it the information it wants to hear about the Soviet Union. Statements by an individual in the Soviet Union can easily become headlines in the world press or exert considerable influence in the U.S. Congress because of the attention afforded to them by anti-communist sources. The influence of the small number of dissidents in the USSR is thus magnified out of all proportion to their numbers or support in the Soviet Union. The more leftist of Soviet dissidents, such as Roy Medvedev, oppose the appeals of liberal and reactionary dissidents to the West, which are designed to undermine détente. In criticizing dissidents such as Sakharov, he has argued, calls are made for an end to trade between the West and the USSR, for boycotting all forms of scientific and cultural exchange, and for non-participation in the 1980 Olympics in Moscow. Some Soviet émigrés, along with certain Western politicians, have even suggested suspension of the strategic arms limitation talks, SALT. To accept these proposals would be to open a new round in the Cold War between East and West, which would do appreciable harm not only to the East, but to the West as well, and would lead to results directly opposite to those intended. 49. 391. Sanctions against dissidents. As Soviet society became increasingly stable, legitimate, and secure in the mid-1950s, there was a radical decrease in coercion as an instrument for dealing with dissidents. There has been a corresponding increase in the use of persuasion together with a long-term growth in tolerance of divergence viewpoints. 50. Furthermore, crimes are fairly well defined, and typically, many warnings are given before prosecution for dissident activities, and penalties are fairly well graded according to the offense. Dissidents thus know reasonably well what will be the consequences of their activities. 51. While, prior to the criminal law reform in the 1950s, many forms of oppositional activity, counter-revolutionary activities, were punishable by death, such draconian penal practices were abandoned in the mid-1950s. At that time, too, there was a drastic reduction in the use of labor camps and other forms of detainment and police harassment. 52. Article 3 of the 1960 Russian Republican Criminal Code provides that no person could be punished unless they committed a crime in law. 53. Since the 1950s, contrary to what often happened in the 1930s and 1940s, such legal provisions have been fairly strictly adhered to in practice. Article 70 of the 1960 Criminal Code of the Russian Republic, which prohibits anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, has been one of the principal articles under which dissidents have been arrested and sentenced. In 1966, a further article was added to the legal code which, unlike Article 70, did not assume subversive intent, but merely deliberate propagation of slanders against the Soviet system. Since 1966 this article has also been widely invoked against dissidents. Amnesty International has found that in the late 1970s there were fewer prosecutions under the Anti-Soviet Agitation and Propaganda Statute, and more under the less stringent statute against dissemination of fabrications known to be false which defame the Soviet state and social system. 54. Soviet practice is to warn those who engage in dissident activities a number of times before bringing criminal charges against them. To quote Hoff and Feinsod. 392. In practice, the post-Stalin regimes generally have instituted legal proceedings only as a last resort, preferring to use a number of lesser penalties as warnings. Dissidents report repeated visits by the police before any action is taken, visits in which the agents attempt to persuade them that they are mistaken and that their speech has unhealthy consequences. If the warnings are not heeded, the sanctions can be progressively tightened. First, denial of permission to travel abroad, reduced size in the edition of a book or postponement of its publication, loss of an administrative post or the possibility of one, then rejection of manuscripts, secret police searches of apartments. If the dissident abandons his political activity, he generally is permitted to resume a normal life. 55. There are a wide range of sanctions against dissident activists, of which only the most harsh is actual imprisonment in labor camps. In the 1960s and 1970s about 15 dissidents a year were judged to be insane, schizophrenics, and committed, usually for relatively short terms, to mental institutions. From time to time prominent dissidents like Solzhenitsyn are either expelled from the country or deprived of citizenship and the right to return when abroad. People in highly paid and high-prestige professional jobs and other positions of responsibility, officers in the military, chairmen of collective farms, research scientists with military clearance, etc., are sometimes deprived of their professional positions and required to take jobs as menial laborers. 56. Roy Medvedev has argued. As a rule, Soviet dissidents are not allowed to pursue their intellectual profession, but they can work as simple laborers or clerks or ordinary assistants in the sciences. Some are offered jobs in libraries or archives of secondary importance. 393. They have a rough time, of course. Some of them work privately at bookbinding, restoring furniture, doing things like that. But we must remember one thing, that in my country everything of prime necessity, like housing, transportation, bread, milk, and so forth is extremely cheap. And that's an advantage not to be underestimated. 57. Dissidents, like all Soviet citizens, are subject to the anti-social parasite laws which forbid making a living from such activities as collecting rents, profits, black marketing, etc. Thus, dissident ex-professionals in secure jobs are immune from prosecution under this legislation since they are working. Some dissidents, however, refuse to take regular employment and, as a result, have been tried and sentenced to a year in a labor camp under the social parasite laws. 58. However, some dissidents without regular employment live from money sent from the West by friends and relatives, and foreign book royalties, e.g. Roy Medvedev, and are not prosecuted under such laws. 59. University students who engage in dissident activities are liable to expulsion and consequently exclusion from privileged, professional careers. Other sanctions, more common than incarceration or loss of professional jobs, include expulsion from the Communist Party, expulsion from one's professional union, with the subsequent loss of fringe benefits, but not deprivation of the right to practice one's profession, search of homes, seizure of personal papers and books, police interrogation, surveillance of telephones and mail, warnings from the government, and public attacks in the media as well as personal abuse by neighbors and work mates. 60. Such relatively mild sanctions, together with measures to tighten party discipline, mobilize party members and supporters, tighten control over professional unions, and intensify political education. 61. Have proved to be rather effective in limiting the size of the dissident movement. It should be noted that the same sanctions were successfully applied by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation in the late 1940s and early 1950s to virtually extinguish the pro-Soviet dissident movement in the USA, see Chapter 6. 394. The corrective labor camps for political prisoners received considerable notoriety owing to their generally brutal conditions during 1937–53, a period of exceptional crisis and paranoia as well as of desperate need for economic construction and reconstruction. It must be emphasized that the harsh regimes in these camps, from which many political opponents of the regime never returned, was unique to that period. Conditions were considerably more humane in the pre-1937 period and became so once again in the post-1953 era. Solzhenitsyn's influential exposes, which considerably exaggerate the very real abuses and brutalities of this period, are historically specific. Sentencing political dissidents to corrective labor camps is regarded as a process of re-education and therapy, rather than as punishment, similar to the process of sending cadres to work on communes during the Chinese Cultural Revolution. The regime in the re-educative labor camps is actually less rigorous than in criminal prisons. Corrective labor camp inmates who violate regulations can be sent for a year or two to a regular criminal prison, where the inmates do not work, as punishment. Zhares Medvedev states that the locations and conditions of the camps have altered greatly in the past 25 years. Today, many of these camps in the far north have disappeared. The Siberian camps are generally reserved for repeated professional criminals who are regarded as very dangerous, organizers of armed robberies, for example. For ordinary crimes or political offenses, people are sent to camps in their local regions. They are organized around one or other industrial complex, and perform economic functions. The prisoners work there as laborers. Technically, they receive a wage, from which is deducted the cost of the upkeep of their guards, so that the system is economically self-sufficient. There is no longer widespread hunger in them, but food rations are not generous and can be reduced in 395. The isolators within the camps for violation of discipline. 62. Dissidents are also often sentenced to internal exile, which normally means living and working in a peasant village, or a state or collective farm for a set period. There is little physical maltreatment of prisoners in the USSR. In its 1974 report on torture, Amnesty International noted, though prison conditions and the rights of the prisoners detained on political charges in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union may still be in many cases unsatisfactory, torture as a government-sanctioned, Stalinist practice has ceased. With a few exceptions, no reports on the use of torture in Eastern Europe have been reaching the outside world in the past decade. 63. Throughout the 1970s the Soviet government increasingly employed exile from the USSR, both voluntary and forced emigration, instead of incarceration, as a punishment for dissidents. About half of the prominent dissidents of the 1960s were either allowed or forced to emigrate in the 1970s. According to Zhares Medvedev, who himself was forced to emigrate to the United Kingdom, some 400 to 500 politically active people have left Russia. Today more or less any dissident can emigrate if they want. 64. Dissidents categorized as schizophrenic. In the mid-1950s there was an intense debate within Soviet psychiatric circles regarding the definition of schizophrenia. The result of this debate was the triumph of an expanded definition, defended by Professor Andrei Snezhnevsky and other leading Soviet psychiatrists, including Dr. Georgy Morozov, Professor Ruben Nazarov and Professor Daniel Luntz. This expanded concept has permitted certain forms of dissent to be viewed as a 396 symptom of severe mental illness, and some dissidents, considered not to be morally responsible for their actions, thus committed to mental institutions. 65. Director of the Institute of Psychiatry of the Academy of Medical Sciences and editor of the Korsakov Journal of Neurology and Psychiatry during the 1970s. According to the hegemonic Soviet conception, schizophrenia has three different forms, of which one, the continuous form, accounts for 25 to 30% of all schizophrenias diagnosed. Continuous schizophrenia is characterized as follows: first, subtle personality changes occur, withdrawal, apathy, and diminished interests. Next follows the development of psychotic, or positive, symptoms, such as delusions and hallucinations. The continuous form of schizophrenia has two subtypes defined by the rate of progression of the disease: 1. Malignant, rapid, and 2. Mild, sluggish. Symptoms in the malignant form are obvious and severe. In the mild form, patients retain much of their ability to function in society, but manifest neurotic-type symptoms, with such features as obsessions, hypochondria, hysterical psychopathy and paranoia. Those dissidents categorized as insane and committed to mental institutions are normally diagnosed as having the sluggish variety of continuous schizophrenia, in which the disease is typically manifested in paranoid symptoms of over-evaluation of one's own importance, often exhibiting grandiose ideas of reforming the world. 66 common in commitment reports are phrases such as paranoid reformist delusional ideas, paranoid delusions of reforming society, overestimation of his own personality, overinflation of his capabilities. 67 A single psychiatrist can initiate civil commitment proceedings against a person suspected of mental illness. Once an individual is admitted to a psychiatric institution, he or she must be examined by a 3-member panel of psychiatrists within 24 hours. This panel is responsible for deciding on the appropriateness of commitment and the need for compulsory treatment. In the case of dissidents who have violated Soviet laws, the evaluations of expert psychiatrists are subject to judicial review. Nick. 397. Dissidents who are declared to be not responsible for their actions are typically committed for an indefinite period of compulsory treatment at a mental institution. In recent years, periods of commitment have tended to be relatively short. Patients in a psychiatric hospital are examined at 6-month intervals by a commission of psychiatrists who report to the courts. Upon release from the hospital, patients are required to register at their local psychiatric clinic and to be supervised on an outpatient basis. After release, depending on the degree to which the psychiatrists, in consultation with the police, think the dissident remains a social danger, he/she may be subject to police surveillance. Sometimes, released dissidents who are regarded as socially dangerous may be temporarily recommitted for a few weeks, or required to travel out of town on major holidays or during visits by foreign statesmen. 68 The Soviet categorization of relatively few dissidents as mentally ill owing to their strong and active opposition to Soviet institutions, would appear to be an example of the general phenomena emphasized by Thomas Szasz in his influential book, The Myth of Mental Illness, 1961. Szasz suggests that the diagnosis of mental illness by Western upper-middle-class psychiatrists in people of very different class and ethnic backgrounds reflects more the lack of understanding of such people than any actual mental disorder. Thus we would expect that wherever there is a high level of consensus or very strong feelings about what is proper or true, the ability to understand people who fundamentally disagree is reduced, and hence the likelihood of dismissing them as crazy is enhanced. Indeed, in times when, and in circles where U.S. patriotism is very high, those who reject such values and sympathize with communism or other deviant movements have also been regarded as crazy. U.S. pilots in the Indochina War who refused to fly bombing missions because of their political objections to the indiscriminate devastation they were causing were committed to mental institutions. One such case involved Charles Clements who, in April 1970, told his superior officers that he would fly no more missions. Failing to convince him that he should resume his flights, they had him confined to a psychiatric hospital for several months, and eventually gave him a psychiatric-based discharge. 398. Explaining why he accepted the psychiatric-based discharge, Clements stated, "I took the craziness they were labeling me with rather than the craziness of that war. The real crazy thing was that I was very loyal." New York Times, March 16, 1983. It is interesting to note that after his discharge Clements earned degrees as a Doctor of Medicine and a Master in Public Health. In 1982 Clements, as apparent further evidence of his insanity, spent a year as a doctor serving with the guerrillas in El Salvador. 69. Numbers of dissidents confined. Both the few dissidents and the relatively high degree of tolerance of dissident activity in the Soviet Union is manifested in the small number of people who, in the last 2 decades, that is, since reliable information on the total numbers of detainees has become readily available in the West, have been detained for any form for dissident activities. Maximum estimates of political prisoners in the USSR supplied by dissident sources and endorsed by anti-Soviet opinion in the West in the late 1970s ranged from about 2,000 to 10,000. Counts of those confirmed to be political prisoners, broadly defined, average around Amnesty International's figure of 350 to 400. In 1978 Amnesty International, which gives disproportionate and minute attention to dissidents of all types in the Soviet Union, had 350 individuals either adopted as political prisoners or under investigation. This total includes inmates of mental institutions, those sentenced to exile, and those undergoing corrective labor without imprisonment. 70 In April 1980 Amnesty International stated that in the previous 4 years the Soviets had imprisoned or restricted more than 400 dissidents, including at least 100 in psychiatric hospitals. 71 According to Bloch, a careful analyst deeply sympathetic to the dissidents, between 1962 and 1977 a total of approximately 600 individuals, about 40 a year, were sentenced to labor camps for one or another type of dissident activity. Bloch's total includes not only political dissidents, but also those confined for nationalist. 399. Agitation and active religious propaganda, and for organizing in support of easier emigration and for trying to emigrate illegally. According to Hoff and Feinsod, all in all, according to the most careful Western estimate, approximately 670 persons were sentenced on political grounds between 1960 and 1971. 73 The U.S. Congress Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, which monitors compliance with the 1975 Helsinki Accords, reported that approximately 560 dissidents were arrested between June 1975 and May 1, 1980, about 110 a year. 74 According to Yelena Bonner, wife of Andrei Sakharov, in 1981 there were approximately 400 political prisoners, broadly defined, in the USSR. According to Bonner, these consisted of 200 religious dissidents, 110 nationalists or persons arrested for asking to emigrate and 90 human rights dissidents. 75 Estimates of the number of those confined for political reasons sometimes range as high as 10,000. Such figures are not, however, based on actual counts or careful projections as are the figures reported above. For example, the CIA guess as to the number of political prisoners in the USSR is 10,000 people. 76 Probably the actual number of political prisoners is somewhat greater than either the Amnesty International, Bonner or Bloch's counts, since although these are based on a reasonably extensive network of dissident sympathizers who monitor trials and places of internment and have wide contacts among political dissidents, they probably miss out some people, especially isolated individuals tried in small towns or sentenced to smaller, more obscure prisons or labor camps. Conversely, the 10,000 estimate by anti-Soviet groups with an interest in exaggerating the extent of political repression must be generally discounted, especially as it is a self-admittedly unsubstantiated guess, not based on analytical projections from known cases. Possibly a reasonable estimate of the number of political detentions in the 1975 to 1980 period is likely to be something less than 150 a year, and, in 1980, the number of confined political prisoners, broadly defined, is approximately 500. Both these figures as liberal estimates, and include the broadest possible definition both of political prisoners, those sentenced under Articles 70 and 190-1 of the Criminal Code, plus those sentenced for religious propaganda, those arrested while trying to illegally emigrate, etc., and prisoners, those in labor camps, actual prisons, exile, under house arrest, etc. 400. Between 1962 and 1967, approximately 210 individuals, around 15 a year, were known to have been confined in mental institutions, having been adjudged as legally schizophrenic owing to dissident activities, broadly defined. Approximately 115 of these were confined for political reasons, being general protesters. The remainder were committed because of nationalist separatist agitation, religious agitation, or campaigning for, or actually attempting to, illegally emigrate. 77. Political tendencies of dissident activists. 3 fundamentally different tendencies may be identified among political dissident activists in the USSR. 1. The authoritarian and traditionalist right, who reject both communism and Western parliamentary forms in favor of a restoration of something approaching Tsarist authoritarian institutions purged of Western cosmopolitan influences of either the Marxist or liberal varieties. 2. The non-Marxist social democrats or liberals who campaign for the development of Western-style political institutions and formal liberties, and 3. Marxists, both revolutionary and Euro-communists, who maintain that current Soviet policies are a distortion of true socialism. This latter group is the weakest and in good part has converged with the liberals. Most prominent dissidents subscribe to one or other of the first two. Given the isolation from the masses of the Soviet people of all 3 types of dissidents, their small number, and their common interest in protecting each other and securing support in the West, they frequently collaborate with each other, despite their different visions of the desirable future course of Soviet society, at least insofar as supporting the rights of each to exist, and minimizing state interference in their activities. 401. The liberals. Liberals tend to envisage a convergence of Western parliamentary capitalism and Soviet socialism toward a parliamentary social democracy through a more or less gradual process of evolution, that is, without an armed overthrow of the Soviet state. They are committed to the development of a political pluralist system without restraints on formal freedoms of expression and organization, a system which operates according to the established traditions of the rule of law. 78. They also champion the rights of religious groups to greater autonomy and freedom to proselytize, the rights of Jews and others to freely emigrate, and the rights of minority nationalities, such as the Crimean Tatars, to return en masse to the Crimea. They were also highly critical of Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia. But perhaps their central focus is on securing and broadening formal freedoms within the Soviet Union. In the late 1970s, the most prominent dissident in the Soviet Union was a leading nuclear physicist, Andrei Sakharov. Like Solzhenitsyn, he has never been imprisoned for his long-term and multifaceted dissident activities, although he was exiled to Gorky in 1980. A member of the USSR Academy of Sciences, who played a key role in the development of Soviet nuclear weapons, Sakharov became the leading liberal spokesman in the 1970s. While remaining a liberal, and thus not sharing the traditionalist authoritarian analysis of such rightists as Solzhenitsyn, over the years Sakharov has moved to the right. After 1968 he came to reject socialism, even as an ideal, and since 1973 has focused increasingly on attacking détente. In August 1973, on the 5th anniversary of the Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia, Sakharov held a press conference in Moscow for Western reporters to denounce détente between the USSR and the USA as undermining the rights of dissidents in the Soviet Union. His statement to the Western press read in part: "Détente without democratization, détente in which the West in effect accepts the Soviet rules of the game, would be dangerous. It would not really solve any of the world's problems and would simply mean capitulating in the face of real 402 or exaggerated Soviet power. It would mean trading with the Soviet Union, buying its gas and oil, while ignoring all other aspects." 79. Sakharov went on to support the Jackson Amendment, which makes relaxation of US-USSR trade conditional on allowing free emigration from the Soviet Union. At the 1973 press conference he argued that such a step by the US looks like a minimum step, which is important not only by itself, but as a symbol of the fact that détente with the Soviet Union does not preclude some kind of control on this country so that it could not become a danger for its neighbors. 80. In February 1973, Sakharov was publicly criticized in an article in Literaturная Gazeta, an important Soviet paper, which attacked him for his views. 81. Following his August 1973 statement to the Western press, however, he came under much heavier criticism in the Soviet media. The worldwide attention his statement received, and the Soviet press campaign against him, resulted in Sakharov granting numerous telephone interviews to the Western media and Western correspondents. 82 In the late 1970s, just before his enforced exile to Gorky, Sakharov publicly supported the U.S. in the Vietnam War, arguing that they could have done more to defeat the national liberation movement in that country. I believe that with greater determination and persistence on the part of America in the military and especially the political sphere, tragic developments could have been avoided. Political pressure could have been put on the USSR not to supply arms to North Vietnam, a strong expeditionary force could have been sent there at the right time, the UN could have been brought in, more effective economic aid could have been made available and other Asian and European countries could have been involved. All these things could have so influenced events as to avert the war with its horrific consequences for both sides. But even when the war had reached a state of deadlock, a combination of diplomatic 403 and determined military effort, if explained to the American people and the rest of the world, could have stabilized the situation. 83. Unabashedly pro-American attitudes are common among liberal dissidents. For example, Anatoly Radygin, a leading émigré, when asked how he saw his future, answered, "I picture it in America. I've always felt myself an American. I'm glad I went to Israel first. Had I not done that, I would have never forgiven myself that I wasn't there during the Yom Kippur War. I had to come here to find out where I really belong. When I was trying to escape, I was thinking of eventually reaching the States. My ideal is still the American tolerance, the American Constitution, and that is why I, an atheist and a hater of all slogans, began and ended each day in prison with a prayer, America, God bless thee from ocean to ocean." 84. The traditionalist right. The dissident right, the most prominent individual representative of which, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who was expelled from the USSR in 1974, advocates the revival of traditional Russian institutions and the purging of both socialist and Western influence from Russian society. For the most part it bemoans the secularization that has occurred in European society since the Renaissance and seeks the reconstitution of a new, ascetic, religious civilization governed by a corporate state and inspired by social Christian ideology, probably through a Russian Orthodox Renaissance. Russian Orthodoxy is generally seen as the instrument for the resurrection of the world, while Russia is seen as having the mission of world salvation. This chauvinist Russian position advocates the destruction of the USSR and the creation of an authoritarian unitary state. 85. As do most of the traditionalist rightists, Solzhenitsyn speaks of the many-sided cul-de-sac of Western civilization, of the 404 ruinous path of Western civilization. 86. By no means does he hope for or advocate either an adoption of Western parliamentary democratic forms or a convergence between the two systems. His model is a traditional authoritarian regime of the right, enlightened authoritarianism in contrast to communist despotism. In his letter to the Soviet leaders he argues, thus, perhaps we should recognize that for Russia this path, the struggle against authoritarianism, was mistaken and premature. Perhaps, in the foreseeable future, whether we want that or not, Russia is nevertheless destined to have an authoritarian system. Perhaps it is only ready for this. 87. Economic, scientific, and technical progress made by humankind in the 19th and 20th centuries is regarded by Solzhenitsyn as an insane, ill-considered, furious dash into a blind alley. He adds that economic growth is not only unnecessary but ruinous. 88. Solzhenitsyn's politics are those of the extreme right in the West. He is opposed to détente, to wars of national liberation, to multi-party parliamentary forms. He advocates an active and aggressive Western offensive against the Soviet Union and the abandonment of détente. He criticizes Western liberals for their even-handedness in condemning both the Greek military dictatorship and other rightist anti-communist military regimes and Soviet leaders, as if the crimes of anti-communists were of the same magnitude as those of Soviet leaders. He argues that anti-communist authoritarianism is necessary to contain communism. 89. He also strongly criticizes the avaricious leaders of non-aligned nations, and the apologists for bloody national liberation wars for not understanding the dangers of communism. 90. Marxist and working-class dissidents. Only a relatively small handful of prominent dissidents in the last generation have argued from a more or less revolutionary Marxist perspective against what they saw as the Communist Party's deviation from correct socialist policies. The most famous of these has been General Peter Grigorenko, well known, to have been Ivan Yakimovich, a former collective farm chairman, and Alexei Kostarin, a writer. 91. There is also some evidence that 405. Leftist circles were formed in a few cities, for example in Ryazan, Saratov, and Gorky. Fragmentary evidence describes these groups as reading, and basing themselves on Lenin's State and Revolution. 92. None of these, however, seem to have maintained their leftist critique for very long. In late 1977, a group of 43 workers from different regions and industries announced the formation of an independent trade union dedicated to protesting against violations of their rights to the Western press. The announcement to the Western press that such a group existed resulted in considerable publicity in the West because a group of working-class dissidents, rather than of members of the intelligentsia, was unique. But the highly scattered geographical basis of the group, together with their smallness, suggests that the characterization of themselves as a labor union was designed to appeal to Western sympathies and gather support from outside the Soviet Union. As a result of the adverse, worldwide reaction their press conference brought upon the Soviet Union, 4 of their leaders were arrested and temporarily confined to psychiatric hospitals for examination, 3 were released after a few days, and another sentenced to 1 year in a labor camp for social parasitism. 93. The basic document of the Free Trade Union Association of Workers in the Soviet Union is their charter, which was published in the West for the first time in the AFL-CIO Free Trade Union News. It reads very much as if specifically designed for Western ears and contains no mention of socialism. Thus, this group must be categorized with the liberals. Article 9 of the Charter, which defines the purposes of the association, reads in its entirety. A. To carry out the obligations reached by collective bargaining, b. To induce workers and other employees into joining free trade union associations, c. To carry out those decisions of the association which concern the defense of rights and the seeking of justice, d. To educate association members in the spirit of irreconcilability toward deficiencies, bureaucracy, deception, inefficiency and 406. Wastefulness, and a negligent attitude to national wealth. 94. The Charter defines membership as open to any worker or employee whose rights and interests have been unlawfully violated by administrative, governmental, party or judicial agencies, a definition that makes clear that this association is not a trade union designed to deal collectively with management but a human rights organization designed to protest against alleged violation of rights and interests. The concluding article of the Charter clearly indicates that this association was formed primarily to appeal to the West, rather than to the organization of Soviet workers. As soon as the Free Trade Union Association of Workers in the Soviet Union will be recognized by the International Labour Organization or by professional trade unions of foreign countries, and after it will have received moral and material support, it will review its charter, keeping in mind the specific conditions of workers in our country. Such a review will be conducted not earlier than 1 year after the association's founding. 95. To summarize, contrary to prevailing popular opinion in the West, there is, in the Soviet Union, a considerable range of publicly expressed opinions on almost all questions which affect society. Divergent opinions are not only tolerated but actively encouraged by the party, government, and media. Dissident activity is defined in terms of public attacks on the socialist foundations of Soviet society, and generally repressed only when such public attacks are conveyed to the West for use as anti-communist propaganda. The dissident movement in the late 1970s was very small, at most a few thousand, almost all professional people. Because of the hegemony of Soviet ideology in the Soviet Union, that is, the legitimacy of its socialist institutions, especially among the working people, the dissidents receive a cold response within the USSR. Their appeal is consciously directed to the West, mostly to anti-socialist forces. 407. Who not only broadcast their statements back to the Soviet Union but, more importantly, use them in their general campaign against the Soviet Union and the expansion of socialism. The majority of active dissidents appear to have no qualms about the use of their activities to undermine SALT, détente, national liberation movements in Indochina, Africa, or Latin America, cultural and scientific exchange between socialist and capitalist countries, the credibility of the socialist alternative in the West, etc., because they are not socialists and have rejected the communist ideal. Further, the repression of the active dissidents who feed the anti-socialist forces in the West with information they want to hear is relatively even-handed, even gentle by comparative and historical standards. In short, it appears that the attention given by the West to the repression of human rights in the USSR is out of all proportion to what is actually occurring there. This suggests that the immense publicity the dissident movement receives in the West must have other causes. Comparisons with the USA. Close parallels exist between restrictions on formal civil liberties in the US during those periods in which there was a challenge to its hegemonic institutions, and the restrictions on civil liberties in the Soviet Union in the last generation. Both societies have deported those whom it considers undesirables, and both restrict the entry of foreigners considered to be undesirable, and the right of its citizens to travel overseas, although emigration from the USSR has been more restricted than it has in the US. Both societies have employed police harassment, surveillance, seizure of books, etc., against dissidents. There appears to be no significant difference in this regard between the U.S. response to the Red Scare periods of 1917-23 and 1947-56 and the response to dissident activity in the Soviet Union since the 1950s. Both societies have restricted the circulation of published works and the expression of subversive ideas in the mass media. The ban on the expression of leftist ideas in American radio, television, films. 408. Mass newspapers, etc. in the 1950s was as thorough as the suppression of anti-socialist ideas in the Soviet Union. On the whole, it appears that the level of repression in the Soviet Union in the 1955 to 1980 period was at approximately the same level as in the US during the McCarthy years, 1947 to 56. Cycles of suppression of civil liberties have occurred throughout US history, corresponding to periods when the dominant institutions, namely, the state and the property of the upper class, have been challenged. When neither of these institutions was specifically endangered, but when mobilization for external wars was considered necessary, civil liberties were also repressed. Usually, a combination of both these factors has precipitated periods of the most intense repression of civil liberties in U.S. history. Growing repression of the working class left, which culminated in its virtual destruction during 1917-23, was a rational response of the upper class, and the U.S. state that it dominated, to contain what could have become, as it did in most of the rest of the Western world, a real threat to private property in the means of production. The need to mobilize the American people behind a crusade against communism in order to stop the rapid advance of world revolution that occurred in the wake of World War II was determinant. Domestic communists had to be scapegoated, in much the same way that Jews were traditionally scapegoated in Central Europe, in order to mobilize support for the upper class and its wars and interventions. It became un-American to oppose higher taxes for the military, or the draft, or U.S. foreign policies. The periodic Red Scares in the U.S. over the last 100 years have served to effectively increase the identification of the American people with the traditional capitalist values of free enterprise and individual mobility, as well as to discredit all forms of socialism and even progressivism as un-American. Socialism has been identified as a foreign plot and identified with the horrors of the Soviet Union. Thus, the legitimacy of the domination of corporate property has been considerably enhanced concomitantly with the popular discrediting of fairly widespread anti-capitalist sentiments among both farmers and working people in the U.S. The suppression of the civil liberties of communists. 409. Socialists, and Wobblies has thus proved to be a most rational course of action on the part of the US ruling class. Both the Soviet Union and the US have most strongly repressed those who have identified with the other. In both cases, identification with the foremost foreign opponent seems to provoke outrage rooted in a sense of violation of the patriotic cause, as well as being invoked to mobilize people behind the national interest. 9. Conclusion. The preceding chapters have examined the level of civil rights for national minorities and women in the USA and the USSR, and the differential level of economic rights, including both workers' job rights and social and economic security, and level of formal civil liberties, especially advocacy rights, in the two countries. In this chapter the results of the preceding chapters are briefly summarized and their significance drawn out. A general theory of the level of tolerance/repression in any society is developed and the class basis of civil liberties elaborated. The systematic uses of disinformation, regarding the level of rights and freedoms for working people in the socialist countries, by those forces in the West concerned to discourage the socialist and national liberation movements will be examined. Finally, the tendencies in the various types of rights both in the capitalist and socialist countries will be examined and some speculations made about the future of freedom in both types of country. Summary. In Chapter 2 it was seen that the relations between the Asian, and traditionally Islamic, areas of the USSR and the Slavic areas have lost their former colonial character. Central Asia has rapidly industrialized in the period of Soviet power and the standard of living of its people raised to approximate Southern European levels. This contrasts sharply with the acute differential between 414. The US and Puerto Rico, the colonial character of whose relationship with the US is manifested in a much lower standard of living. Similarly, the very rapid economic progress of Soviet Asian minorities contrasts with the slower progress of blacks and Latins in the American economy. The vastly improved state of basic industry and consumption is more than matched by that of social welfare and education, which are on virtually an equivalent level in both Soviet Europe and Asia. While Soviet Asians have not yet achieved educational levels on a par with most European nationalities, the gap is rapidly closing. In strong contrast to the US, where a consistent policy of Americanization and Anglicalization of language has been applied to all minorities, indigenous as well as immigrant, the Soviet Union celebrates and encourages the development of the languages and cultures of its diverse nationalities, channeling considerable funds into subsidizing complete education systems, books, newspapers, and the full range of cultural forms in all the basic languages of the Union. Minorities are, as a rule, proportionately represented in the various political bodies, both Soviets and party bodies, at all levels within their republics. The fruits of Soviet nationality policy and the guarantee of a high level of civil, or national, rights for its Asian peoples has been manifested in the desuetude of the traditional religious practices of Islam, the lack of a dissident movement among the Asian intelligentsia, and the virtual absence of either anti-Russian, anti-socialist or anti-Soviet feelings among any segment of the Asian population. The Soviet achievement in Central Asia must be ranked among the most important accomplishments of the regime. Although there are significant nationalist and dissident movements in Estonia, Lithuania, and among the Jews, as well as popular anti-Russian feelings in Soviet Georgia, Estonia, and Lithuania, Soviet nationality policy for the European minorities in the USSR has, in general, been very successful. The Baltic republics have the highest living standards in the entire country, and are among the most industrialized and most rapidly industrializing, while their healthcare and educational institutions are inferior to none within the Union. The level of cultural development of most of the European nationalities, especially those of the Baltic republics, the Ukrainians, the Armenians, and the Georgians is very high, with large numbers of books and summary. 415. Newspapers published in all their languages. Further, there are heavily subsidized all-around cultural activities, which celebrate the local culture both in the republics themselves and throughout the Soviet Union. An extensive examination of the position of the Jews in the Soviet Union shows that the Western attempt to color the Soviet Union as fundamentally anti-Semitic is baseless. In fact, Soviet Jews were found to be heavily overrepresented in both professional life and the Communist Party. No evidence of official anti-Semitism and little evidence of popular anti-Semitism was found. Along with the achievements of the Soviet system in Central Asia, one of the most prominent achievements of Soviet power has been the rapid and radical transformation of the position of women in society. From being one of the most backward in Europe, as well as in Asia, in these regards, Soviet women are today probably the most advanced of women in any country in their relative position vis-a-vis men, as well as in the availability of socialized child care. The wake of the revolution saw the fundamental transformation of women's legal status and economic role. The Soviet Union was the first country to legalize abortions, develop public child care, bring women into top government jobs, etc. The radical transformation of women's position was most pronounced in the traditionally Islamic areas, where an intense campaign liberated women from extremely repressive conditions. Women's level of education through advanced university degrees is approaching that of men. Women are much more likely to be found in such occupations as engineering, medicine, physics, and the other natural sciences than is the case in the West, and, although still significantly underrepresented, they are much more likely to be found in administrative positions than they are in the West. Few women have yet achieved top levels in government or the party, but large and growing numbers of women are to be found in lower and middle-level government and party positions. Considerable progress is being made in minimizing the time women spend in housework and child care, as well as in persuading men to share in these tasks. In general, radical improvements in women's position have taken place, but problems remain, especially the lack of women in top political positions. 416. As one would expect from a socialist revolution, economic rights, both property and social security rights, for working people have been radically improved. The economic rights of the Soviet people are impressive by Western standards, especially in comparison either to countries at a similar level of economic development or to the USA. The Soviet standard of living has improved considerably since 1955, in sharp contrast to the US, where working-class take-home pay declined between 1965 and 1982. Extensive subsidies for housing, basic foodstuffs, childcare, and transportation, together with free education and medicine are major benefits of the Soviet system for working people. A growing proportion of Soviet consumption is in the form of the social wage, that is, goods distributed on the basis of need, rather than on the basis of labor, that is, by the communist rather than the socialist principle of distributive justice. The Soviet retirement and disability system, especially for non-job-related disabilities, is generous by U.S. standards, especially taking into consideration the heavily subsidized basics of life. The strongest contrast between the USA and the USSR is in the area of job rights. Soviet workers have far greater rights in their jobs, both in their right to their particular job, the great difficulty of dismissing a worker, their right to a job in general, freedom from unemployment, and their increasing rights of participation in enterprise management. When the anti-Soviet forces in the West attack the Soviet Union, the cutting edge of their critique is usually on the level of Type 3 civil liberties, advocacy and emigration rights. Since it is difficult to deny the considerable economic progress, the high level of civil rights for women and minorities, and of economic rights for working people, a picture is painted of a qualitative difference between the free world and totalitarian communism where the individual allegedly has no rights. A careful comparison of the dissident movement in the USSR and its treatment by the Soviet state, as well as of the vital Soviet public debates on a wide range of questions, with the level of repression of anti-capitalist forces in the West, demonstrates that, in fact, there is no qualitative difference between the two, that is, that the case made in the West that the Soviet Union is qualitatively more repressive of civil liberties than is the capitalist world is without substance. Both the number of dissidents and the number of political. Summary. 417. Prisoners in the Soviet Union is grossly exaggerated by innuendo, just as the wide range of publicly expressed ideas and debates in that country is ignored in the West. The dissident movement, and political repression in the USSR, at least since the mid-1950s, has largely been a creation of the Western media, rather than an actual phenomenon of any consequence. The level of political repression/tolerance of publicly declared anti-socialist aims and ideas in the Soviet Union in the 1970s was roughly equivalent to the level of political repression/tolerance of anti-capitalist sentiments in the USA in the early 1950s, and qualitatively repression is less than existed in most of Latin America in the 1970s. In summary, the Soviet system is distinguished as especially superior to that of the West in the areas of civil rights for minorities and women, in property rights for working people, including participation in economic decision-making, rights to a job, and rights in a job. Given that the USSR is still rather poor, its social security system matches that of any major Western capitalist country, and is clearly superior to that in the US. Concerning advocacy rights, about which those in the West who oppose the Soviet system choose to make comparisons, the reality of effective opposition is not significantly different in the two countries. The high levels of Type 3 civil liberties in the West in the 1950-80 period were historically exceptional and reflect a particularly stable and prosperous phase of capitalist development, rather than any inherent property of capitalism, that is allegedly necessarily tolerant, in contrast to socialism which is allegedly inherently repressive. The intense repression in the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s, far from being an inherent characteristic of socialism, was rather a result of the extraordinary crisis in which Soviet society found itself at that time. An evaluation of the level of rights in the USSR in terms of the criteria of the Marxist-Leninist tradition shows that the USSR has made considerable advances in terms of its own explicitly held theory of right as originally articulated by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. In traditional Marxist-Leninist terms, the Soviet Union is in a fairly advanced state of full socialism, making gradual progress in the transition to communism. Although it characterizes its state as a state of the whole people, this essentially amounts to a dictatorship of the proletariat, broadly defined, since the only 418 other classes are the collective farm peasantry, ever smaller in size, and more like state farm workers in their conditions, and the intelligentsia, which, officially, is described as a stratum of the working class. All productive property of consequence has been socialized since the mid-1930s. State-owned property coordinated through the central plan, and managed, without exploitation, by working people, encompasses most of the economy. Since the 1930s, the principal mode of distribution has been according to labor, although the social wage, consisting of basic services, has been growing as a proportion of all consumption. While income differences have been shrinking quite radically, distribution on the basis of need is coming to supplant distribution on the basis of labor contributed. The administrative and technical division of labor is being slowly transcended with increasing automation, increasing skill levels, and growing participation in all levels of economic decision-making. The Soviet Union would seem to have achieved the fundamental level of right laid down in the Marxist classics as characteristic of the socialist stage of the post-revolutionary process. The basic democratic rights of social security, education, medical care, the right to work, etc. have long been established, as have basic civil rights for national minorities and women. Obviously, private property in the means of socialized production is denied to individuals, as one would expect in a socialist society. Political participation, including membership in the single, communist, party, is open to all. The role of formal political participation in decision-making, as well as the tendency towards decentralization of decision-making, has been significantly increasing. As one would expect from a socialist dictatorship of the proletariat, or of the people, the rights of public advocacy are limited to what is considered not to be destructive of the process of transition to communism. Basic individual, level I, liberties, such as the right to leave one's job, find a new one, internal migration, free marriage and divorce, reproductive rights, religious belief, privacy, and so on, are, however, secure. Further, Level 2 liberties of due process rights have become secure since the 1950s, predictable and fair treatment by the courts and police is now general. Emigration and international travel have become subject to less restriction as the accomplishments of the Soviet regime's domestic policies, and its high level of legitimacy, have 419 resulted in such factors being less potentially harmful to further Soviet advance. Relatively few people actually want to emigrate, and also the skills of the potential emigres are not as vital as they were. In summary, the level of right in the Soviet Union closely approximates the classical Marxist-Leninist theory of post-revolutionary transformation and rights projected for a society of the Soviet type. By its own criteria, the Soviet Union has to be considered successful. State power and civil liberty. All states are primarily concerned with self-preservation, as are all dominant propertied classes. These general principles are independent of the mode of production, nature of the dominant class, or form of government. They apply equally to feudal, slave, capitalist and socialist societies, to absolute, and to constitutional monarchies, to military dictatorships, parliamentary democracies, governments based on workers' councils, and party systems, etc. A state may change its form by peaceful methods, for example, from military dictatorship to parliamentary institutions, but power is rarely transferred from one class to another peacefully and never transferred from the propertied class to the unpropertied class in a peaceful and non-coercive manner. States, by their very nature, are mechanisms of coercion, existing primarily to enforce particular forms of socio-political conduct upon their people. Police, prisons, and the army are the very core of the state. That all states, at all times, will concentrate their powers, police and ideological, upon self-preservation and the preservation of the dominant institutions of property may, in fact, be postulated as a law. To the extent possible, the state will attempt to achieve this goal by engaging the support of those subject to its authority, and to the extent that persuasion fails to achieve this end, coercion will be applied to prevent its opponents from attempting to influence others, and to encourage the repression of such opponents in order to promote national unity and national mobilization. Those in power will endeavor to maintain 420. Their position by attempting to neutralize any organizations, individuals, and ideologies that threaten their power. But police power is only one mechanism by which the state controls the people. The ideological state apparatuses, that is, institutions such as schools, patriotic parades, political speeches, military training, the mass media, the churches, etc., convince, invoke and mobilize the people's support of the propertied class's right to property, and hostility towards the enemies of the propertied class and the state, both in the form of domestic challenges and foreign interventions and wars. The state that relies primarily on police repression is weak, while that able primarily to rely on generating national, patriotic enthusiasm is strong. Social controls are essential for a society's survival. A viable society also needs a sufficient degree of consensus, or mutual tolerance, to facilitate the coexistence of people and subgroups in fundamentally constructive ways. Thus, regardless of their class nature, all societies must take measures to control ideas which are seen as potentially powerful forces disruptive of the harmony necessary for societal survival. Subversive ideas and movements must be contained below the level of potential threat to social order. In capitalist societies, this means containing revolutionary socialist ideas and movements. In socialist societies, pro-capitalist ideas and movements, as well as other ideologies fundamentally disruptive of socialist construction, must be contained. This includes suppression of racist, elitist, or other anti-democratic ideas which, especially in the period after a socialist revolution, can have a most pernicious effect on various social groups, owing to the legacy of pre-revolutionary ideology, as well as hinder the process of socialist construction. It also means that individualistic, anti-collectivist ideologies which hinder the transformation of human motivation, the project for the creation of new, more caring and cooperative people, must be suppressed. The denial of public advocacy rights to those opposed to the dominant system of power and property must be considered as a continuation of war by other means. Ideological mobilization and the isolation of ideas and people that would affect popular mobilization negatively are an essential part of modern warfare, which, to be effective, requires massive, enthusiastic participation. Likewise, in the period following civil war or violent revolution, such mobilization and isolation are necessary in order to 421. Consolidate the victories and build a new social order, again, independently of the class nature of society. This applies to the post-French Revolutionary period and to the post-Russian Revolutionary period equally. The rules apply both to mobilization for external war and for revolutionary, or counter-revolutionary, civil war alike. The interests of military victory require a sufficient degree of popular mobilization, and hence the containment of opposition. Anything less indicates indecisiveness about the goals of the war, and increases the chances of defeat. General Westmoreland, the commander of the U.S. Expeditionary Force in Vietnam, understood this well. Westmoreland argued that Vietnam was the first war ever fought without any censorship. Without censorship, things can get terribly confused in the public mind. Television is an instrument that can paralyze this country. According to the New York Times Dispatch, General Westmoreland said that before the Vietnam War the military censored all news articles from a war zone so that they could not damage the morale of the troops and the public. He went on, according to the Times, to argue, the armed forces cannot win wars without public support and thus should control the news media in wartime. 2. To show combat troops their opponents' propaganda films, or to present to them a purely neutral and objective appraisal of their opponents' positions, can only raise doubts about the legitimacy of the cause for which they are fighting. To present both sides tends to produce more tolerant people, people less willing to sacrifice, less convinced, less effective troops, people less willing to change. Whether this is bad or good must, of course, be judged on the basis of the relative rightness or wrongness of the causes in contention. To have shown Nazi films to US GIs during World War II, resulting in greater understanding and tolerance for the Nazi cause, or KKK anti-black films on US television, resulting in increased racism, would clearly be bad from the point of view of anti-fascism and anti-racism. Conversely, to have shown Viet Cong films to GIs during the Vietnam War, or films promoting black-white solidarity would, from the point of view of national liberation or anti-racism, be good. Tolerance, then, is historically and class-specific and must be judged according to its effects in retarding or promoting greater substantive freedom, i.e. the ability of working. 422. People to achieve dignity, a decent standard of living, and control over their lives and environment. Herbert Marcuse has argued. Withdrawal of tolerance from regressive movements before they can become active, intolerance even toward thought, opinion, and word, and finally, intolerance in the opposite direction, that is, toward the self-styled conservatives, to the political right. These anti-democratic notions respond to the actual development of the democratic society which has destroyed the basis for universal tolerance. The conditions under which tolerance can again become a liberating and humanizing force have still to be created. When tolerance mainly serves the protection and preservation of a repressive society, when it serves to neutralize opposition and to render men immune against other and better forms of life, then tolerance has been perverted. And when this perversion starts in the mind of the individual, in his consciousness, his needs, when heteronymous interests occupy him before he can experience his servitude, then the efforts to counteract his dehumanization must begin at the place of entrance, there where the false consciousness takes form, or rather, is systematically formed. It must begin with stopping the words and images which feed this consciousness. 3. Any state, any ruling group, any dominant class, will use coercion, including the suppression of basic civil liberties, to the extent that its ideological hegemony has broken down. Objectively, then, it makes little difference whether compliance with its interests is achieved by willing subordination or by force. The mechanisms of securing ideological hegemony or willing compliance not only accomplish the same purpose as overt repression, but are more effective in that they do not arouse. 423. Antagonism, but objectively, they are repressive nonetheless. To overwhelm socialist, or other anti-system ideas, by a monopoly of the media, compulsory education, state-coordinated patriotic campaigns and religious indoctrination, all inculcating pro-system ideology, can most effectively produce compliance, especially when combined with isolation, by means of the denial of basic formal liberties, the active opponents of the system, in order to ensure a virtual monopoly of the means of creating ideology. All societies and all social groups socialize and pressure their members to perceive certain things as desirable and impart certain expectations about the probability and reasonableness of obtaining them. But freedom could in one sense be defined as the ability to get what one wants. Freedom of speech to say publicly whatever one wants, freedom of assembly to gather where and around whatever issues one wants, freedom of movement to travel wherever one wants, etc. If society succeeds in convincing us that we want only what it wants in all these cases, are we then truly more free than an individual who refuses to comply with social mores, assuming in both instances that to speak, assemble, etc. is contrary to social edicts? No, in the last instance the difference must be considered not one of degree of real freedom, but rather one of the effectiveness of socialization, social control, or ideological hegemony. If there is formal freedom of expression in any media, but that structural and ideological constraints result in so few people using this freedom that no one pays attention and that it has no effect, what kind of freedom is this? If such freedom was so widely employed and elicited a response such that the ideological hegemony of the dominant group were to break down and the dominant property arrangements were thus threatened, then public advocacy would be repressed. Thus, the mere existence of formal freedom, which if employed effectively would be suppressed, cannot be considered as evidence of real freedom. To quote Chomsky and Herman, the beauty of the democratic systems of thought control, as contrasted with their clumsy totalitarian counterparts, is that they operate by subtly establishing on a voluntary basis, aided by the force of nationalism and media control by 424. Substantial interests, presuppositions that set the limits of debate, rather than by imposing beliefs with a bludgeon. The system of brainwashing under freedom, with mass media voluntary self-censorship in accord with the larger interests of the state, has worked brilliantly. The new propaganda line has been established by endless repetition of the big distortions and negligible grant of access to non-stablishment points of view, all rendered more effective by the illusion of equal access and the free flow of ideas. U.S. dissenters can produce their same-stats freely, and stay out of jail, but they do not reach the general public or the free press except on an episodic basis. 4. It can well be argued that the existence of formal freedoms, which are utilized by only an isolated few to challenge the dominant ideology and institutions, actually contribute to real unfreedom, that permitting a few people, who have little or no impact, to speak against the system is, in fact, more repressive of real freedom than the denial of that formal right. The existence of a few small newspapers, critical speakers, university professors, or very small leftist parties on the ballot, implies that formal freedom is real, that people are free to choose, and, they do, in fact, choose freely to accept the system. The repression of such formal freedom shows that the people are not free, and that those in power are afraid of critical ideas. To repress alternative ideas can both make them more attractive and generate sympathy for them, as well as strengthen the resolve of those who are repressed, if they feel strongly enough about their ideas. Such repressive tolerance is an important mechanism whereby people in the West are convinced that they are free, and that those in the socialist countries are not. The focus on formal liberties, rather than on either substantive liberties, or on the degree to which people actually use, or are permitted to use, their formal freedom, the range of popular debate or the effect of the exercise of formal freedom, thus comes to serve the capitalist system, which since around 1950 has been very stable in the West, and very effective in preserving its ideological hegemony. 425. Outside the approximately dozen wealthiest countries, however, the capitalist world cannot afford the luxury of repressive tolerance. There the most brutal suppression of civil liberties is necessary in order to preserve the capitalist system, just as the most brutal suppression of civil liberties was necessary in the interwar period, when the ideological hegemony of capitalist rule was no longer effective. The correlation between formal civil liberties/parliamentary forms and capitalism is actually very tenuous. During the 1940 to 80 period, only 8 capitalist countries, Australia, the Republic of Ireland, Canada, New Zealand, Sweden, Switzerland, the United Kingdom and the United States, maintained a continuous 40-year period of even formal civil liberties/parliamentary forms, and in most of these countries, especially during and after World War II, there has been significant repression of those who tried to exercise their rights of advocacy. In addition, 4 others, Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands, and Belgium, whose formal civil liberties/parliamentary forms were suspended owing to the Nazi invasion, should be included. Among more than 100 capitalist societies, these dozen wealthy, socially stable, advanced capitalist countries alone have experienced even that comparatively short period in which their people were permitted to exercise formal liberty of advocacy. This is clear evidence that the right of public advocacy in capitalist economic formations exists only in the absence of any challenge to privilege and property that may be effectively facilitated by the exercise of formal liberties. In the United States, the cycles of tolerance and repression have been directly correlated to the degree of threat presented by movements against privilege and property, either because periods of severe economic or foreign policy crises threatened the hegemony of the capitalist class or because radical movements were growing in strength. Many of the peak periods of political repression in the U.S. have been coincidental with times when the working class movement appeared to present a major threat. 1877, 1886, 1894 and 1919, on each occasion major strikes had called social stability into question. Others coincided with the need to generate patriotic enthusiasm for America's wars, 1775 to 83, 1861 to 65, 1917 to 18, 1940 to 45, 1950 to 53, 1968 to 71. Generally, the intensity of repression has largely been a product of the degree of internal threat and the degree of 426 solidarity that needed to be generated for war. Thus, the periods of strictest repression were during the Revolutionary and Civil Wars, and the 1917 to 23 period when the threat of working-class radicalism was the greatest. The intense repression during 1917 to 19 was a result of the concomitant need to mobilize for war, and the radical threat, a coincidence manifested in the absence of identification with the British-French side in the war by a significant proportion of the U.S. working class born in Central and Eastern Europe, a not inconsequential sector sympathetic to the Bolshevik Revolution. It is instructive to examine the different state responses to radical leftist and radical rightist movements. Radical rightist movements have been subject to little or no interference except when they have engaged in overt violence, while leftist groups have been regularly and systematically repressed merely for advocacy of ideas. Historically, the U.S. has permitted the activities of the KKK and other such racist and anti-socialist groups except when they were directly involved in killing and bombings*. The extent of their suppression even in such instances has, however, normally been far milder than that applied to such groups as the Black Panthers or the IWW when, in fact, the evidence for involvement in similarly violent activities was weaker. The repression of leftist opposition to war, the U.S. Revolution aside, has invariably been considerably harsher than similar rightist opposition. Many Confederate sympathizers were jailed in the North during the Civil War, but few, if any, were executed, and the treatment of the defeated Confederate leaders was exceptionally mild, 1. Execution, by any historical standards. Likewise, although a few Nazis were imprisoned during World War II, German sympathizers were treated very gently in comparison to the treatment of Soviet sympathizers either in the 1917-23 or 1948-55 periods. This differential treatment of right and left opponents, with the nonviolent right virtually immune to persecution and, even when prosecuted, treated very mildly, stems from the fact that the radical right, unlike the radical left, generally shares the politically dominant capitalist class's positive evaluation of private property and class inequality, as well as a negative evaluation of socialism. It does not then present a systematic 427 threat to the dominant system of power and privilege. Thus, a level of violence, talk of violence, opposition to wars, and so on by the radical right similar to that engaged in by the radical left, is normally treated either as an ordinary crime, dealt with on a case-by-case basis, or, in various degrees, tolerated by state officials sympathetic to their activities, especially when acts of terror against the left are involved. Such radical rightist activities, especially when mobilization for imperialist wars is needed, or working class/minority left threats need to be neutralized, is positively functional for the goals of the state and is often coordinated with official state repressive activities, for example, the activities of the American Legion during 1919-23. Fascist groups similarly served the ruling classes of Germany, Italy, and the other European countries, both immediately after World War I, and again in the 1930s. Factors determining the level of the civil liberty of public advocacy. A considerable number of factors affect the degree to which public advocacy of ideas which oppose the dominant system of property and the state are tolerated or repressed. The two most important of these, 1. The intensity of the threat to dominant property forms, and, 2. The extent of the need to mobilize the people for war, have already been treated at length. Other basic factors which affect all forms of societies are, 3. The strength of the ideological hegemony of the dominant class, and, 4. The depth of feelings of popular offense at the violation of the symbols of societal solidarity. The state is less likely to suppress public advocacy of ideas that oppose the system if the vast majority of its people willingly subscribe to the legitimacy of the prevailing property system and, thereby, enhance the security of the propertied class. The stronger the sentiments of group solidarity, that is, patriotism, nationalism, socialism, religious feeling, and so on, and the deeper the emotional response of a people to the society, then spontaneous anger and outrage is the more readily aroused. 428. In the face of public expression of opposition to the fundamental symbols and values of that society. For example, the desecration of sacred objects among deeply religious people, the burning of a flag or substitution of profane words in a national anthem among deeply patriotic people, or stamping on a red banner among deeply socialist people, all tend to evoke the same response of spontaneous anger. Thus at times of the most deeply felt nationalist, religious, or socialist sentiment, the state is more likely to outlaw and actively suppress such public expressions of opposition, and further to ban mere verbal advocacy which is popularly regarded as profane. 5. This is so, even if there is little or no threat to the dominant institutions. In such cases, the state's response can be seen as an overkill, or even as irrational. Other factors which are differentially specific to various types of society include, 1. The relative size of the dominant and dominated groups, 2. The desire to transform the character and consciousness of a people, in contrast to merely conserving the status quo, 3. The relative levels of expectations and skills in a repressed, but formerly dominant group, compared to a new dominant group, and, 4. The extent of reliance on moral incentives and ideological mobilization, in contrast to economic incentives and physical coercion. We would expect, other things being equal, that the smaller the group that benefits from the operation of a society, and the larger the group that is potentially mobilizable by a challenge to the prevailing property forms, then the greater the level of repression of the advocacy rights of those who attack the dominant property system. Other things being equal, we would expect that the level of repression will be greater in capitalist or other societies with a relatively small dominant group, than in socialist societies where the vast majority of people benefit from the prevailing property system, and thus the threat to the dominant system of property is necessarily less. Accordingly, we find that repression of public advocacy in Latin America, as well as in much of East Asia in the 1970s, was qualitatively greater than that in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, or Cuba. We would expect that a dominant group interested merely in conserving the status quo, and not in transforming people, concerned rather to demobilize or depoliticize them, in encouraging them to focus on the problems of their daily life. 429. Traditional antagonisms, parochial interests, individualist pursuits, and so on, can thus, other things being equal, allow a greater degree of tolerance for diverse viewpoints, whose expression, being highly diverse, right, left and center, makes systematic change in any direction difficult. On the other hand, a regime that is intent upon popular mobilization in order to transform the people, must limit the range of tolerance, in order to ensure the enthusiasm necessary for transformation. Thus, the Jacobin regime during the French Revolution was necessarily more repressive than its monarchist predecessor, just as the Bolsheviks in the post-revolutionary generation were necessarily more repressive than their Tsarist predecessor. Once there is popular acceptance of a new consciousness, a new way of relating and new values, the level of tolerance can increase, but until then, a too wide level of tolerance can only neutralize and undermine the effort to create a new consciousness. Upper and middle class groups which, for a considerable time have been displaced by a popular revolution, continue to have expectations of regaining their positions of power and privilege. Further, the average level of their speaking, writing, organizing, etc. skills is much higher than that of average peasants and workers. Such people, too, have been socialized into the habit of command and have acquired leadership skills, while peasants and workers have mainly been conditioned for subordinate roles, respect of authority, and so on. Consequently, by using their superior skills and abilities, a traditional elite may more easily rule workers and peasants, than can workers and peasants dominate a former elite. There is, therefore, greater need for stricter repression by a working people's state over the old ruling groups and of ideologies which reflect the interests of such groups, than for a traditional elite to restrict the public advocacy of working people and peasants. In classical Marxist terminology, a period of the dictatorship of the proletariat is necessary, during which time the previously dominant groups lower their expectations of a counter-revolutionary reversal and come to terms with their situation, and, concomitantly, the working people acquire leadership skills and confidence in their ability to rule. Meanwhile, a new generation is raised, in which propensities to be dominated or to dominate are absent, and which enthusiastically accepts the basic principles of a democratic and cooperative socialist order. 430. Societies that employ ideological mobilization or moral incentives, rather than relying primarily on economic incentives or force, to ensure that workers produce and the people in general make a positive contribution to society, will probably need to restrict public challenges to ideological mobilization more severely than will societies that place less reliance on moral incentives. The greater the importance of the prevailing ideology to the general system of social control and motivation, the more important that it shall be secured and advanced. The less important is ideological mobilization for a society, the more tolerant it can be of publicly expressed attacks which undermine ideological hegemony. In capitalist societies, the fear of unemployment, the attraction of promotions and pay raises, etc., serve to motivate economic performance, and fear of the negative consequences often motivate people to obey the laws. In socialist societies, which guarantee everyone a job, where pay differentials are less, social security is more advanced, and people are mobilized in good part to police and administer themselves, economic incentives and physical constraints are less important. Instead, ideological mobilization, the generation of enthusiasm, what the Cubans call consciencia, is more central, hence, the fundamental importance of containing threats to the dominant ideology. In addition to the 8 social forces that lead to the limiting of advocacy rights, there are also a number of general social forces that lead to the widening of tolerance. First is the positive effect of an exchange of ideas on the development of new, creative, and positive solutions to problems facing a society. The greater the restrictions on advocacy, other things being equal, the more likely a society is to stagnate and fail to develop original and useful responses to its problems. The greater the width and depth of expression, the greater the chance for innovations to be developed. The greater the suppression of ideas, the greater the intimidation of those who might well have good ideas. The maximal solution to the problem of encouraging creativity in the development of positive solutions to social problems, under conditions where significant restrictions on advocacy are necessary, is to impose broad but clear limits on what is and what is not considered to be destructive, thereby repressing clearly negative contributions without inhibiting positive diversity. Soviet policy seems to be aimed at achieving this. But the greater a 431 society's need for innovation, the greater is the range of advocacy rights likely to be practiced. A second general force leading to the expansion of civil liberties is the legitimating effect of free expression versus the delegitimizing effect of its denial. Those with divergent opinions who are prohibited from expressing them publicly may develop resentment against their society that could well lead to broader and more fundamental opposition. Conversely, those who are enabled to express themselves freely, even if with little effect, are less likely to blame the social institutions for their problems and thus are less likely to become alienated from society. Social stability can be enhanced by allowing people to let off steam that otherwise might prove the more socially dangerous if repressed and thus generate bitterness and resentment. Advocacy rights, as well as emigration, perform a safety valve function. Other things being equal, then all societies, to the extent possible, will expand the range of permissible opinions, if only to decrease the potential social discontent consequent upon formal prohibitions on expression. In the case of minority ruling class societies, this is repressive tolerance, the latitude for expression of divergent opinions in order to convince people that they are really free when they in fact are not. Socialist countries, for example, China during the Cultural Revolution, or the Soviet Union in the early 1950s, which prescribed excessively narrow limits on freedom of expression, limits subject to sudden change with formerly prohibited opinions becoming acceptable, and vice versa, are likely to generate popular disaffection, cynicism, and skepticism about the wisdom of the leaders. A state is wiser to allow as wide a range of opinions as is compatible with socialist construction in order to prevent undermining the credibility of the system by changes in the party's line. Further, to permit the expression of all ideas, short of challenging the fundamental postulates of socialism, encourages the people's positive creativity and enables the government, and party, to be more responsive to their needs. A third force leading to the expansion of advocacy rights is the degree of structural diversity of the dominant groups. The more economically diverse the ruling group, the more necessary is free debate and expression among them in order for compromises to be worked out, and to create solidarity and avoid a sense of 432 alienation or oppression within any subgroup. Thus, within class societies, the most developed parliamentary forms and civil liberties for the propertied classes have occurred in commercial societies in general and in capitalist societies in particular. Ancient Athens, the medieval city-states, Holland, England, etc., were the cradles both of civil liberties and modern parliamentary forms, for the propertied classes. The modern idea of formal freedom of assembly, speech, demonstration, writing and religion, as well as of emigration, originated in the most commercial of Western societies. The upper class in such societies was considerably more diverse than that in feudal or slave societies where the interests of all members of the upper class tended to be pretty much the same, thus requiring much less divergent expression and compromise to achieve common policies and maintain stability. Commercial societies consist of a wide range of financiers, industrialists, producers of raw materials, transport owners, consumer goods capitalists, etc., each with divergent and partially contradictory interests, each generating somewhat different ideologies and ideas. Modern Western tolerance, then, is in good part a product of commercialism and capitalism, but it is tolerance within the limits of what a stable commercial class society requires. Fourthly, the free expression of opinions provides those in power, elite, or decision-making positions in any society important information about social conditions, especially discontent among the masses of people, information which is largely denied to them to the extent that free expression is repressed. Thus, the broader the range of public expression, the more accurate the information available to a decision-making elite, and thus the sounder are its decisions, from its own point of view. In a capitalist or pre-capitalist class society, this means that free expression of ideas serves as a barometer of discontent, warning the ruling group that trouble is brewing, and that appropriate reforms or repressive measures should be undertaken in order to prevent the transformation of verbal discontent into more practical opposition. In authentically state socialist societies, this means that the party, government, and economic leaders are better enabled to understand the concerns and problems of the people, the better to modify policies, and thus have the state and party better serve the people, correcting abuses and, when necessary, explaining more effectively to the people the need for sacrifices or 433. The cause of difficulties, thus generating greater support and undermining the causes of delegitimization. 6. The fifth and final factor that affects the degree of tolerance in a society is the ability of the politically dominant group to effectively repress its opponents without precipitating large-scale social disorders or otherwise endangering its rule. At times the dominated classes/minority groups in a society have been able to extract significant concessions from the politically dominant groups because of their ability to disrupt society. Such concessions typically include freedom to organize parties in radical opposition to the dominant values and maintain media in sharp opposition to the state. In U.S. history, perhaps the clearest example of this was the institutionalization of the Constitution in the late 1780s. Because of widespread discontent with the ability of the loose, post-revolutionary state to deal with the threats to the dominant propertied interests in the new United States, slave revolts in the South, small farmer revolts in the North, Indians in the West, pirates on the high seas, and advance propertied interests, by protective tariffs, common markets, patent protection, regulation of money, guarantee of debt, isolation of the courts, executive and legislature from popular pressures for egalitarian measures, etc. A federal constitution was drafted by representatives of the wealthy, northern merchants and the southern slave owners. This draft document was submitted to the states for ratification, but failed to achieve a popular majority because of its obvious class bias. In order to gain a majority for ratification in 4 of the decisive states, including New York, Virginia, and Massachusetts, the 3 most populous, the designers of the document had to agree to make some significant modifications, namely, to add 10 amendments, the so-called Bill of Rights. This Bill of Rights guaranteed to the small farmers the right to assembly, speech, religion, arms, etc., rights which were not mentioned in the body of the document. The Bill of Rights was a concession to this class, made necessary by their ability to block the major reorganization of the state in the interests of the wealthy classes that the Constitution represented. 7. The relatively high degree of tolerance of the left in the 1933-39 period in the U.S., a period of severe economic crisis which, at other times in the U.S., and at that time throughout almost all the rest of the world, was associated with severe repression of the left. 434. Was a product of the Roosevelt New Deal coalition between progressive capital and the labor movement, within which socialists of various kinds played an important role. It should be noted that in the 1935-39 period the rapidly growing U.S. Communist Party pretty much supported Roosevelt, submerging, meantime, its radical critique of American society. In the period 1941-45, when the party was allowed to operate freely, it did everything possible to mobilize the U.S. working class behind the war effort. Thus, during 1935–39 and 1941–45 the dominant Marxist movement in the US objectively operated in the interests of capital, both in helping to organize the working class into non-revolutionary unions, a process opposed by the majority of US capital at the time, even though it was in the interests of the capitalist system, and mobilizing for the war. There was, then, no need to repress it. This contrasts sharply with the pre-1935, 1939–41, and post-47 periods when the thrust of the Communist Party was in sharp opposition to the dominant, domestic propertied interests, as well as foreign imperialist wars. Consequently, it was sharply repressed. The situation in France during the Popular Front period of 1936–38 was similar to that in the US from 1935–39. There were similar periods of a high level of tolerance for classes/organizations in opposition to the dominant system of property in Western Europe in the post-World War II years, where the need to stabilize and re-industrialize socially and economically devastated societies required cooperation between anti-fascist capital and the Marxist parties. In return for their cooperation, the organization of the working class was facilitated by the European governments between 1944 and 1947. In the post-1947 period, in return for their absence of support of revolutionary activity, Marxist organizations were tolerated wherever they were strong, in Italy and France, for example. To reconstruct France or Italy without the cooperation of the communists in the earlier post-war period would have been difficult. An attempt to repress them in the post-1947 years would probably have resulted in civil war. This policy, first of cooperation, then, because of the prolonged period of prosperity after 1947, tolerance/isolation, successfully neutralized the potential revolutionary bite of the Western European communist movements without formal repression. In Greece, however, where facto 435. The communists refused to cooperate in reconstruction and instead pursued social revolution, they were violently repressed. 13 factors, determining the level of limitation/tolerance of public advocacy in a society, are summarized below. 1. The greater the domestic threat from any movement that attacks the basic system of property and privilege, the less the tolerance of public advocacy that challenges the system. 2. The greater the need to mobilize people for war, especially civil war, or overseas intervention, or the greater the threat from external powers, the less will public advocacy of anti-war ideas be tolerated. 3. The less secure the ideological hegemony of the dominant class, the less the willing acceptance of the prevailing property and political arrangements, the less the tolerance of public advocacy of ideas that attack property and the state. 4. The greater the popular feelings that the symbols of the society, the flag, patriotic myths, heroes, etc., are sacrosanct, the greater the sentiments of group solidarity, the greater the emotional enthusiasm, then the lesser the tolerance of public advocacy that attacks or profanes these symbols. 5. The fewer the number of people benefiting and the greater the number of people suffering from the operation of a society, the less the tolerance of public advocacy of ideas opposed to the system. 6. Regimes which need to dominate former ruling groups with high levels of expectations about returning to power, and high levels of organizational and mobilization skills, are less tolerant of oppositional views than regimes. 436. That dominate those with lower levels of expectations and organizational and mobilization skills. 7. The more the dominant group of a society is concerned to change, as opposed to preserve, popular consciousness and conduct, the less is public advocacy of anti-system ideas tolerated. 8. The more a society relies on moral incentives or ideological mobilization, as opposed to economic incentives and physical coercion, to motivate labor and social contributions, the greater the need to secure the dominant ideology, the lesser the tolerance of conflicting ideologies. 9. The greater a society's need for innovation, the greater will be the tolerance of ideas that challenge the system, because the lower the level or tolerance, the less likely are useful and original responses to society's problems to develop and stagnation avoided. 10. The greater the economic diversity of the ruling group, the greater the need for open debate and free expression of diverse opinions within it to enable compromises to be negotiated and solidarity maintained. Hence, the greater the level of tolerance of diverse opinions within ruling groups, such as in parliamentary forms and formal public advocacy rights developed in the most commercial societies. 11. The corollary of the need for decision-makers in any society to be aware of potential social discontent, etc., is social tolerance of freely expressed opinions, that is, the maintenance of public advocacy rights as a barometer of discontent. 12. The public expression of ideas which fail to have a significant social effect serves as a safety valve for discontent and to legitimate the existing power structure. 437. Since such tolerance seems to be proof of freedom. This process has been called repressive tolerance since such formal freedom, in fact, weakens substantive freedom. To formally prohibit the expression of ideas generates potentially dangerous resentments that freedom of expression, even if ineffectual, successfully neutralizes. 13. The greater the danger that repression may precipitate large-scale social disorder, the greater will be the level of tolerance for those fundamentally opposed to the system to express their ideas publicly. For the reasons outlined in Theses 11 and 12, under stable conditions societies will tend to expand the range of tolerated opinions in order to strengthen the existing power structure. The changes over time in the degree of formal advocacy rights in a given society, or the variation among societies of a given type, is a product of the changes in the relative strength of the above 13 factors. The degree of tolerance and repression then has nothing whatsoever to do with constitutions, national character, abstract civil libertarian commitments, authoritarian personalities, megalomania, totalitarianism, irrationality, traditional intolerance, iron laws of oligarchy, etc. Thus, in Soviet society, the significant increase in tolerance from the 1930s to 1940s and the 1960s to 1970s would seem to be largely a product of the diminished external threat, the consolidation of the ideological hegemony of socialism, the effective demoralization of old dominant groups, and the reduction of the threat of domestic opposition. Throughout U.S. history, the radical fluctuations in tolerance are a product of periodic involvement in foreign wars, the variation in the domestic threat to private property, and fluctuations in the ideological hegemony of the propertied class. The contemporary variation among the capitalist countries, for example, Guatemala, Uruguay, Indonesia, in contrast to Britain, US 1980 etc., is owing to the far greater level of ideological hegemony of capitalist institutions and the far lesser domestic threat from internal revolutionary forces in the latter countries. 438. The somewhat higher level of formal public advocacy in the US compared to the USSR today would seem primarily to be as a result of 1. The ongoing Soviet project to create Soviet man, that is, to develop a collective consciousness in its people, in contrast to American capitalism's aim to perpetuate an individual, competitive consciousness. 2. The continuing, greater international pressure on the Soviet Union, as the second strongest, and relatively isolated, world power, than on the US. 3. The continued need for Soviet socialism to constrain the highly skilled and often ambitious professional intelligentsia, and induce them to serve the working people rather than themselves. 4. The Soviets' greater reliance on popular mobilization and ideological incentives to motivate workers to work and the people in general to perform their roles in society, in contrast to the purely economic incentives operative in the US. 5. Among wide sectors of the Soviet population. There is apparently a strong emotional attachment to Soviet institutions, and thus a deep, spontaneous sense of outrage in the face of dissident criticisms, whereas in the US, for example, at least in the 1970s, emotional commitment to the patriotic cause appears to have been weaker. The class basis of civil liberties. In the words of Leon Whipple, whoever has power has civil liberties. Lenin expressed the same principle, In the final analysis, force alone settles the great problems of political liberty. 8. To pose the question in terms of freedom versus repression is, in the last analysis, incorrect, for in the real world, the freedom of one group to realize their interests implies the suppression of another's. Liberty is class-based. Christopher Caldwell has argued, what, to the proletarian, is liberty? The extermination of those bourgeois institutions and relations which hold them in captivity, is necessarily compulsion and restraint to the bourgeois, just as the old bourgeois liberty generated non-liberty for the worker. The two. 439. Notions of liberty are irreconcilable. Once the proletariat is in power, all attempts to re-establish bourgeois social relations will be attacks on proletarian liberty, and will therefore be repulsed as fiercely as men repulse all attacks on their liberty. This is the meaning of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and why, with it, there is censorship, ideological acerbity, and all the other devices developed by the bourgeois in the evolution of the coercive state which secures its freedom. 9. How does one judge the superiority of right? Is the right to live in whatever country one wants superior to the right to adequate health care? Is the right of a doctor to emigrate from a less developed socialist country in order to earn $75,000 a year in a highly developed capitalist country superior to the right of a peasant child to be cured of a potentially fatal disease? Right, then, is a class question. A poor country, which makes a socialist revolution must, of necessity, bring its intellectuals and professionals to serve the needs of the people by restricting their relative privileges, and reorienting them towards meeting the needs of the poor. From an upper middle class doctor's viewpoint, it is entirely proper that he/she should have the right to emigrate to any country he chooses at any time. But from the point of view of the peasantry, whose labor has provided the means for him or her to receive medical training, it is right to demand that their needs be served rather than, for example, those of middle-class Americans. In general, this same argument applies to skilled workers and professionals from poor countries who emigrate to the wealthier countries which can pay them much more. It is a question of right versus right, a class question. The claim by one group of the superiority of its right in relation to that of another group cannot be based on abstract and absolute criteria, but rather only on which claim to right is more progressive at a given time. That is upon which best realizes the substantive freedom of the most people, which generates the best standard of living for all, the highest level of human dignity, the most advanced social services and social security, the greatest participation in the decisions that affect one's life. This applies to 440. Conflicting claims about property rights, as between feudal landlords, capitalists, and workers, about the legitimacy of state power, and to conflicting arguments about the repression of formal liberties. The liberty of the capitalist class to say whatever it likes, go wherever it likes, etc., conflicts with the right of the working people to say whatever they like, go wherever they like, etc., as becomes vividly clear in times of instability, war, and decline of capitalist ideological hegemony, when typically, formal freedoms are suspended. One class's freedom of expression and action necessarily conflicts with another's, as does the freedom of white racists to make anti-black propaganda necessarily conflict with the freedom of blacks to civil rights and liberties. The question, therefore, devolves upon whether, at a given time, the predominance of capital over feudalism, of capital over the working class, of the working class over capital, is more, or less, progressive. Who is to decide upon the limits of free speech must, then, be answered in terms of which social group, which class's liberties, are the most progressive at any given time. At the time of the bourgeois revolution against feudalism, the representatives of the bourgeoisie decided. At the time of the socialist revolution against capitalism and imperialism, the representatives of the working people decide. Some class always decides. It is a question only of which class. Not until a truly classless society, a society without a state, without the means to suppress anyone's civil liberties, comes into being will tolerance of all opinions become, in itself, a progressive and reasonable goal. Only then, when ideas are no longer class-based, when basic racist, sexist, individualist, elitist prejudices have been virtually eliminated, when all people have been fully socialized into cooperative social relationships, can there be a truly free marketplace of ideas where ideas can be judged on their own merits, and not on the basis of class interests and implanted prejudices, and thus the situation in which no one should or can decide for others the limits of freedom truly viable. 441. Disinformation and the Cold War. As part of national mobilization, each major state will attempt to develop support for its position among those subject to its authority, to undermine support for its competitor states among those subject to their authority, and to win supporters from around the world in its struggle for the system it represents. A primary way to do this is to portray one's own state as the repository, representative, and defender of all that is good in civilization. In previous centuries, religion above all else served this purpose. In the 20th century, especially since 1945, the central mobilizing ideas have been liberation and the right to make the decisions that affect one's life, that is, freedom. Both the communist movement and the West, whose leading nation-states have been the USSR and the USA respectively, have appealed to sentiments of liberation and self-determination to mobilize the world's people. Both portray themselves as the true defenders of real freedom. However, the specific definition of liberation and self-determination employed by the two competing world systems differs. The US defines freedom in terms of the existence of multi-party parliamentary forms, the existence of formal civil liberties to publicly express opinions in any media without state interference, the right to emigrate, and the right to own and dispose of property in the means of production in any way those with the requisite material resources choose. The Soviets and the World Communist Movement, in all its factions, define freedom in terms of the substance of state policies serving the interests of working people, rather than an elite propertied class. The Marxist tradition maintains that in a socialist society, advocacy rights should be permitted only to those who offer basically constructive criticism, while such rights should be denied to those opposed to the system, that is, following the traditional theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, subversive views should be contained. The majority of non-socialist states do not formally differ on this point. Almost all the non-socialist countries of Latin America, Asia, Africa, Europe between the world wars, and the US in its Red Scare periods, have denied the 442 basic rights of public advocacy to communists and other anti-capitalist subversives. In times of stability and strong popular support, however, wealthy Western capitalist states, unlike states in the less developed world, are able to maintain parliamentary forms and retain a reasonably high degree of formal advocacy rights. In such times the West criticizes socialist countries on the grounds that they repress formal civil liberties and defines itself as free, unlike the USSR. Such was the basic theme of the Carter administration's human rights campaign. Its aim was to generate international support for the cause of the US, a cause that had suffered greatly as a result of US intervention and defeat in Vietnam, and the victorious wave of national liberation movements throughout the less developed world, while attempting to reverse the concomitant significant increase in popular support for the Soviet Union as defender and supplier of so many of these movements. The Soviet system has proved itself to be superior to the US economic system as a means to develop poor countries, as an efficient industrial system and in its ability to distribute the economic product fairly. The Soviet rate of economic growth per capita in the 1960-70 period was 1.9 times that of the US, and 2.5 times greater over 1970-77. The annual rate of economic growth per capita of all the centrally planned economies in the 1970-77 period was 5%. This compares with 2.3% for all the developed market economies, 3.4% for Latin America, 2.5% for Africa, and 2.7% for the market economies of South and Southeast Asia. 10. Projecting the trends in economic growth per capita into the future, and assuming that the 1970s growth rates in the Soviet and US persist for another 30 or so years, the USSR would reach the 1977 per capita income level of the USA in approximately the year 1995 and actually catch up with the USA around the year 2010. The economic distribution of goods within the socialist countries is considerably more egalitarian than in the capitalist countries. In the USSR in 1975 the ratio of the wage exceeded by the top 10% to that wage exceeded by 90% was 2.9, while in the US it was 6.2. The astronomical incomes of the richest few thousand Americans are non-existent in the USSR. 11 Around 1970 the top 5% of households in the German Democratic Republic had 9.2% of total income while the top 20% had 30.7%. This 443 compares with the equivalent figures of 16.6% and 45.7% in the USA, and 37.8% and 63.2% in Mexico at the same time. That is, in the US the richest 5% had 1.8 times more, and in Mexico 4.1 times more, of the total national income than they did in socialist Germany. 12 It is becoming increasingly difficult to convince the people of the world, especially the working people of the less developed countries, that Western capitalism is superior to Soviet socialism on economic grounds. The Soviets are clearly demonstrating that their system can deliver the goods. Part of the West's claim for superiority is, however, still based on the fallacious argument that the standard of living in the West is higher than in the socialist countries, and correspondingly, that the West's higher standard of living is a result of capitalism. But the West's higher living standards are solely the outcome of advanced capitalist countries' higher level of development. When the competition with the socialist system began, neither did they experience anything approaching the level of World War II devastation wrought in the East. As differentials in the standard of living between the East and the West diminish, as the superior growth rates of the socialist countries have their effect, the fallaciousness of this argument becomes obvious. Likewise, in terms of basic social welfare, the Soviet system has proved to be far superior to those capitalist countries at the same level of economic development. In terms of basic humaneness and consideration for the day-to-day needs of its people, it would be impossible for the West successfully to compete against the Soviets. The one area in which the West can still make a credible case for superiority is in the realm of freedom. Freedom to publish or read anything without restraint, and freedom to attempt to become rich, are the two most important. It is no accident that day after day the Western mass media gives prominent attention to the dissidents in the Soviet Union, to the attempted escapes from the German Democratic Republic, to the flight of boat people from Vietnam, the restrictions on books at the Moscow International Book Fair, and so on. But these events are virtually insignificant in comparison with the denial of civil liberties, massive deaths through repression, malnutrition, and preventable disease, and other sufferings in U.S. 444. Supported states in Asia and Latin America. The relative handful of Soviet dissidents have been elevated to the status of international heroes and their every proclamation circulated around the world, but hardly anyone in the U.S. realizes that repression is qualitatively greater in U.S. client states, and that very few know the names of any of the hundreds of thousands of people murdered for their political beliefs by friendly governments in these countries in recent years. The prominent media and U.S. government concern with human rights in the late 1970s, and in a somewhat different way in the early 1980s, was an attempt to resuscitate the Cold War with the Soviet Union in order to mobilize the U.S. people to willingly support measures necessary to once again facilitate the US's effective intervention in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and, when necessary, in Europe. After a virtual stalemate since 1949, national liberation movements have made considerable advances since the 1975 victory of the Vietnamese. Not only South Vietnam, Kampuchea, and Laos, but also Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Ethiopia, and Afghanistan have acquired revolutionary anti-imperialist regimes. In 1978 and 1979, Iran, Nicaragua and Grenada overthrew conservative, US-sponsored regimes, indicating that revolutionary waves could soon spread throughout both the Near East and the Caribbean, and all of Latin America. The best strategy for the US is to portray the rising wave of revolution, communist and non-communist led, as Soviet-inspired, and thus to mobilize American and world opinion against the Soviet Union, and thereby enable the US state to reinstitute the draft, increase military spending, on conventional as well as nuclear arms, and above all, reverse the post-Vietnam syndrome of resistance to the use of US troops to intervene against revolutions in the less developed countries. The loss of Vietnam left a dangerous residue of distaste among the American people for similar interventions. A residue that has seriously obstructed the US's ability to prevent leftist developments in Angola, Nicaragua, Ethiopia, and elsewhere from taking place. The Soviet Union has been a major arms supplier, as well as a source of ideological inspiration and political support for most of the recent revolutions, thus making credible the attempt to identify liberation movements with the USSR. Central to the US campaign to mobilize the American peoples. 445. Support for future interventions was the Human Rights Campaign's focus on the limitations on advocacy rights in the USSR, a campaign based on a gross distortion of world reality in the interests of US imperialism. Support for regimes such as those of Thieu in Vietnam, Marcos in the Philippines, Park in South Korea, the military dictatorships of Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Indonesia, and Thailand is thus generated in the name of freedom. Such regimes are anti-communist and anti-Soviet, and take the measures necessary to prevent communist revolution, which would, as in the Soviet Union, deny civil liberties. Thus virtual non-issues such as the judicious suppression, by historical standards, of the dissident movement in the USSR are employed to obscure the really central issue in the world today, the ongoing struggles of the world's people for national liberation and socialism. To quote Chomsky and Herman, the success of the free press in reconstructing imperial ideology since the US withdrawal from Indochina has been spectacular. The shift of the United States from causal agent to concerned bystander, and even to leader in the world's struggle for human rights, in the face of its empire of client fascism and long vicious assault on the peasant societies of Indochina, is a remarkable achievement. The system of brainwashing under freedom, with mass media voluntary self-censorship in accord with the larger interests of the state, has worked brilliantly. The new propaganda line has been established by endless repetition of the big distortions. There is, to be sure, an element of absurdity in the constant refrain that socialism equals Gulag, as revealed by events in the underdeveloped societies. A comparison of the problems facing such societies as Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Cuba, Mozambique, etc., with the situation in the industrial West would simply be ridiculed in societies that were not subjected to such effective. 446. Ideological control as ours. But despite the inherent absurdity of attributing, say, revenge killings by Cambodian peasants who were bombed out of their homes by Western force to Marxism or atheism, the practice is common and quite successful as a tactic in engineering consent to the priorities and structures of contemporary state capitalism. 13. Trends in rights in capitalist and socialist societies. Owing to the different levels of economic development of Western Europe / the USA / Japan and the Eastern European socialist countries / Cuba / China / Vietnam, etc., and because of the problems of developing socialist institutions under conditions of systematic opposition by the militarily and economically strongest powers *, any comparison between the two sets of countries is necessarily heavily biased in favor of the West. With only 65 years to validate socialist institutions, starting from a very poor economic base without any external assistance, comparisons with the USA, which, in 1917, was the richest society in the world, and in 1945 had 50% of the world's GNP, as well as unquestioned military superiority, including a monopoly on atomic weapons, and allies everywhere, are heavily loaded against the USSR. Nevertheless, even with these disadvantages, the Soviets have done remarkably well in all areas of basic rights and freedoms. And for the Soviet Union, the absence of any concrete example to guide policy, two major military interventions by the Western powers, and the need to keep up militarily with the USA. What can be expected, barring a general nuclear catastrophe, tragically a very real possibility, over the next generation in the two sets of countries? With the economic differential in rates of growth and increases in working-class living standards becoming greater in the Soviet Union, with the legitimacy of Soviet 447 institutions showing signs of growth rather than deterioration, and the urbanization and industrialization of Soviet society almost completed, a further increase in economic and participatory rights, as well as in advocacy rights in the USSR can be anticipated. There would appear to be no obstacle to the acceleration of the tendency to increase popular participation at all levels of Soviet society. Likewise, given the system's high level of legitimacy and the decreasing threat of externally supported subversion, as the military and economic power of the Soviet Union in relation to the West increases, there is every reason to project a continuing expansion of the level of tolerance. Economic and social security should also continue to be enhanced. The social wage should continue to increase as a proportion of total consumption, with more and more goods and services provided on the basis of the communist principle of right. The quality of such public services as childcare, medicine, and housing will undoubtedly improve, since the quantity of services currently available has finally approximated public demand, that is, intensive rather than extensive strategies of providing goods and services should increasingly predominate. Future developments in basic economic rights, social and economic security, as well as the continuation of the formal rights of political participation and the rather high level of formal advocacy rights characteristic of the advanced capitalist countries in the 1960s and 1970s is contingent upon the continued ability of Western capitalism to prosper and increase the living standards of working people. In the early 1980s, however, there are strong indications that Western capitalism's ability to continually improve living standards has significantly declined, if it has not actually reversed. The expansion of social security/welfare systems, and the continuation of formal political participation/civil liberties in the West in the post-World War II period has been contingent on an expanding pie, and consequently on there being no need for the capitalist class to cut down working-class living standards. A consequence which would produce a legitimation crisis and, perhaps, a popular anti-capitalist movement which would necessitate a wave of repression of advocacy rights and restrictions on formal participation. Such a development would be a repetition of what occurred in most 448 capitalist countries in the 1930s, and in most non-European capitalist countries in the 1970s. Movements to curtail social services are becoming increasingly prominent in Western countries, for example, Denmark, the United Kingdom, the United States, as it becomes clear that growing social services are undermining capital accumulation. Funds contributed to popular consumption are not invested, and goods provided as a matter of right, as well as growing job rights, undermine the work incentive of workers, and hence result in lowering productivity. The creeping economic crisis of the advanced capitalist countries manifested in a declining rate of productivity increase, declining rates of growth in living standards, the rapid increase in unemployment, and accelerating inflation, could, in an attempt to boost productivity and the funds available for investment, and hence raise profitability and accelerate the capital accumulation process, result in a major reversal of the economic security advances of the post-World War II period. The response to such cutbacks in economic rights as well as the stagnation, if not decline, in working-class living standards could conceivably be manifested in either a revival of working-class radicalism or of massive fascist movements. As typically happens in the face of social disorders and growing anti-capitalist movements, it can be expected that the extraordinarily high level of political tolerance and civil liberties characteristic of Western Europe in the post-World War II generation will be undermined. Parliamentary forms will possibly be abolished or greatly constricted in the least prosperous and potentially most unstable of the countries, Greece, Spain, Italy, Portugal, and perhaps France, Germany, Ireland and even the UK, as indeed they were in most cases in the pre-World War II period. In the area of minority civil rights, the tendency for the Western capitalist countries to increase the rights of minorities seems to have reached its peak in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The United Kingdom has progressively adopted more restrictive immigration policies, as has most of continental Europe. Little improvement in the position of Asian, African, and Southern European immigrants in Northern Europe should be expected, especially vis-a-vis economic rights, pressure to expel and to increase restrictions on immigrants, and their descendants, should 449 be expected to increase. In times of economic crisis, racist attitudes and measures normally increase and will probably do so in the future. Likewise, in the U.S., although a proportion of blacks are becoming integrated into the U.S. middle class, a much larger segment are being frozen into the underclass of the decaying urban ghettos, while a whole new wave of immigrants from Latin America are becoming the primary source of menial labor, and thus increasingly become the primary victims of racism. Many of the new Latin immigrant laborers have no legal status in the U.S., and thus have fewer rights than the guest workers of Europe. It should be emphasized that capitalist economies generate racism primarily because of their need for a continuing source of cheap, hard-working menial labor from outside the major industrial regions. Racism serves both as a legitimation of the treatment of such workers and as a means to disorganize the working class as a whole by dividing the new immigrant menial workers from the rest of the working class. As long as capitalism exists, racism will be generated. There is no such logic in socialist societies. The contrast between the various minorities in the Soviet Union, especially the Asian peoples, and the position of minorities in capitalist Europe and the US is likely to become all the more stark over the next generation. The same might perhaps also be said of the position of women, while continuing progress is made by Soviet women. Projecting oneself into the year 2050, assuming, probably unrealistically, the absence of a general nuclear war, and looking back on the period of the birth of socialist societies, probably the political repression in the Soviet Union of the 1930s will be seen in a similar light to that in which the repression of aristocrats and their supporters by the French Revolution or loyalists by the American Revolution is regarded in the 1980s. The historical conjuncture in which the level of civil liberties has been higher in the advanced capitalist countries than in the advanced socialist countries cannot be expected to last. As capitalism declines and is subject to increasing international and domestic pressure, measures similar to those taken in the 1930s in the advanced capitalist countries, and those in most of the poorer capitalist countries in the 1960s and 1970s, can be expected. As more and more countries become socialist, and living standards in the advanced socialist countries come to outstrip those in the West. 450. The process of the withering away of the state should accelerate, with both decentralized participation and ever more vital and unconstricted public debates broadening in their significance. If, in fact, the tendency towards encroaching stagnation of Western capitalism is consolidated, while the current tendencies of Soviet socialism continue, the 21st century will see a very different picture of civil liberties and standard of living than did the mid-20th century. As Eastern European living standards come to exceed those in Western Europe, we would expect an increased flow of unemployed low-paid Western workers emigrating to the socialist countries in search of high-paid and secure work. Very possibly, in fact, in the early part of the 21st century the German Democratic Republic will remove restrictions on emigration, and begin the active recruitment of workers from West Germany. This could well be followed by the West Germans imposing restrictions on the emigration of its citizens to the German Democratic Republic. A flow of workers towards the socialist countries, which may be expected to become more common over time, would thus be augmented by a similar flow of intellectuals and political activists, and perhaps persecuted minorities, reacting to growing restrictions on formal political and civil liberties in the West, and accelerated by shrinking employment possibilities in the state sector for intellectuals. Freedom, the most inspiring slogan of the 20th century, can increasingly be expected to slip from the grasp of Western capitalism, as it already has from most capitalist regimes in Asia and Latin America. A progressive decline and eventual collapse may be anticipated in the credibility of increasingly repressive regimes with stagnant living standards that appeal to their people to support monopoly capitalism, with the claim that their system offers superior civil, economic, and participatory rights and civil liberties. With the slogan of human rights and freedom increasingly lost by capitalists to the socialist world, other means of legitimation will be sought, as they were sought and found in Europe in the 1930s. Nationalist, Christian, and fascist movements, for example, the Moral Majority, the KKK in the US, will probably be revived with the active support of capital, movements which emphasize neither the superiority of capitalism in providing a higher living standard nor a higher level of participatory rights, civil liberties, or economic rights, but rather 451. Stress intangibles such as the national dignity, Christian morality, or the Aryan race, as well as authoritarian leadership principles, such as the Latin American and Asian dictatorships do today. But in the face of an increasingly prosperous, participatory, and tolerant socialist world, an attempt to revitalize nationalism and mysticism in order to justify ever more repressive capitalist regimes will potentially be characterized in the same manner as Marx categorized the regime of Napoleon III in France, the first time as tragedy, the second as farce.